next game.
One team that was able to around at one point, they used that to their advantage.
It's such a good gatekeeping team. Like Furia, that you give them a strong position in the circle, they're going to leverage it to its full potential to make sure they eliminate everyone in like a 200-meter vicinity around their compound. Every team trying to send it late got obliterated. Aurora struggled to make it in. Even another team, I think it was Ulf, that just got completely clapped by that team. They're looking very strong so far. Furia from Brazil looking like an absolute menace at PMWC.
I mean, it's exactly right. So, you know, they knew the assignment. They're coming in here. You've got to get as many eliminations as you possibly can to sort of skyrocket up that leaderboard, because don't forget, at home, they've still got to play tomorrow. So these are the sort of games where they can tinker with these, you know, throw things at the wall and see if it sticks mentality. So getting this amount of eliminations, even falling out when they did, is still a great job from Furia.
And I want to see how some of these squads are going to start adjusting to how aggressive this is, because we even saw Raouf on the interview with Caleres. He was talking about how aggressive it was going to be. Boy, what a start for that squad, right? You don't really even have a chance to be able to revive your teammates.
Yeah, it was tough, right? The recall system was a little bit tough for some teams to commit to. I mean, Nigma Galaxy got no one back up, right? So instantly eliminated, except for Falak. Always believe he can make it work out in Neox Factory. You don't know how he does it. He makes it work out with the JS9, takes the
forward, still looking to leverage.
Hello guys, what's up?
The ridge line to play around, but it's
मैंने
not quite
उनको नहीं
connecting,
देखा था वो
and the
देखना
backlines make it all the harder. Unfortunately though, for RRQ, they keep getting pressured, and into the backlines they go. Flowers there, and with a full 4 on the back, it's even harder for Reefus, but there's off angles. So many off angles, chiming in time and time again, and Reefus is still alive for Aurora.
Causing problems, Gaming Stars, Maniac looking to send a wild grenade over the top here, through to All Gamers. Maple still on the front line, still looking good for the team. They lost XZZ fully. We can see here Maple currently working with 5 elims so far. How is Reefus still alive? RQ worried to push on through him every single time he steps up, seems to get some good damage done. Juzaifa finds a nice nade though, and that might be an entry point for them on the southern edge.
RRQ
though again.
RRQ को मार देंगे ये लोग.
Big nade barrage coming in on that southwest side, and RRQ still under pressure. More nades pouring on in. They have weathered so much this match, but it may just be all coming to a close here. Getting out of this ditch might prove to be just too much. I think that may have been Reefus chiming in.
RRQ से ऊपर से मार रहा है, लेफ्ट से होगा, ऊपर से मार रहा है.
Go and take down RRQ.
ये ऊपर वाला भी आ गया क्या लेफ्ट में? अच्छा ये भी आ गया क्या? सोलो बंदा है तो.
Is he going to go for more? I think so. Stepping up for the spray.
मार
Looking to do
देंगे.
damage, and there is plenty left to do.
Reefus
Angel वाले मार देंगे.
between every team on this side of the map. Pulls out the shotgun. Can't quite make the connection. Liu will find another 11 eliminations right now for All Gamers. They finished the scrims, they're here to play.
So 4 thrives though on 11 themselves and 4 players alive.
अब मर जाएंगे पता ही है.
Sweep on the western side, move in behind the Geekay split. It could be huge if they can
Easily
take
मरेंगे,
down Kevin
easily.
or Ragnarok. That is a huge opener for them.
देखा नहीं था
And
मैंने
they've
वाले
got the
मैच
ridge lines to
पे
play
यार.
around. I don't think that they're going to have too much competition on this one, but they need an opener, and that's not how you want to start it. Haifa going down.
यार ये लाइव चैट ग्लिच हो गई है रे.
Flower Withers versus KRX on the southeast side. We'll look for a res off the back of this one. But KRX going up the Pagoda is a bit of an awkward rotation for them. They have alerted all games to position, but they're dealing with res in the process. Scarface finds KRX. Ulfa still going, actually, surprisingly. Just a couple of players catching Scarface on board, but these guys played together for a very, very long time. Nades bursting in front of each other's faces at the moment. Black looks to send away. He's heading over towards He's rocking up. Gets ball forward. There's absolutely no way they make this work. Still look phenomenal. Still look good. 13 eliminations. Falak basically escaping over the top of them.
Backlines, it's Geekay who surge over the top and take half the 4th rights down. More players start to fall though.
क्या बात है रे
It's going to be up on the north side.
आर क्रिकेट ओजी ओजी कहाँ रहे अपनी टीम कहाँ एक बंदे नहीं मार रहे अभी तक मार हो रहे ओजी वालों कहाँ हो रहे वीडियो तो
I think it's GK's game to lose here, Blank.
Potentially, but for Orangutan, I respect this gameplay. You want to get further into those matches. You want to see more of these games. This is the way to do it. So far, they're
गी का लेन पे अच्छी जगह है गी के वालों पे तगड़ी जगह है लोग
look good, but it's those eliminations that they are lacking on right now, down to 2, but they can make up for that later on in this game.
13 eliminations for fourth rise, and all gamers on 12 as well. Already up in that fourth place. It is great matches for these two teams already. But Falak under pressure from Liu doesn't quite
जाएंगे Falak और
total reload, and actually over the heads comes the backup from GK, keeping fourth rise in it for just.
लेकिन इनको जोन में जाना है रे एजी वालों को पहले.
A really prescient push out coming on through, but sidesteps those as well. The spray's just not connecting on him.
Oh, Falak is sneaky, man. I mean, they run out there trying to get some more.
मार दे रे क्रिकेट ये अच्छा नेट रे.
Burst between the two of them though. Not enough damage done right there. Knocks on the one of his own. It goes behind. Not quite doing enough damage there towards Flower. Sends one to the side too.
दोनों मरेंगे गीक से. दोनों टीम मरेंगे गीक से.
Sadly, Falak will go down to Ragnarok in the back lines. Gives time potentially.
गीक. अबे गीक का पोजीशन देखो बे. ओजी को भी जाना चाहिए अगर चिकन चाहिए तो वरना गीक निकल जाएगी वाला तो. क्या लगता है रे ओजी? ओजी रेड वाले पे चले जाओ ऊपर से पोजीशन ले ले रहे ओजी. अभी मौका है तगड़ा. गीक वाले फुल वो है वरना तो चिकन है गीक वालों को अगर ने इनको मार दिया 14 को.
He's taking take damage, but I think he's going to get it. The burn does come on in and confirms the flush. Flower steps out wide. It's not going to make it. Top 3 for IQ.
मार दिया भाई जी नो जोन का प्रेशर कैसे मरेगा.
I said at the start of the game, they looked real confident.
गीक का चिकन आ गया.
Again, they look real confident that maybe we're not expecting too much out of this squad, but they have stick. There's 4 here over from Rondo. Like I said, easy with Bad Boy. That guy is a rising star. And now it's DK versus Orangutan. At the end of the game here, IQ still in, and fourth rise at least guaranteed at third place. And with 14 eliminations, they have had a fantastic run here on Rondo. Match might need to ease words a little bit, saying that this is not their favourite map, because it definitely feels like it. Or if it's not their favourite map, I am scared for everyone else moving on to Erigo. And Loot Crate up there as well. I'm trying to whip it out on the side of the space to split here by Orangutan either. I do believe the circle will just.
ओजी को अभी प्रेशर करना चाहिए था.
Right, again, it's still been a fantastic match here for fourth rise. They end this match on 19 points total. The big thing about this though is fourth rise, they usually live and die by their Rondo, by their first match. I think this will become a stupid run, a real good one for the rest of the day. We know how many points they can put up with the Inquan. Won't be fourth rise points total.
6 पॉइंट आ गए. और कितने kills हैं?
2 and AKOP as well as Aru underneath. Mornay's trying to use it, create a little bit of clamber points here for the squad, but Easy Bad Boy has rough idea of position. AKOP is going to go down to it perfectly. Playing box on himself.
Self मर रहे हैं लोग तो.
We'll go for it. And again, that is the way you've got to do it. That's the way you've got to do it. If you're playing as Orangutan, you don't want to give extra points. On the west coast of the mainland, a pretty chill playing part. Yeah, I'm kind of curious whether Aurora's going to go for Sverny on this one. I mean, there's a lot of talk about this overall. Aurora then drops over towards Sverny. It's not entirely new they had been dropping over towards. Entirely new they had been dropping over before, but it's never been like a fully confirmed thing.
So let's go. OG का अपनी OG. #6 8 point. Nice रे.
Still drop Sosnovka. It's a bit of a distance though. So we'll see what they end up doing here.
Doesn't look like they're going Saverny. Can't see him. Oh no, there they are. Okay.
You're blind.
I am a blindman apparently.
You're a blind guy.
But yeah, they're definitely going Saverny. Take that back. You were bang on the money. A lot of other teams trying to find their places. I mean, the southeast side of the mainland is probably a little bit more tricky than most of the other areas for the plane path specifically.
मुझे लग रहा है आलू मिल जाएगा.
Get onto your drop spot. Get away with it.
George coaching की ऐसा सब बनेगा.
He's going to try and bother Nick the Galaxy there. On the drop anyway.
It's quite nice to see this top players in terms of damage numbers. Flower up there.
तेरे क्रिकेट कहाँ बनता है रे
There was a lot of love we were giving over towards Maple, towards Liu, but it's good to see that Flower actually had a massive.
अच्छा जोन बन जा रहा है. और ये क्रिकेट इधर बन गया तो.
Southwest side of the map, and man, this
ये
circle
तो वाला जोन है लेफ्ट वाला.
We're cutting out a lot of space very quickly. We're also having a ton of water down towards that southern.
भाई जिसने पहले लेफ्ट वाला कंपाउंड ले लिया ना जहाँ पे.
Also a weird rotational path for a lot of
भाई
teams.
सॉन्ग बंद करो ना यार.
They got to come past Everest, decide how they want to play around with that. Do you want to play West Coast? Do you want to try head down towards that south side? However, you can join Uzumaki
Thunder
himself.
Talk Gaming.
Jump in over with the Naruto event.
Make sure that you head on into the game. Draw for the Naruto character of the Ninetales Fury AUG.
मार दे रे 40 वाले उसको.
Some of the game mode has been brilliant to play around with as well. So I hope you guys are enjoying that.
पता नहीं है शायद इसको 40 वाले को. गराज में मुझे लगा सरप्राइज देगा. नहीं निकल के भाग गया.
It's been good. Some of the best skins we've seen in a long time. I can't tell if that's because I'm a big Naruto fan or not, but it probably is. A little cute Kurama pet as well, which you can get your hands on, which I really want badly. Max keeps teasing me with it every time he pulls out his account.
Do you have a favorite jutsu?
Rasen Shuriken, probably. Just because that is the most. When it was first shown, I think it was like the most brutal jutsu ever used on the show.
Yeah.
And it was like, wow, that's actually really ruined that guy.
अपना बंदा नहीं आ रहा कोई यार
And then Naruto
कहाँ है भाई अपना
hospital
बंदा
because of using it.
Oh, that's
like, yeah.
That's a lot of
It
power.
was
That's a lot of
hardcore.
cheese.
It was hardcore, much like the boss in game right now,
वो
which is
jealous हो
also
जा रहे हैं
very hardcore. Not easy to defeat. You really do have to come together as a group. So get in game, take part in the event. It's fantastic.
It is. It is. We are enjoying it as we are enjoying unveiling these teams in this arena here at the PMWC at the EWC 26. Ragnarok getting his cardio in.
साइकिल घुमा रही है तो
for GK.
बढ़िया
I
एकदम
imagine that will be traded out as soon as it can for a motorized vehicle. Pedal power. Coach corner. Yeah, take a look at the coach corner. That's the GK coaches coming on in.
Hello, boys.
Hope you did
Wave, please.
well.
Oh,
He did wave.
Did they wave?
He pre-waved.
Oh.
Yeah.
Pick.
क्या हो गया रे करकरी
So we want to see Ragnarok. This is a little bit more, you know, petrol and exhaust fumes. I think you need to see the pace coming on through for GK to channel that previous match's momentum.
Exactly. Because I was going to talk about, they've just come off a great game. They currently have fantastic control over towards Gatka. They could even pick up God Compound if they wanted to. It's a little bit of an early send towards it, but with so much space being cut out here already on the map, I don't think it's a bad idea to full send, which it looks like what they're currently trying to do right now. I mean, what's the biggest harm? It doesn't head down towards that south side just to figure out where else to play, but you do have prio on this, so why don't you just go for it? Fourth Rise, they like to start over towards yellows, which is...
भाई मैं फील्ड वो कहाँ है रे
Which I always thought was quite a weird drop spot for Fourth Rise. I think they used to fully commit over towards yellows. They didn't really step into Ferry Pier as much, and now because they've got a lot more tenure underneath their belt, they're like, hey guys, you stay in Ferry Pier from now on. That's our corner. But for them, this is also a fairly easy sweeping underneath. Not a single team over towards Sosnovka though, John.
No, nobody went all the way down south. I mean, the plane path didn't really promote that sort of rotation. And I mean, as you say that, actually 2 players from Fourth Rise have gone down to the military island. I assume get a little bit more loot on board. Maybe protect a little bit of a rotation from that east bridge, which is maybe accessible. I feel like that's a bit of a long shot in terms of like what they're maybe trying to do. It feels like a looting mission, but they're going to waste time. They're going to lose. Pushing in from the east side, and teams from the north, as we're on board with Ulf, maybe pushing into the hills on their north side.
Yeah, you can grab more loot down towards Sosnovka. There's nothing wrong with that. I think for Fourth Rise as well, they're going to be coming into this game looting a bit. They know that when you get up towards these fielded areas, you really do need the util. You need the smokes to make your way on through. Like I said, we're on board with Ulf currently. We have swung over towards that eastern edge of Gatka. Enigma Galaxy had a fantastic start in this game. Pachinki is a lovely spot to start from on this type of circle. They already sent 2 players down towards the south side though. And they're left behind Satan as well as Ralph. Pachinki to continue looting up. Bring the rest on through later.
ये कौन फंस गया
Don't get split
चेक
off. Finding one of those compounds could be really important on a circle like this. But the regroup is necessary. Oh, defending their patch brutally. Gets clocked out in the open, and Scarface picks up the point there with that flush coming on through. So Ulf opening the bidding now. First blood has been drawn. Kelsey for the pickup. Scarface on his way.
Clambers back through the window. That's a pretty ridiculous spray, though. We did kind of gloss over it very quickly, but that was lovely coming through from Aaron. A tanky on OG. He just came through on the southwest side of Pachinki. Trying to find a place to stay right now. A lot of times you're picking some awkward areas of the map when you're coming in late to this type of circle. It's not exactly where you want to stay. Yeah, thank you. Yeah. Thank you, observers.
Take a look at this.
This was a nasty spray. I mean, perfectly lined up.
अच्छा तो है बहुत अच्छा था भाई
the tree. chopping away at that health bar. Looks like they're on for more long-range engagements as Orangutan falter out in the open. Losing a player. That's Ulf now up to 2. The open ground looks like they're good for the hunting. And as we saw, that spray from Eren was pretty beautiful. Looking good. Players are starting to find out all about it. 2 teams now have lost a player to them. And a good start. Fury on the eastern side, pushing in. Trying to get past X-Force rejects who have managed to wend their way on through. 4 Thrives have regrouped beyond that out to the west, just north of Ferry Pier. And Goat team on the east near Pachink.
Yeah, only thing, the thing for Orangutan there is it's an awkward push for them, right? It is an awkward push, but when you're coming in that late, I think what would be better to do there was
probably मैं तो दिखा दो यार, एक तो मैप फीड चलो नहीं कर रखी इन्होंने यार। क्या रे बेगन ने 14 यार जिसी को नॉक कर रहे फिनिश कर दिया रे 40 वाले को वो होते हैं फिर चिल्ला रहे नॉक करने पे।
But they make it fairly safely. I mean, only losing 1 player is actually quite a good
क्या रे रिकॉलो क्या रे
make it a decently central position, but they're going to go further now as we head over
तने KRX ने सेक्सी जगह ले लिया भाई एकदम को ड्रॉप ही था ना
happy with the 2 positions they have locked down.
OG कहाँ है रे अपनी
off the back of this one. I think for easy for Bad Boy as well as the other play in that location, this might be a little bit
और अपने OG कहाँ है
2 areas at once because Thunder Talk is up towards their second on the west.
Pretty difficult to rain here, playing around that swamp as you can see on that western side. Teams starting to move in from the north edge. Nick the Galaxy actually full wrapping Quarry here as well.
FL वाली जगह लेते ना मुझे मजा आता भाई crazy fun आता भाई कुछ चिकन को आ सकते
They were on the western coast fairly.
FL KRX
they haven't pushed more inland, but that might play to their favor later on, depending on how much conflict unfolds in the fields to their east.
Yeah, 4 Thrives. They completely.
अबे OG का एक मर के चुका है।
Oh my God, he's probably massively chock-a-block over towards Quarry.
OG का तो एक मर भी गया bro।
Let's just swing round onto the western side. Far Q, I don't terribly mind it playing on that western coast. Not really many areas that.
निकाल लो वे अच्छा मैच है रोज।
Early got to circle. I'd love to watch that back later on.
चल OG चल।
Taking their time out on the western side. AGAL playing the long game all the way up on the north side, just near crates right now. South.
अच्छा लोग पूरा घूम के जॉर्ज के वहाँ से सब पूरा घूम के जाएंगे उस साइड से नीचे ये भी पहुँच जाएंगे उस अच्छे से उनको दिक्कत नहीं आएगी ज़्यादा
maybe even crossing the fields to the west of Everest. Nick the Galaxy, they run into a little bit of a roadblock. The roadblock runs into them. Find the back lines of Nick the Galaxy, and I don't think you're getting him back up there.
सत्यन भाई आप तो चलेगा
already established for Enigma Galaxy. They may lose even more if they're not careful.
Coops realizes he has to leave now.
Enigma Galaxy तो है हाँ
has to get a move on. We'll regroup with the rest of the team. It's not a horrible compound to play either, but it does become a horrible compound with only 3 players.
इन पे भी सही जगह है
It's a lot of areas to hold here. They can't really afford to go for a 2-2 split between the buildings because they don't have that 4th player. So I think Enigma Galaxy might be tough.
फालतू मर गया रे इंजेक्स का वाला
area of the map.
अच्छा निकाल सकते हैं इंजेक्स
On the north side, AGAL.
AGL कहाँ से जा रहे हैं लोग हाँ इनको जोन तो मिल ही जाता है
sweep on the western edge. RRQ potentially
ऐश
next
तो
up
है
on
वो
the
दिखता है
And AGL may actually crunch in from the northern side on it.
अगर डिब्बे मिल जाएंगे इन लोग को पता क्या
south expanses of this field.
अगर थोड़ा आगे हाँ जाए ना और हाँ ऊपर वाले डिब्बे ले सकते हैं लोग
split up as well. There are open angles for Aurora to try and exploit, but it looks like AGAL content to play it slow again.
I don't mind it. I mean, they were able to get a lot of eliminations the further they got into the game. Yes, about 5 of them came through very early on.
ये खासल ले ले वो जी साइड
But they were
crazy boy.
pretty steady with it. That does make things a little bit harder. Now,
Crazy.
for GK,
एक और हास्ट ले ले अगला यार सेम
I think now's about the time to regroup. I don't. This is becoming a little silly.
अबे गीक वाले क्या कर रहे हैं रे कितना वो खेलने हैं
very greedy. Quarry still in play. Down towards that south side. I do like Thunder Talk's position off the back of that one. They can play up towards.
क्या बात है रे गीक वाले रे उनका पोजी देखो भाई 2 उधर है 2 उधर है
down towards that.
भाई ये सब चीजें ही वो करती हैं भाई टीम का कॉन्फिडेंस बढ़ाते हैं भाई और मरने का चिकन निकाल लेना फिर से क्रेजी मजा आ जाएगा भाई गीक वालों का
some of the
40 वाले वापस इधर ही आ गए.
I think Four Thrives, I mean,
Warehouse मार के ले लें लोग 40 वाले तो.
Thundertalk's presence might be an unknown quantity for them. They're sending straight through. I think they're just
वो
going to
भी
get
zone
past
मिलेगा.
blank. Four Thrives
AGL
have
को भी
settled
zone है.
themselves potentially right in the middle of GK's split.
There's an easy location to play there as well. It's high ground.
कहाँ जा रहे हैं AGL वाले?
My Furia.
इनका आगे तो zone था वो डिप में.
How much they saw of that because they are playing with little.
एक नॉक करा भाई मार दो जाके मार दो ओजी वालों भाई. अबे किल चोरी हो गया भाई यार अपना हट भाई.
GK tries to regroup, they lose one player.
क्या रे यार किल चोरी हो गया रे अपना रे यार. फालतू में यार.
You do.
गीक वालों को एक बचा है ओजी के सामने मार लो यार.
I'm a smug type of guy, but no. For GK, it was a little greedy to hold it as long as they did. For Orangutan, I respect the decision to move in towards that location.
सोलो बचा है ओजी के सामने गीक वाला बंदा.
I think GK could probably get away with this one. It's just you pick one or the other.
मार लो रे कुछ के मैं तो बोलूँ यार.
There isn't a huge amount of fantastic compounds left anymore, and GK's trying to hold two of them.
Well, not anymore.
गीक वापस चला गया बंदा उसका. सोलो तो करने पाएगा और. देखता हूँ इस तो मैं फीड वो नहीं कर रहा किन लोगों ने.
GK Orangutan and Four Thrives. The South Hill, the most open, potentially the most vulnerable.
और नहीं भाई कैसे हो रहे?
Profitable in terms of point scoring capabilities. On that south edge, you've got Goat Team, Furia, going to be forcing teams to approach you in a very linear fashion. It's going to make it difficult to take down this position for a long, long time. So we'll see how Four Thrives can manage that. The north side, a little bit more messy though. Teams are a little bit more spread out, trying to win their way on through. Looks like it's plenty messy on the east though.
बट AGL लोग पे अच्छी जगह थी भाई ये डिप में उसके इधर.
For all gamers, they have had a slow approach into this game. They've been in the blue for a very long time. They have very little information going forward into this one. Goat Squad is playing on a 2-2 split. Curious to see how all gamers want to play this now, because even Kedge is now having a little peek down towards that south side. He wants to check in on what's happening.
जा रही हो रे तुम लोग.
This looks very rough going on towards the west.
कट जा रे यार कट जा ओजी के साइड में. आरो भाई आगे आ जाओ बैक छोड़ दो. उधर आया तो कोई दिक्कत नहीं है. तुम सोलो मत मानना. आ जाओ आरो भाई जल्दी से आगे आ जाओ. बस आरो भाई. वेस्ट टू जोन में आ जा रे बैगन. जोन के वालों को हेड से मार लिया. एफएल पे चले हो गए एफएल. पहले कहा था केआरएक्स एफएल.
As well, Kiwoom, DRX trying to hold their northwestern side, trying to keep themselves alive. It's going pretty well.
अबे तो नीचे रख दे रहा है.
Push. AGL tried to move in the wake of Ulf, but it's not going quite so cleanly for them. They have to stall. They have to falter it. OG are all too ready to take those points. So back on board with the nades coming in through the windows here.
OG ने किल लिया रे. क्रेजी अच्छी बात है भाई. 40 ने AGL को नॉक दिया. RRQ को भी नॉक हो गया. AGL को 2 गए.
Into a more favorable position to try and go for those assists.
मारो क्रिकेट एक दूसरे को सब. OG को चिकन दे दो रे सबके सब.
Okay, there they connect. Yeah, it's been a lot of explosions, not a lot of knocks coming through. Yeah, sure. Coop actually took most of the brunt of the damage so far.
मारो सब एक दूसरे को.
Yeah, for all gamers, they're headed down over towards that high ground.
अबे केआर वाले तभी फाइट ले लेते हैं यार.
Up against
फॉल
Four Thrives.
दोनों दे दिया तो तुम्हारी देना.
After all these nades are spent and done, it's actually the M4 that does the most damage.
Easy मार देंगे भाई easy. Without any casualty मारेंगे लोग. खत्म. नेट्स ही मार दिया भाई. Nice one bro.
Okay, take it back. I take it back, guys. All right, didn't mean it. I did not mean it.
Enigma Galaxy didn't manage to get in for a third party in time. In the meantime, on the southeast side, well, we're on board with AGAL there. But further out, you've still got Four Thrives suppressing Furia and Goat, forcing them into a fight with one another. You can see they're popping up in the Elim feed. Silence is going to fall. And over on the north edge, as we're on board with Aurora and Flash, fighting over location. A fairly isolated fight.
Yeah, very much. It's kind of a weird one too. I mean, for Aurora, you sort of expect to be playing on this one. It's a very classic spot. Most people know of this one. You use it because it's very.
अरे किरकिरी क्या हो रहा है रे. मत कर रे फालतू में. लाइफ पे जा रहे किरकिरी. क्या हो गया रे. काय को इतनी बफरिंग हो रही है रे.
That look.
But it is really difficult now to find any semblance of safety in the middle. Ulf do get all 4 of their players back up to their feet in their very central location now. Not too many teams are going to be able to take them down from this one. Step into with 4 Thrives who are now up to 4 eliminations.
4 तरफ ले easy lobby पता है वाली
Now they're holding off against
निकाल लेंगे
on
4
the off
तरफ
angle, as well as Goat putting pressure onto Falak.
Ooh, 4 Thrives, they're surrounded. If they get themselves out of this situation, it will be big news for them. Player pulled out the side of the vehicle. Ayala is down. Moxie moves up. Back here. Eagles behind the tree, looking to bark back at this team. Finally finds the first with the help of Chief from the back lines.
Oh, 4 Thrives are here to play though, and it's a shooting gallery. For the team from Pakistan, they're racking up the points now. They want to keep going. Aurora looking to backfill, maybe cause problems here. RRQ is sandwiching the far side now. Nowhere is safe. Furia down to 1. Nobody is going to escape this compound.
OG का 2 बच्चे हैं 2 कर ले ले OG. क्या हो रहा है रे इतना बफरिंग?
None will lead.
Wonderful work over towards that northeast side.
OG के 2 बचे हैं अभी तक.
Sadly just down to 2 there, but still.
OG मार पाएगी क्या?
Holding off on his
OG
own.
के 3 किल हो गए भाई. बढ़िया 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 nice nice OG nice.
But he's proving them wrong. Right
चल
now,
OG चल.
gun skill. Very, very smart player overall, though.
40 वाले इधर आ गए.
Cypher's getting stuck in, just going toe to toe.
मुझे लगा 40 वाला मार देगा
Grenades in hand. Cypher wants to go barrel to barrel.
मार देगा मार.
But it looks like they're going to hop through. Able to snap that Elim back though.
40 वाले को जोन में जाना ऊपर. 40 नहीं जा पाएगी जोन के
With
अंदर.
a nade, with 3 players from RRQ bearing down upon him, the backup is not quite there from the rest of his team. He needs some oversight, he needs some assistance, but it's not there in time, and they have to deal with Aurora on the backlines.
Oh, T24 is quite
RRQ 40 पे जा रही है.
from the blue.
अबे लेफ्ट जाओ ना
RRQ. Hits the deck, but from underneath.
Last बचा है.
There is a quick clap back here coming through from
अबे
RRQ,
last
but it's
बचा
not enough. As more Thrives are falling underneath the presence of RRQ.
मार
They
देगी
come
easy
in
मार
from the
देगी.
sidelines as
पता
third
था.
party.
Nice one, crazy one.
Will hit a nasty spray down. 7 Elins for RRQ on the second game of the day.
That was an overcommitment from 4 Thrives
OG
to
के
this
4 किल.
compound,
तो
to
यारों
this
के 4
third
किल.
party engagement. There was so much going on there, and
अबे
Aurora,
OG बैकफुट पे कैसे आ गई यार ये?
forced them to stay in that third party position. They didn't want to push back up. They might have had a better time of it though, to be honest.
OG को आगे रहना चाहिए था यार. और OG के पोजीशन के आगे से चलेंगे तो ये पीछे कैसे लेगा भाई यार? हट गए. अबे निकल नहीं पाएंगे OG वाले. उन्हें प्रेशर आएगा उनका.
And when you look at DK's position, they are going to be able to catch you up as well as D-Woom KRX.
शायद पीछे मारने गए ना ये लोग. तब आ गए लेवल वाले.
23 points right now.
ऐसे लग रहा है मेरे को.
It's decent over 2 matches. You're looking at roughly 11.5, right? So I think they're fine.
40
I think they're fine at the
23 points.
And 4 Thrives just need one more decent game. Scarface does go down to Ragnarok. Get a little bit of old bad, but Aaron with that M4, who has been so goddamn deadly today with so far, instantaneously finds a re-knock over towards Kike. In the meantime, the flash has
Oh, nice!
with a 360.
क्या मारा रे?
It's
पता
not
क्यों
quite
नहीं?
enough to keep him alive there.
फिनिश भी कर दिया उसको. नॉक भी दिया भाई. क्या घूम के मारा रे?
Just a moment longer on the south side in the meantime.
नाइस वन ने आतंकी रे यार.
Trying to keep themselves together, but 2 players now left standing.
भाई एक बंदा और होता ना भाई लोग मार देते भाई इजी एफएल वालों को यार. एंटी यार.
Seal on top, still going. Blank,
Mark
they've been a real thorn in the
Put
side of this south side circle. Shiva tries to get the spray, dips out for another, dips out for more, does go down, and again, it's Aurora across the way who are making things so difficult.
Well, they're an opportunistic team. We'll get the next circle. It's setting us up over towards Hope here. But we already saw the location this team was playing in. He looks barren. He looks deadly. Suddenly, you've got 6 other teams looking your way. They have to hit these shots as teams make their entry.
Keep with the RX on the northwest side with 4. Flash on the north with 3. Those 2 teams have major access angles towards Ulf's position, but I don't know if they're going to be able to convert it. On the southwest side that we're on board with right now, Nick the Galaxy, who have been slow, trying to work the ground, looking to pick up the pace now with an opener knock to Ragnarok.
गिक के 2 बचे हैं सब.
Potentially be a weakness that Nick the Galaxy can exploit. They're playing as 3.
छोटा तो देखना
Trying
है
to keep this one going forwards. Kevin
ये
goes down to an
कौन
eight
आखिरी
from
बचाएगी
Coops.
इसका कुछ तो मार दो भाई अब
Try and get
तो
the res onto Ragnarok. They won't be able to keep him
मार
safe.
दो रेफ से पहले मार दो कुछ
Charging
क्या
forwards. Coops to be the backup. They are isolated in this fight. No third parties, and the rest isn't there. He pops up, but will it be enough? Steps out with another angle. He goes immediately back down, and Coops enters the front door.
नाइस
For GK, at least they got the sweetest little
ऊपर की टीम सारी मर गई
from one of our friends out there in the
क्या रेस
crowd.
बची है इधर मर जा
But GK will go on no further.
ओजी ने अच्छा मारा रे आरू 4 किल मार रहा रे सोलो
Flash from the distance.
क्या बात है रे आरू यार
He
नाइस
knows
सुना आरू
he's
भाई
playing out here. He knows he has
क्रेजी
to
भाई
move. As you said,
कि दिखाया नहीं भाई ये
KRX
लोग फाइट यार ओजी की
moving on the sidelines. Obviously, it's an awkward area of the map to play. Difficult to get the right sidelines in position. Bose, the step up, sends an aid over the top. It looks off kilter though.
Oh, forces them out wide and into the sidelines, and it's the barrels to do the dirty work. Binny not quite connecting. The shotgun is ringing out.
क्या मारा रे ये फिर लग
Doing the
गया
work, but the explosion takes it down instead, and the rest of Flash.
आखिरी बचा क्या
looking
रेस
to
मार दे
rally the
क्या रेस
support,
में
but
कुछ तो
now
मार
it's
दे
just
क्या
Tops
ऐसा
in
भाई
a 1v1, I think,
मार दे
against
बनी
Toxie.
बनी
But he won't the RX. Looking to keep things going,
Okay,
and
yeah.
Bose might be resable here. Hoxie kept out in the cold.
Hoxie moves forward.
ये जाएगा
On
रिस्क
the
नहीं
vehicle,
जाएगा
like you said, Tops.
उसको इन्फो दे रहा
His
प्रॉपर
boy
प्रॉपर नहीं
Bose
जाएगा
back
इसका
up
अच्छा
on
नहीं
his
जाएगा
feet. Nade sent through, not cooked for very long. Looking to use it as part of a distraction, but it is on target. Almost hit the double. Gets up towards the monster truck. Going to use those vehicles. There's a little bit of cover here. The wheels, a great position to peek off the back of. You know what? QXZ is resible. Ollie goes far, goes long.
Forces him to stay up close to the vehicle. Less opportunity for some solid nade angles. The bounce looks good, but it only tickled, and he's stepping out wide. He's out in the open. Back to a nade,
Back
though.
towards it.
Hits the deck to stay alive. Doesn't go down to a spray. Hoxie there, under pressure. The monster truck keeping him safe. Another nade, another chance to find the knock. Forces him wide, but this time the shrapnel is
मार
just
देता
too
ना भाई
much, and
उसके यार
somehow Hoxie keeps it together.
उसको इन्फो दे दिया ब्रो
Keyword DRX. Well, Hoxie is sending some lukewarm grenades. No
ये वाला मार
intention
देंगे
at a
क्या
single
रखो
one finishing them off, but 4 of them, that'll do the trick.
ULF chicken
Carry on with Yol as well as Top. Still
नहीं
playing
सुनो
for
कोई
Big
ULF की
Galaxy
कोशिश कर लो
though, right? This
भाई
is a
निगम
huge
गैलेक्सी
game
के
for
पीछे
them.
है
Not only because they've made it
दिक्कत
quite
है
far
सकता भाई
into this
ULF
game,
को
but
लोग तो
because they
बहुत
have to claw back those points
मुश्किल
right
है
now.
ULF
The
सैंडविच हो
first
जाएगी
game
पूरे
was devastating for their points tally. They need to get a little
ULF
bit more out
sandwich
of this
हो गया
one.
भाई
Currently, Ulf is
अगर
stuck
ऊपर
a
फाइट
little bit
नहीं
further
गए
out the
तो
circle, trying to watch for teams coming in from this south side, which I think makes sense. Try and clear that area as much as possible. Top is
ये
pretty
होता रनिंग पे
isolated
करने का
here, but
फायदा
then
है
again,
उसने उसको ऊपर लोगों
If
भगा
Coops
दिया
or
वहाँ से
Lord gets spotted,
अब
gets
उसके नीचे
taken
वाला
down
सेफ है
by
बंदा
either Top or
खेल
a
सकता है
player
वो
from
तो
Ulf, it's going to be a little bit easier for him to find something. Ketch has been spotted. That's coming through from the Ulf. No, hang on a minute. Where is
क्यों
that
ऊपर
coming
कौन है
from?
रे
I think
क्यों
that might be Ralph who's taking shots out to Ketch, but Lord is going to fall down. And
गलती
Top
करा
now can start to chime in.
यहाँ क्यों जा रहा था
Pick those points away. Indeed, he does. He gets that flush. He steals that point away. And that is nasty for Enigma Galaxy. They lose another, and they're down to 2. Ralph regroups with Coops, and Top sends away. They're now on the back of the queue against Ulf to try and move their way forwards. Do they have the gumption? Do they have the power?
Coops fully stimmed up right now. Frothing at the mouth, looking for those elims. Ralph comes in from the sidelines. Might just find nothing off the back of this, and it absolutely is the
क्या कर रहा
case.
था ये?
Coops now has to make a recovery off the back. 3
छोड़
seconds
देगा
left on that grenade. It goes slightly wide. Might just tuck itself back in again. Ulf, in the meantime, is trying to get the rest of their players back up on the sidelines. It could be big. Sticky grenade out next. Aaron extremely low.
Chucks, I think that went through the window there. Nearly takes them down, but they're behind the shack now. The info that Coops was able to gather from Ralph's roll forwards was that
अब निकाल
wasn't
सकते हैं
quite
ULF
paying
से
attention, but now they've got the rest. Now they've got more, but Coops still has something left.
रेड लगा
He's
नेट को
charging forwards. Kelsey wants the res onto Aaron as the rest of Ulf are taking damage.
अबे जोन में नहीं है क्या ULF वाले
Aurora, maybe even Keyword DRX, and there
ओए
he goes. Coops is on a tear. Ketch is down. It's just Scarface now to stand in the face. But can Coops get the angle? He turns around, confirms the points, and into the fight he goes.
This is the missing spearhead of the spear for
मर
Enigma
गया
Galaxy. He will finally go down. He almost saw it in the picture-in-picture. A tiny smile
भाई
on
कैरेक्स
his
वाले यार
face,
अच्छा निकाल
despite
दिया
that being one of the most insane insanely pressured moments for any player to be in. And Ulf is taken down by it. KRX, 9 elims on the game. It's a strong one for them, currently in second place and looking to take first.
KRX
after this all does conclude. But they've got to deal with Aurora, who have been once again immortal in this match.
Top and Ziol have just been marauding around these east side hills for so long, and they're actually now fairly close together. These nades, the peak angles that they can take, probably going to be quite profitable. Actually, Hoxie being in that shack may be a detriment to them. With the position it takes on the circle, the next zone closes dead center. He's going to have to lead first. So when does he do it? He might want to try and figure out something now.
Into a 2v2 here.
Aura Gaming.
Ziol wraps around. The fact that Aurora's played on the north side, they've played back down to the south. They have made a lot of plays that other teams try to go for and were unsuccessful in. It is magnificent, but they are down to limited materials. 3 nades, 2 smokes, 3 nades on top. He's going to try and move around the sides. If you can get up towards the shack here.
Rotate away from Hoxie, and Top was trying to get that off angle, but now has to step back in as Hoxie's putting Ziol under pressure. Top yet to step into the firing line, but draws the attention and disengages the fight.
This is good from KRX.
भाई वो शक्ल check पर तो ना.
Vehicles have to be done there to ensure that, you know, it's difficult.
Nice near है. और निकाल लेंगे लग रहा है मेरे को.
Player in the vehicle. Whilst you've got 2, you may as well use them. These nades start to come through now.
Until वो लोग कुछ.
Hoxie's back up to 70%.
ये ले खत्म. और हम लोग कुछ.
Beautiful here. QXC now has to deal with it. Another one right up in his face. They go Top moving around the side. Aurora, a difficult beast to handle.
This is what Top wanted to do originally. The pressure onto Ziol made it too hard. Another nade and Ziol nearly takes it down there, but Top now has the angle. He's got them on a broadside. Insult to injury. Take down the down player first, but it is a duo chicken dinner.
Aurora chicken. Let's go, bhai.
Second place, KRX obviously
तो हो रहा ही बोलूँगा भाई.
up in towards first. It's a really good game so
अबे DRX वाले हगा दिखे भाई.
I think what we got to take from this is the consistency these boys have been.
भाई लेकिन ओजी का आरू का मारा है रे क्रिकरी रे बैगन. मजा आया रे आरू. भाई रिप्ले में दिखाऊं ना यार आरू को क्या मारा है वो आरू भाई अपना.
Crowning moment was the pressure that they put on 4 Thrives on their eastern side, moving down towards the hills and forcing 4 Thrives into an unfavorable position. Really nothing that they could do about it at that stage, but what a pressure those 2 players had.
Yeah, I think it's scary to play against. It really is. It's that fear factor sometimes that can be awkward to play around. Not a single moment was there where we didn't see KRX under basically the hydraulic press of those 2 players, constantly switching positions, constantly making it very, very difficult to work with. They layered the vehicles instantaneously. Zol's ready and waiting to back them off those angles. Cool stuff. Very, very cool stuff. And instantly after they backed off, the boys just instantly went elsewhere. So you immediately had no information once again. Again, that's that veteranship coming through from Aurora. They've played a lot of these moments before.
Absolutely, they know what they're doing. I mean, it was, you could see how aware
यार आरू को दिखाओ ना यार एक बार
to be aware when Top regrouped back over after that flex out, and then he was like, oh, we got to knock. Now I can do that exact same play. They knew what they wanted to do. They delivered, they executed, and as a duo, they are still a terrifying force to behold over on Erangel and many, many other maps as well yet to come. That was really, really great stuff towards the end. I really enjoyed that finish. I think it was pretty classy.
It was very, very classy indeed. And for all
team I bet 4-8-12 ऐसे बैठेंगे.
Super happy that Coops is here. He's an
4 पैनल होंगे.
player. It's great to see him at PMWC. 4 Thrives, I liked the gameplay. It felt like there was a little tiny bitsy bit of overconfidence.
4 team इधर बैठी है.
As he went down towards that south side. I mean, fair enough to them. They're feeling themselves. I would much rather a team was feeling overconfident and pulled that back a little bit. But yeah, let's head over to an interview with
public तो बिल्कुल भी नहीं है बे.
He's doing today, which honestly has been fairly good.
All right, thank you very much, Kalaris here for PMWC for EWC 26. I'm with Falak, the man himself, and I want to talk about Game 1 here for that Rondo match as a whole. Because Erangel wasn't too impactful. Let's talk about Rondo. you guys were on the west side for quite a while, EK was north of you, and you were a little bit stuck in there, but you kind of made a good meal of it. So what was the game plan for Four Thrives in those moments?
Our game plan was pretty simple from the start, that we have to hot drop, take kills, and just scout, like whichever places are free, we are just scouting and rotating according to that.
Okay, so I mean, in that
What's the accent is
for a Falak here, looking for an MVP already by the looks of things. Do you think that it's going to be there's going to be challenges from other players if you're able to put up those kinds of performances, or is it going to be the Falak show alongside Four Thrives?
Yeah, I mean, it will be a problem for other players if I be consistent. Then yeah.
Absolutely. Well, thank you very much, Falak, for joining us here. I'll let you get back to your team. Obviously, plenty more games to come here at PMWC at EWC 26. That is Falak here from Four Thrives.
पलक बोलता कैसे रे?
Target able to put up the
हाँ भाई अब रुकती तो आवाज नहीं आ रही कुछ बोलियो हाँ अब सही है अब इसका एक्सेंट वाला जीसा था भाई ओए पता नहीं क्या एक्सेंट में बोल रहा था भाई एकदम खतरनाक रे
ऐसे करके जैसा कि क्या भाई फसल काट रहा है क्या
ओए बदतमीजी नहीं भाई वो फलक है भाई वो अबे आड़ू 4 किल मार दिया भाई 6 किल निकाल लिया भाई अबे आतंकी का देखा तूने वाला अबे क्या नॉक फिश करके घूम के नॉक दिया उसने यार
चल तो भाई इंडिया वालों का यही है डब्बा पहले डालने का बाकी का पहले डब्बा डालेगा
अबे फिनिश करते ही भाई वो उसी तो घूम के मारा भाई क्या सेक्सी मारा भाई लेकिन वो
S12 के इसी में काम आ जाती है S12
हाँ EMP वगैरह नहीं चला पाएंगे इसमें
It doesn't matter if it's refits, it doesn't matter if it stops, show or dock. As top Ansiol were able to finish off that match right there. They get this win. Actually, it feels like in a long time unless we go back to PMMI. But for this squad, this is what I wanted to see out of day one, Max.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good win, right? Of course, making it as a duo, top Ansiol making it happen. I feel like everyone on the team made a duo win happen eventually, but really
अभी EWC आइडिया पे लगा भाई वो खेलने आ रहा हूँ
But you know what? I feel like the reason why they got that chicken dinner genuinely, and I don't know if you agree with me on this one, is because the teams did
Access है भाई सब
there, especially Flash. I feel like if Flash take up that hilltop,
जा तू खेल क्या फटाफट से कितने दिन में आएगा
but so many fumbles were made throughout the entirety of that game. Aurora as a duo
वो तो मर जाएगा जल्दी
nowhere and snatch away.
अरे noob
that chicken dinner
कितना है 6 पॉइंट है 17 पॉइंट इसका DRS से 15 अभी आएगा टोटल आ जाने चाहिए यार टॉप 5 टॉप 8 तो होंगे टॉप 6
Ziol on that anchor point in the middle of zone, then you had Top running around.
अभी पता लगेगा
the galaxy going, hey, you don't want to come up
8
here.
पॉइंट इसमें है पहले के तो
news for you if you do. He did the exact same thing with KRX, and in the end, that is what won them.
हाँ राइड में वो चले जाते हैं ना सोलो को मार के निकाल लेते हैं भाई ये लोग
good amount of points. Honestly, KRX with 9 eliminations, 15 points total.
पैसे चिकन के लिए हाँ
you know what I have to say to that? Sorry to everyone's ears at home.
Great insight.
Yeah, thank
चला है
you.
ये भाई वो पलक ने क्या मारा है
अबे गीक वाले तो क्या वो लेके खेलना है भाई
Able to obviously go into
वो
contention
गीक वाले
with
भी खेल उठा
Flash.
लेते
This team
गीक वाले
right now
इसलिए किल नहीं उठा
is
बस
using
OG
strategy
बैटिंग
to
करके
their
हाँ
advantage, and
ना OG
unfortunate
ने
for
किल उठाया
Flash,
ना
you know,
गीक
it was
वालों
kind of
ने
that
किल उठाया
contention
वो
having
दोनों एक
both of
दूसरे
them
में मरते
together,
रह गए
but it's the Hoxie show today. Was
दोनों
able
पे
to
एक
sort of
दूसरे पे ज्यादा
hold
ही
off
फोकस
that
कर लिया
and revive the team and have them sort of get back into that game. I liked how in this position here they were able to cause the smokes to move positions against Aurora.
आएगा
They
पूरा
got in, and obviously Aurora did read that incredibly well. But I mean, for this
अच्छा कर लिया
duo to be able to compete against the likes of that, I think they did incredibly well moving to that final zone.
इनको क्या
You're
हुआ
talking about Hoxie, and I want to say Hoxie was great, especially in that fight versus
पता
Flash,
नहीं
as you
भाई क्या हो
mentioned.
गया
But also early on versus Alu.
अबे खेल ही लेते
That was
कंसिस्टेंट है भाई दोनों में
speed run. That was a PUBG Mobile. What was happening on that? You're taking, yeah, okay. I agree,
DRS
good
ने
point.
चिकन
No, no, really, that fight he creates an opening opportunity by getting a first nade knock onto Alula. And the entire team, Nick Cho just rocks up.
Zone case में आ गया
all
वो.
at the same time, and you blink and you miss it. All of that Ula just fully eliminated. One of the quickest fights I've ever seen on the global stage. What the hell?
Yeah, and that's how you want to do it, right? If you're gonna go in, you gotta go in big and instantly, because you want that team to not have any recourse at all. You want them to not know you're there, and then the minute
अरे EWC वाले मैडम ने क्या मेकअप लगा रखा है भाई, कितना टॉप लगा रहा है मेकअप में.
you want to play PUBG Mobile, and yeah, exactly what they said.
अरे मेकअप देखना भाई कैसे थोप रखा है भाई. ना भाई तेरे से शॉट नहीं. तेरे से शॉट नहीं. अब चालू करो ना भाई, क्या बकबक कर रहे हैं लोग. रुको OG की बात हो रही है. क्या बोल रहा है?
Yeah, it was a lot better. We did see them full send. There we go, full send over to the center of the circle, and we did see a little bit more aggression. There was
तारीफ कर रहे हैं OG के लोग तो.
Okay, some knocks.
ये मेकअप वाली मैडम तारीफ कर रही है रे.
It is nice to see. That's what I wanted to see, a little bit more of that aggression.
अंग्रेजी में तारीफ करिए, अंग्रेजी में.
Rondo for them was really more about just going, okay, we're here, bringing that one back.
अबे मैं कह रहा हूँ गोडल का कल मजा आएगा भाई. कल गोडल के मैच का परसों है.
Max.
Yes.
Lace.
भाई चालू करो ना भाई, क्या कर रहे हो तुम देर में यार.
The NA King, none other than Coops, baby, because he ended up showing up. He's back. Nick McGalaxy being able to respond in a big way, especially with what happened early on in Rondo. This is what we want to see out of Nick McGalaxy, especially with the way that they were playing too. They were playing a lot of edge early on.
Yeah, I mean, during PMJ Season 1, the fact that Coops was to play for that team, it left a void, right? And it was felt throughout the entirety of the tournament for Nick McGalaxy. But he came out popping off against Ulf there. This 2-2 split, like, he's pinned, so there's no way he's going to survive. But you forget one important point.
अब इसकी आंखें देख, चश्मे वाले की नीली आंखें हैं इसकी.
Beautifully able to get himself those 2 eliminations, and he knows. And maybe not going to make eliminations on Ulf. He knows when he has to give up to secure as many points as possible. It's a great mindset to have.
आंखें बड़ी यार इसकी यार.
I didn't know if you knew this, but Coops
निकाल के दे दे पेन.
chickens and chicken.
आगे रे मेकअप वाली मैडम, आगे रे मेकअप वाली मैडम बकबक कर रही है.
You know what we need? We need.
अबे बिल्कुल भी पब्लिक नहीं है भाई, इससे ज़्यादा तो अपनी इंडिया में आ जाती है भाई. अबे तू वो ऑडियंस देख भाई, कितनी ऑडियंस है.
#EWC26 shared on social media, and I'm still waiting to see some edits. Means by Kainat, Leo, I'm looking at you. I want to see those edits with the gun sounds from Max and
इंडिया में कर ले भाई एक बार ये लो. पागल हो जाएंगे भाई EWC वाले. क्या वॉचिंग है बोलेंगे.
Hold on, let me rewind that. I want to see the overall, because with the overall we're going to be seeing KRX currently with 28 points.
टोटल पॉइंट आ गए. OG 7 पे है 14 पॉइंट के साथ.
You can hear Kalaris saying in the background, the South Korean overlords. Yes, he's so happy about it. I mean, clearly they've been looking so good. Hoxie, we talked about him in this game.
DRX 28 पे #1
from time to time, so I'm very happy they can be number 1, especially without a single.
क्या बात है रे क्रिकेटी.
I do believe, spoiler alert, they might get eventually throughout the entirety of Group A, but this is looking like a stacked top 5. But all games, Niptra, I know you and me were pretty hyped about this team. Just shy of making it top 5.
Raider की गलती, Raider की lobby.
Oh, I can't wait. They've been looking really good so far.
Raider बोलेगा मेरी टीम है, मेरी टीम.
Up to a really good game, but they have been making moves, which I'm really appreciating. I do want to go just very quickly though on to 4 thrives there. Yes, in that last game they did get a bit swallowed up in all the teams going to the same position. That's fair. However, we are seeing
मर जाते थे नुबड़े.
16 eliminations. 5 placements.
एक किल 1 पॉइंट पे है रे वाले थंडर वाले.
From the Rondo, exactly. So for me, I'm kind of just like, oh, I hope that changes.
What do you want to see exactly? What they're currently doing.
पता नहीं. अरे आरू भाई कैसे आरू भाई, बिग फैन आरू भाई.
Long answer. I need them to continue to be
दिखाया था बे आरू को.
like that Rondo. They're more controlling into the end game, and then after that, being a little bit more aggressive. I think getting swallowed up was not the best idea for Arango.
सब तैयारी कर रहे हैं भाई अपनी अगले मैच की.
The third party that they were able to do on Futia and Go, though, it ended up working out for them right up until the zone started pushing.
क्या
I feel like it's to your play. I prefer to see a full team.
क्या बोल रहा है तू? अभी तेरी आवाज कम आ रही है.
Taking literally 3 fights at once. There was Fury.
ओ ये कौन है रे? लड़की नहीं अरे लड़का ही है शायद.
Commit to it, and if you keep your players alive, guess what? You can fight.
अरे प्लेयर था भाई कोई.
picking fights. Team GOAT. They have had so many chances where they have gotten knocks.
अरे मेकअप वाली मैडम मर जाओ ना भाई तुम.
Following through, so I mean, you know, they're having teams in contention on each side of them, and for some reason they're not making those decisions that you're talking about to follow up on those knocks, and then clearly getting third-partied. And something is going wrong with this team because this is not the kind of stats that they are generally used to pulling in these sorts of tournaments. But I think they've got like three on the board. Like, this is not something we should be seeing from Go.
I know what the issue is. I didn't see it. I didn't see it. This man needs a hovercraft. He might get a win.
By the way, on the previous interview that we got from Kalaris too with Falak, that might be the most smack talk that I think I've heard Falak say since he ended up saying Falak here. Rosemary here. But let's end Kalaris and Jackie at the stage.
That's right, thank you boys. Of course, I'm here with Jackie.
वो तो लेटेस्ट स्टार्ट करेगा.
कल तू भी स्लॉट ले ले. कल से हम वो ट्राइडेंट की जो इनविटेशनल प्रो रंबल वाली स्क्रीन होती है वो खेलेंगे.
कहाँ पे हो रही है?
अरे वो अचीवमेंट के हिसाब से मिलती है. किसी मैनेजर से बोल के ले ले.
अरे तो करवा कौन है वो तो बता नाम.
जतिन.
जतिन करवा रहा है. रुक.
जतिन से बात कर. हमने ले लिया. कल से मिलेंगे हम उधर ही.
न्यूज़ोन में है
क्या?
न्यूज़ोन है.
आवाज नहीं आ रही तेरी.
मैं कह रहा हूँ न्यूज़ोन में है.
हाँ न्यूज़ोन में ही है. तो
ओरियन वाला जतिन ना. ओरियन वाला
मेरे को ये नहीं पता. मेरे को ट्राइडेंट वाला सीन है. मेरे को तो ओरियन का शायद अलग होगा. डोंट नो सेम है कि अलग है.
तूने किससे लिया है? श्रेय से.
मैं नंबर भेजता हूँ. रुक.
हाँ भेजिए.
For a good while.
Me, but we've had some disagreements, James.
I think disagreements is the right way to describe it, right? Because I think that they replaced 4th Rise at PMMI, kind of got 23rd place. The GOAT team is on the ramp,
Look, all I'm saying is much
number to
like
save it. Jatin se number
start, get the gravity, hit that ramp, and you got to go up for it. It takes a bit of time. Like, you ever been on a roller coaster?
क्या बोलूं? क्या चल रहा है इसका?
You can't drop.
प्रो रंबल वाली स्क्रीन यार इनविटेशनल जो होती हैं.
अच्छा प्रो रंबल कह रहा है क्या?
So you got
इनविटेशनल जो स्क्रीन.
हेड से भाई मैं सोचूं पता नहीं क्या बोल रहा है.
The guy's got chutzpah, he's got charisma, and he's going to be rizzing up Paris, I tell you.
There you go. All right. Well, without further ado, it's time to head on over to the captain's team here for our next game here for PMWC.
चल मैं जा रहा हूँ. मैच स्टार्ट हो गया.
I'm ready for him. I'm ready to get that Riz coming through from Moxie. We'll see if they're able to take it to the battlegrounds, though, as Erangel is our next match. It's our middle Erangel map. We've got 3 today. We've already seen 1. Let's see if things are going to go differently here.
I'm upset that no one talked about force in that whole segment. Dude's a madman. I mean, proper understand. He's the one pushing
right.
down roller coaster up the ramp right now.
You know what? We've got the whole game to talk about it, so we can show that.
I mean, I don't need that much time.
Okay.
Well, like 30 seconds was around enough.
Yeah. Pick a side, you know. Enough of this fencing. We're going into this game. From Novo up to Stalborough, heavy east lean on the plane path blank. Places like Georgia Bowl, pretty inaccessible. Saverny, though, for Aurora, should be pretty chill.
Well, I mean, they could do both, right? They could easily do Sosnovka. I think for Aurora, Sosnovka drop here wouldn't be a bad idea. Depends how much success they're having. Saverny, you got the loot truck over there as well, so potential they want to lock in on that. But it does seem like Aurora is dropping out up towards Sosnovka. After all, Geeky, not doing badly. Not doing badly. I think that they have the right idea of it. There was that game we just saw where the greed did come through, right? We saw the eyes turn gold for a second, and then quickly they met their demise soon afterwards, the old misers of those locations. But I do think that for Geeky there was right maneuvers being made. It's just some of that experience here and there is coming back to bite them in those situations. I 100% know some of those teams would have regrouped a lot sooner on that spot. Ulf also, it's a bitter pill to swallow after that last game versus Coops. But yeah, it's a tough position to play inside that shack. That's all they really had to work with. I don't think they had too many vehicles either. Otherwise, they might have just set up a bit more of a junkyard in that location. This time around, looking for small points. But again, it's shaping up quite nicely on the leaderboard. It's nice to see South Korea up in front. In first place with KRX, but Aurora, 4 Thrives, Ulf, All Gamers, OG's even up there, which is cool to see. These are sort of the teams we expected.
Yeah, absolutely. You need to be looking out for it. The circle did pop during that flank, and it is heavy southeast. It looks like we're going to all corners of Erangel today.
भाई कल से फेस कैम मैं चालू करता हूँ भाई तब कुछ एक सेकंड लाइफ आगे जा रहा एकदम पूरा हाँ
could potentially see some hovercraft rotations.
मर गया भाई
He's mad with it, looking good, but the bullets now ringing out from the high ground. But the jet force not hitting for quite a while there. We'll finally be able to put that one to bed.
Yeah, gets him eventually, but might have an easier time if he had the Ninetales Fury AUG skin, which you can grab in game today. Make your rolls, make your pulls. So far.
रुक जा भाई सीरियस मैटर चल रहा है बहुत इधर भी रुक जा रहे
good one. But RQ
सीरियस मैटर चल रहा है भाई बहुत अभी
क्या हो गया? You do have Thunderstorm down towards the south side. They're currently playing Milton.
बेचारे को ओपन में मार दिया भाई यार
You have a lot of Soz knockouts.
ओए अपने गोल्ड वाले बंदे
But it's the amount of water involved.
क्या बोल रहा है
from Paris currently. A lot of fans
वो
here
देख
with
रहा हूँ
us, which is
लाइव
nice
कैम
to see. Joining right from the beginning here, support their favorite teams.
कुछ नहीं भाई
support from lots of different teams, fan bases. Love to see it. Getting in and amongst it.
सर्कल के नीचे का है वो हिस्ट्री का सर्कल है क्या?
Taking down the loot.
सर्कल दिखाया नहीं अभी तक लोगों ने
Grab them.
देख 1500 मीटर दूर दिख रहा है मतलब लेफ्ट के नीचे कहीं है सर्कल
Plenty of ordnance to send down range.
And
in they go. Cooper's going to be taken on.
OG वाले कहाँ पे बुजुर्ग को
Is Max going to be happy? Is he going to get an MG3?
Ralph's just got a shotgun.
ये ट्रक वगैरह फोड़ने नहीं वाला
Did get the level 3 vest, which might help him live for a little bit longer when he makes those crazy crashes.
7 नहीं पे आ रहे हैं RGC वाले तेरे
Definitely a good distraction though, to allow Coops to explode onto the scene there. But what we're talking about is a huge amount of water that's involved here. It's a gargantuan amount. I think for a lot of players, they're quite salty about it, just like the sea, because
RGC क्यों लगाया है? Reject force और RGC
as you move over towards that southeast side, you're on that slope down towards Milton Power. You have the Deadwoods. This is not a very fun area of the map.
नाम तो देख शिवा डेविल
when you've got 16 teams all in play right now, which is why you're seeing a very slow rollout. Most teams realise that they're going to be playing edge for a long time off the back of this one.
Baby
Long enough to maybe see those two of our youngest fans in the crowd grow old enough maybe to play in these tournaments themselves. It's going to be a little bit of a slow one, but all for making their way. Nick Galaxy is starting to break away from Potato Hill now as well, looking to try and get away from Pachinki.
OG वाले निकलेंगे नहीं क्या?
Pushing in past that mansion prison area. Looking to send on towards the top of the hill, towards that lumberyard position potentially, or might just draw short on the south side of prison, around those shelter entrances.
Yeah, we do. I mean, we got some loud fans.
अब एक तो ना मैच फीड बंद कर रखी है ना जोन दिखा रहे हैं.
4T, which is always good to see. I mean, they've got some good fans as well, and they deserve it with some of the performances they've been putting up so far. 23 points currently. Again, we got to back it off a little bit though. Going into this game, pull back on the gas, right? I don't think they need to go too hard just yet. They have some strong players on that team, and they have the consistency to work with. And I agree with Seven. It's probably the most smack talk I've ever heard from Falak before. He's a very respectful guy at the end of the day, despite being such a menacing game. But yeah, it is funny that for Falak, smack talk consists of
delay तो ना है.
I think that's to be fair though.
कहाँ delay है?
Maybe any player in this lobby. It's about it, but it is that consistency is.
अरे लाइव से glitch हो गई यार एक तो.
Depends what consistency is.
I'll say at least 50% of the lobby, if they are on a consistently performing day at their sort of peak. Yeah, absolutely. Anybody on their best day could sweep a lobby like this. Hey, but, okay, let me picture this. Okay,
अरे वो सब पलटेगा वो
Take Doc.
ग्लिच हो गई लैब जेट यार वो
Put Doc on his best day.
ड्रीम एलिमेंट की वजह से यार हट रहा है
Really live up to that hype.
Well, that's what I'm saying, right? If Doc's on his best day, yeah, nobody stands a chance.
How many? If we say everyone else is on their best day, still how many players live?
ये DRX वाले यहाँ कहाँ से आ गए
Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah, I don't want to put it. There are levels to this.
There are levels.
You know, there's Doc.
क्या बोल रहे हैं भाई वो प्रीमियम लेने पड़ते हैं भाई
Ever the engine in that last match towards the end, but he was allowed to unleash. Weirdly though, weirdly though, yeah, they are completely split right now. I feel like this is something that happens with Enigma Galaxy way too
क्या कर रहे हैं Enigma Galaxy वाले कहाँ जा रहे हैं रे
opposite sides of the map.
You have to give these guys a little bit credit right now. This is a
नहीं बरे बच गया शोर पे जा रहे हैं भाई शोर पहुंच गए भाई थोड़ी जगह
This is a fairly central location in the circle. You need two players behind to try and get loot as much as possible. Enigma Galaxy, and then you just make this wild approach. If anything, worked out ridiculously well. They have two players over on the coastal side down towards Mills Park. If this continues to move south,
ये सही जगह पहुंच गए भाई तेरी आगे तू कहाँ देख रहा है आगे चल रहा है तू
तो फायदा है
स्क्वाड हाउस देख रहा है ना तू
रुक 10 सेकंड पीछे हो गया मेरा
considering that. But they managed to get 10 on their second match, and with this, they might
अभी मैं यासना पे हूँ
that up a little bit further. So I actually don't mind this. I don't mind this.
1 लाख से ऊपर बचेगा यार PUBG में
push up those points, get a little bit more amongst it on the tables. It's the back stop for Enigma Galaxy. Look at a regroup. About 3 kilometers to go before they find their other duo. It's a long road ahead of them on the south side, potentially fraught with danger.
Step 2, yeah.
This is nuts.
Maybe we can get to profit, but yeah, step 2 is going to come through first.
Yeah, and they've got Aurora behind them as well. This is a pretty nasty spot, I think it's safe to say, for the backstop.
ओए क्या जोन गया रे prison वाला
Still cuts in maybe 20% water here, Blank. Keeps that prison position in. The hills to the north of Mills are up towards that lumberyard, the deadwood as well. Teams are going to have to try and find their place amongst the trees.
भाई DRX पे सच्ची जगह है भाई
To be quite close.
ये तो टॉप पे यार
All of these teams are a bit too close.
मुझे DRX से निकाल लेंगे वाला मैच में OG भी अच्छी जगह है भाई OG वाले भी प्रेजेंट ले लें भाई वॉच टावर प्रेजेंट खेलने भाई कितना स्पीड खेलने भाई लोग OG वाले एक अंदर एक बाहर है मुश्किल है OG वालों का
Try and get ourselves as central as possible. Work our way into this one. Not a lot of fights going through.
हाँ ऊपर पत्थरों पे
The wheel 10 and 2 right now to get into this circle.
दो बंदे उनके क्यूब पे खेल रहे हैं मतलब किधर दो बंदे ऊपर खेल रहे हैं चाहते तो थोड़ा एडजस्ट करके तो भगा
further towards that northeast side.
गी को 40 के फाइट हो गई एक नो
भाई चूत बैक करके इसमें चढ़ाता ना
there is an answer and it's Falak and Haifa now. Look at her try and take on Zamji and Kevin from down below, moving that hovercraft into position with that.
ये ले फूट गया और बच गया भाई और
can he go for the rest? No, there's another nade and T24 is a goner.
मर जाएगा
Stays alive though with the protection of the hovercraft. It's going up in smoke, it's on fire now. Forced out, more nades. PK playing siege to them.
ऊपर है वो देख किल लेना
Falak's nowhere to be seen on this fight.
अरे बच कैसे गया
Down to 4th rise, go down to 2 once again. This is a real rough
भाई
approach
OG
from the
मारी
last 2 games.
टॉप को मारा OG ने
Even Ulf's getting involved now.
किल ले लिया एक किल आ गया
A little bit more damage for Zypher.
गीक वाला क्यों भाग गया लेकिन
यार एक तो ऑरोड वाले चूतिए
भाई 40 को मार क्यों नहीं रहा है मार के खत्म करेंगे 40 वालों को
भाई उन्हें लग रहा है कि
all gamers were instant
क्योंकि एक स्टोरी हुआ ना भाई की गिला है
they are playing around that lumberyard area.
इसका एक बंदा भाग के किधर गया इसका बंदा
अब एक बंदा का आया ही नहीं है फलक इनका एक बंदा आया ही नहीं आज भी तक
नहीं इनका भी तो पीक वाले के बंदा किधर गया
पता नहीं भाई क्या कहां भाग गया
also losing a player. They're pretty happy. GK going down to 2. First place is looking pretty nice right now for them. But remember, this is a chase for top 5 for direct qualification spots here in Group A and indeed in Group B after this. But it's always good to have an early lead, and that is exactly what they're going to be looking to do.
अबे geek वाले का बंदा कहाँ चला गया? छोड़ के इसको मार देता तो घुस के चढ़ता तो।
हाँ अच्छी जगह भी।
इनके इतनी चाहिए थी इतनी वही।
बेटे से नेड़ बड़े मिल जाते हैं लूट भी जाती।
Looking to push that points count.
किधर गया वो देख नीचे वाले कंपाउंड में पहुंच गया रोड वाले पे।
नीचे लगा जोन मिल। अबे ये कौन है? गोट वाले का उस फुट में कर ले भाई। ओजी को जोन मिल जाएगा।
Circle does move back down again.
देख लेना that is खेल रही दो बंदे ऊपर दो बंदे।
हाँ पता है।
We'll see what they can get done with it because again, Open Galaxy has thrown away a lot of end games in the past.
ओजी वाले मार।
Even though they get themselves there, I think Coops is that secret bit of sauce that they do require.
भाई ओजी के मुंह आरू के मुंह से निकल के ले गया भाई।
This must be how Aurora lost their player. Two orangutan there. Doc, yeah, just caught out in the open. Slow start of the vehicle.
You know what? Aru is looking really good today. I think for Aru, there was always that question for OGs that does the gun skill live up to that idea of PMWC? Seems like these guys have been doing a lot of work as the leader.
भाई देखना भाई खतरनाक ही सीन हो रहा है आरआरकी पहले उसकी करके पिट गई उसकी बंदे ने एंड मूवमेंट पे कॉल दिया और सारे बंदे अपने केटिंग पे कूद के उन्होंने फिर से लूट कर लिया और किले भी कर डाली उधर
on their engagement. It looked like they had a really good opener, but the shots just weren't landing. It was unfortunate, but they do fall for
अरे क्यों गया?
Aurora, they're looking to keep on keeping things trucking low. Remember, you know what we could do with a duo? We've given them an extra player this time around. They're on 3, and they've already opened up for an Elim.
OG का है अपनी?
Cheeky little spot there as well.
अभी बता अपना ऊपर हाई रेट का पूरा एडवांटेज है
many mil to power
बाद में बहुत किल मिलेंगे
the warehouses on that south side could be a pretty powerhouse spot.
That's right. It built power.
ये देख आरआरकी वाले ये है कौन से प्लेयर
Stock yeah, I mean, for all they're playing
नाम में से लिखा हुआ है
सबके नाम में किल
it's not a horrible place to play, but it really depends on the next circle, right? It's so hard to know where it's going to go because it's still folding over towards Deadwoods, it's still folding back the other way towards Milter Power, as well as Mini Milter.
अच्छी जगह क्या
Curious to see how they want to play this out. Goes really
भाई ये क्या रहा है
both ways.
They're
dead center.
ऊपर में उतार दिया उसके बंदे ने वो भी लड़ गया भाई ये क्या कर रहा है
Been on a bit of a tear today with a massive recovery over on Rondo. Now looking to put the hurt in over towards Flower
कौन से?
Just a couple of petals
देखा
left
नहीं
on
ये
that
गेम
rotate.
नहीं
Somehow managing to
पानी
escape
नहीं
with the life left in
अब
it.
देख रहा हूँ मैं
ओ ये कौन है?
He knocks me no.
इतनी आवाज भाई
अच्छा नियो है ये
Seemingly the conclusion on that one. They can get some healing done.
भाई बड़ा है यार संख्या बड़ा है अपनी बहुत पार्टी
With 3 players alive on the west side. Gaming
रुक,
Stars
रुक, रुक,
need
रुक, रुक,
over towards X-Force rejects. And another one.
गेमिंग स्टार का नेट देख
And takes down Shiva.
गेमिंग वाले मार देंगे इनको
Not going to be able to get this.
आरजीसी वाले को
Look at the backstops. They're not for moving. Not one bit.
ओए
भाई ऐसे स्प्रे कर ले इसको
What a horrendous
मेरे तो है ही
Sends over to the north side. Look at all the water in play.
अबे यूएलएफ का उसके
Kelsey needs to live this rotate. Needs to get back to the team.
वो तो भाग अबे क्यों नॉक दे दिया उसको तो ऊपर लगा
Where they come from, all right, all pulling it out the back, as well as Nigma Galaxy on that south coast side. They can sweep through. Furia looking to try and challenge, could be a little bit difficult to deal with, but I feel like Nigma Galaxy have the inside.
चलो बढ़िया 40 मर चुकी है
You're right, though.
अरोरा वाले मर जाए और गीक वाले मर जाए और एजीआर मजा आ रहा है क्यों मर जाए और ओजी को निकाल ले
You've talked about being the biggest fan. I think you can be proud in that title right now.
ओजी दिखाओ ना भाई ओजी
Again, this speed
वो हिंदी वाला देखना हिंदी वाला में ओजी को दिखाएगा वो देखना है बता
हिंदी वाला पीछे चल रहा है बहुत
पीछे चल रहा है और वो क्वालिटी भी उधर ऐसी है
हाँ
चलो इंडिया में यही तो क्या बात है
that they have a fantastic chance at least a top 3 here from this position, but they need to be a format. They have to be a format.
सही भाई इंडिया के पास इतना ऑडियंस है इतना कुछ है वॉचिंग है भाई चाहे तो अच्छा कर सकते हैं बट नहीं
पूरा ग्लोबल है
भाई वॉचिंग भाई इनकी वॉचिंग 200 गुना बढ़ जाती है जब भी इंडियन टीम आती है कहाँ 200-300 की वॉचिंग
वो पबजी मोबाइल की इंग्लिश वाले में 20,000 वॉचिंग आ रही है जबकि अपने जो चूचे
भाई
नेक्स्ट की तो छोड़ ही दो तो उसकी तो 1.5 लाख जाएगी
भाई 1,60,000 है मैं उसी का देख रहा हूँ
I feel like if you put Nick McGalaxy in as a prediction as well, that could have been.
इनको इंडियन ऑडियंस से बस पैसे चाहिए होते हैं, बात खत्म। बाकी मैनेजमेंट कुछ सही नहीं करेंगे, सर्वर भी सही नहीं करते भाई। पिछले 6 महीनों से सर्वर की माँ बहन एक को रखी है भाई।
Taken down with a long range shot from Mini 14 might be reservoir. And all for down to 2 active.
हम लोग वॉच पार्टी कर रहे हैं कि PMWC की बुराई करने आए हो।
ओए नितिन भाई भी आ गया।
लेवल वर्सेस इंडिया भाई कंपैरिजन तो बनता है ना भाई।
भाई मेरे को पता है, मैं जेन्युइन बताऊं ना, मेरे को इस बार ओजी से बहुत ज्यादा उम्मीदें हैं।
मुझे गॉडल से है भाई।
गॉडलाइक से तो है ही भाई, उनका गन पावर बहुत बढ़िया है, बस गेम पावर थोड़ा वीक कर लेते हो।
गॉडल है भाई, गॉडल ना
ऊपर रहेगा ग्लोबल स्टेज पे। मैं बोलूंगा गॉडल, क्योंकि ओजी अगर हो जाए कोई ना कोई बात नहीं, गॉडल ऊपर रहेगी।
ओजी पता है प्योर डायनामिक खेलती है भाई, प्योर डायनामिक से पैसिव बोल सकते हो। उनका एग्रेसिव रहता है।
उनका एक मैच अच्छा गया, फिर बाकी के मैच तो फ्लो में निकाल ही देते हैं।
वही एक ही बस उनका मैच का वही रहता है, उनका मोमेंटम नहीं बनता ना, तो बहुत नीचे चले जाते हैं। एक मोमेंटम उनको मिल गया ना।
बीएस में देख लो #16 में थे।
भाई लाइव
भाई 16 मत बोलो भाई, #16 यार।
अबे एजिल वाला मार रहा है, क्या कर रहा है? अबे इससे गंद पता चलती है डीबीएस वाली की है, स्कोपन वाला से।
अब पता चला।
पेन को नहीं पता शायद। नहीं ओजी ले मार दो, ओजी को नॉक, ओजी ने नॉक दिया, ओजी के 2 नॉक। ओजी ले बाकी लोग एक हो रहे हैं भाई। आखिरी बच्चे यार, दोनों जब हो जाएंगे यार। आजा ओजी वाले भाई। आजा विज ले आ गया डीआरएक्स, मर गई वो जी।
तो एक्सट्रीम रुक चुका है, स्टॉर्म चला
कहाँ रुक चुका है? चल तो रहा,
चल रहा
मर गए डीआरएक्स।
भाई एक किल नहीं मिला भाई ओजी वालों को।
एक किल मिला है, एक किल है।
एक और ले लिया
भाई, मार दे।
Wizgod looking to stay alive, but it's just down to Aru now. Molotov off towards the right hand side. He's not quite on target. Immediately Aru's going to swing round. Lepar has to win this.
किल लेके गया शायद।
Naraku lives to see another day.
नहीं करा उसको भी नहीं करा, नहीं कर दिया। 3 पॉइंट हो गए।
Inside of the circle.
भाई ऐसा ना खेलो करके यार, उधर अपना एरिया बना रहे थे, बढ़िया थर्ड पार्टी कर लेते इन पे डाल के।
Just about survivable for long enough. Hops in, pops the bandage as well. Doesn't have any stims ticking him up just yet, and actually he's going to go straight towards Aurora.
और ये डीआरएक्स वाले साले नीचे रिकॉल कंपाउंड से आए हैं इधर।
Has to take a beat to try and get some healing done. Only 2 nades to try and find an opener.
वापस चले गए वो तो अपना।
Ruthless in this location for the time being. The rest of Aurora look at a regroup now though, and it's going to get more dangerous for Lepar in the next 20 seconds.
ये औरा वालों को चिकन लग रहा है।
डा रोका नहीं आएगा।
Galaxy big brain move on the early game to go for that rotate so early away from the rest of the lads of Chicky. I love it. I really love. I like the fact that they didn't feel dismayed after that first game.
तूने बोल देना देखिए गुड़ के चिकन आएगा भाई अब।
Pretty crushing to be honest. I know how that must have felt. I can try and understand it.
रोटेशन की गई है वो निगमा गैलेक्सी।
हाँ वही तो कहते हैं, 100 रुपए कहते हैं
जब। Love it. I really do love it. And if it pays off, that will give some great confidence into the future.
Or maybe it could be a false positive, you know, like this. It's so difficult to call things like that. Suffering heavily, they are still 3 players alive, and all 3 are in the zone, but they're under a lot of pressure. This is Lepar actually doing the damage over towards Popsiol. All of those smokes.
मर ये ले मर। डीआरएक्स वाले इधर कहाँ आ गया भाई? घूम के पूरा देखियो डीआरएक्स को देखियो।
भाई देख किल उठा रहे हैं, यही तो है।
मरे डीआरएक्स मर गया। मरे गए डीआरएक्स मर गया।
डीआरएक्स ने अपना नाम चेंज कर लिया भाई, केआरएक्स से कर लिया।
कोडी करके चुका ना।
And the north side getting dismantled. Gaming Stars holding strong.
वो बच गया।
डॉज करा भाई कितना बड़ा इसने। नहीं मार पाएगा भाई।
भाई दूसरे ने आके रुका हुआ था भाई, ये क्या किया?
भाई तो जानना था उसका बंदा भी आ गया था इसके बाद।
all for weather the storm, but man, they would have looked at 4 players up there.
देखिए चिकन निकाल ले गेमिंग से वाले सबसे नीचे है ज़्यादा फर्क नहीं पड़ेगा अब अच्छा ना ज़्यादा फर्क नहीं पड़ेगा ऊपर जी को
पानी का जॉन बनेगा क्या लगता है
ना ना
भाई ये बनता है पानी का जॉन ये नीचे की साइड
नहीं बनेगा बना थोड़ा सा वो नहीं बना
so we just don't know. Next up comes through Nick McGancy has to move. The only teams outside the circle right now, Aurora looks
NGX निकालेगा NGX
but it is just sitting.
NGX को पहले इनको मारना पड़ेगा ना TTG करके
दो ही तो बंदे हैं TTG के कितने बचे हैं आरू वेस्टक 4
looks like yeah they're going to stay waiting for
वो रोटेशन को
1v4 भी तो किया था आपने पिछले मैच में
दिखाया ही नहीं भाई अलर्ट में लोग यार
वो देखा मैंने इंटरेस्टिंग वाला था अच्छा क्या अरे स्ट्रीम क्या कर रहा है
भाई सही है भाई कोई क्या रहा है
देखिए ऐसे 2 आ जाएगा स्टिंगर का जोन आ गया तो
if one of them takes a heavy hit and drops down to try and preserve the health bar, it could be that
ओवे का जगह बेटा वे ओवे का बेटा
जोन नहीं रहा ना ये जोन से ही मरेगा
अगर अपना कभी इधर जॉन रेस तो नहीं जाके
from now and Ralph opted to stay behind just in case, but he is approaching very difficult to get on his belly.
अरे स्टॉर्म भाई तो देख लिया भाई उसने तो प्लान भी बना लिया नेक्स्ट टाइम क्या करना है बता इस मामले में स्टॉर्म आगे रहता है
प्लेन से पर किसी तो डर ही जाना है
नितिन भाई अब तो राउंड 1 खेलोगे तुम यार मजा आएगा
यार तुम्हारे 500 पॉइंट हो गए थे क्या बात है
हाँ
क्या सीन हुआ
ये 500 पॉइंट निकाल के क्वालीफाई
हो गए ना क्वालीफाई 500 पॉइंट तो आ गए
भाई बंदे मैसेज कर रहे हैं भाई मेरे 448 है मैं मैसेज वगैरह भेज रहे हैं मैं उनको क्या ही करूं भाई
उनकी गलती नहीं है भाई वो रूट के दीवार की गलती है
ये दोबारा से ऐसा ना हो कि वापस हम लोग भेज रहे हैं कुछ मिस्टेक्स हो गया वरना स्ट्रॉन्ग
ना ऐसा नहीं होगा
3 दिन अभी राउंड 1 में क्या पता तुम्हारे अभी आ जाएगी
कुछ भी हो सकता है जब तक राउंड 1 ना के तक टच नहीं कर सकते ना बीजीआई इसका हो चुका है तो फिर हमारा ये टाइटन का क्या सीन है
ट्रायडन में नहीं होगा भाई टेंशन आ रहा था
पहले टूर्नामेंट में बीजीआई थोड़ी करा लेंगे
which is taking its sweet time. There's the MG3 job. That one earlier in the Eden feed. I've got to bring it up.
गेम का सर्वर हो गया था भाई मैच के बीच में और इसको तो क्या लल्ला को यूएलएल को
क्या नाम है भाई
पता नहीं क्या नाम है
भाई वैसे भी बॉटम भी खेल रहे हैं बोल रहे तुम तो साले चूतियों से एक पॉइंट निकल नहीं रहा पोजीशन ही निकाल ली उसके अंदर की
निकाल तो लिया
अबे डीआरएक्स वाले कहां है मर गए क्या डीआरएक्स वाले पे
हां भाई पैर के पीछे निकल
अच्छा डीआरएक्स वाले तो मर गए हां
स्टार्स वालों से मरे हैं
हां हां
भाई देखना तू एक बार अगर ओजी तो सर्वाइव करती
ओले कई थी निगमा का
It drops over towards Nick McGancy on that side.
निगमा गैलेक्सी का चिकन है
गोल करना
औरा खत्म भाई
निगमा का
औरा खत्म
Aurora still taking so much.
मैं चाहता हूँ गोट का है भाई गोट का आएगा तो नहीं यार ओजी के बराबर आ जाएगी भाई तो फिर ओजी नीचे जाएगी
मारते जाए तो ठीक है भाई
ओजी बाहर हो जाएगी हां
It's a hell of a dash for yourself, but if you can try and get yourself.
Godlike के मैचेस कब से है?
The Rocky outcrops.
पता नहीं यार परसों से या कल से
If you try and crash Nick McGancy, you get shot.
फॉर्मेट के हिसाब से तो फिर कल से होना चाहिए।
अरे ये देख
ओए गुडर को देख मार दिया भाई
खत्म प्रैक्टिस चल रही है भाई
Yeah, no good option there for Aurora. But QMDRX is going to be pretty happy with 8 teams still alive.
भाई टीटीजी वाला बंदा यार
So they may just be able to maintain their spot at the top. It really doesn't feel like there's 8 teams alive in this.
इस पे तो जोन भी है तगड़ा
Only one team with 4.
ले भाई
ले टॉप 6 तो इनका कंफर्म ही है अभी ऑरा वाला मरेगा
अरोरा वाला मरेगा अरोरा वाला मरेगा
ले टॉप 5 हो गया इनका तो फिर अब फिक्स है टॉप 5
ये देखिए
यू वाले मरेगा अरोरा वाला ही मरेगा अरोरा वाला भी मरेगा
भाई उसने निकाल लिया पर टीटी वाले ने
स्टिंग एनर्जी
अरोरा वाला मर गया
ले भाई टॉप 4 4 पॉइंट्स ऐसे निकाल लिए
बेस्ट टीम है टीटी फिर चाइना की टीमों को पता नहीं
solo, so it's pretty much 3. Thundertalk leaving their lone rack down on the bottom of the cliffs, shotgun in hand, cowering underneath the rocks.
Yeah, I like how I gave a little bit towards Force. He's just
सरफेस कांच कैच
this game.
सरफेस नहीं क्या पता
भाई स्ट्रांग
What else can you do really? I mean, Nick
अरे जान के पढ़ लूंगा यार अरे स्टिंग भाई ये स्टिंग सभी जगह बैठा भाई क्या बात है यार अबे जोन आ गए स्टिंग पे
स्टिंग नहीं है वो सिटिंग है ध्यान से पढ़ उसको
अरे हम लोग स्टिंग बोलेंगे भाई स्टिंग एनर्जी भाई वो जैसे बैठा है ना भाई
ऊपर चढ़ने की अगर रास्ता होता नहीं तो चिकन पे बस
ओह माय गॉड
You think?
भाई PMWC की टीम का अनाउंसमेंट हो गया है
good circles, Goat might have a chance.
लोग मेरी टीम का अनाउंसमेंट हो गया क्या आ गया क्या मेरी टीम का नाम
Oh yeah, that's good.
#16 strong
No, let's keep it going forever.
वो ये यूएलएफ वाले
पता है यूएलएफ वाले ने एनजीएक्स का मैन लॉस नहीं करवाया ना तो फिर एनजीएक्स का चिकन है
ये ले यूएलएफ वाले मार दे यूएलएफ को मार दे कुप्स को उसको मार दो ये फटा ले
अरे एनजीएक्स कर
अरे
The loot crate. They have to move now. If Goal wants to win the game, they have to move now whilst they're fighting.
उसके 2 बंदे हैं भाई 2 ही बंदे हैं उसके
2 ही बंदे हैं
Are they in position? Do they have the vehicles?
इजी लग रहा है
Move forwards, I believe.
इन पे नेट वगैरह नहीं है क्या यूज ही नहीं करते यूटिलिटी नहीं है इन पे कुछ
अबे इतनी देर को मेरे को जा रहे करने ये लोग कुप्स पागल है क्या मर गए भाई ये मरेंगे
मार दिया भाई
अरे ले आई
एनजीएक्स वालों ने अच्छा नहीं खेला सामने वालों
I mean, to be fair, they left saying behind with the MG.
अबे नेट थे भाई यूज ही नहीं कर रहे थे वाओ यार
But finally, they're thinking
ये
potentially.
फट अरे बच गया अरे कैसे बच गया
इंतजार कर रहे हैं गुड वाले बस
This is good actually. I quite like.
इंतजार करें सुन कर कर रहे हैं 5 सेकंड में तक
भाई ये
चल
सेटिंग मेरे को लग रहा है इंस्टेक्ट 2 आने वाला है
Again, it takes a long time to set up those smoke trains.
नहीं अब
Sitting is.
अगर फाइट ली कोर्ट वाले कुछ कर क्यों नहीं रहे भाई कोई फाइट होगी तो हम निकल गए
पता है एनजीएक्स का
Guaranteed for
दो पे डाल देते खत्म करते
nice little boon to Thundertalk to get them off the bottom of the table. Hopefully.
अबे बच गया
अभी की सर्कल की वेट करनी
अब फटेगा एक और फाड़ देगा अभी ये भी फटेगा वो नेड ऐड में कर रहे हैं
नहीं पता
सही है रेडमेंट कर रहे हैं वो
He's looking for the last straggler from Thundertalk. They kind of know where he's going to be now. They're scouting it out, but they may have overcommitted to this split. Lord needs to get back into
the कुप्स की पोजीशनिंग देखना भाई इजी है नहीं निकाल पाएंगे गोट के लिए मुश्किल है
still here.
ओए लॉर्ड
लॉर्ड को दिख गया
अबे
Right now, like you said, getting MG3 down is really bad news.
अब जैसे लॉर्ड के वैसे ही ऊपर आ जाएगा ना स्टिंग
Right now, boost on the back line is a big deal.
आजा स्टिंग ऊपर जा
कुप्स पे नॉक नहीं निकाल तो फिर गेम खत्म है सब पूरा गेम कुप्स पे निर्भर करता है भाई
अरे ले
अरे आजा ऊपर आजा स्टिंग भाई ऊपर आजा यार
Giving them a scare. Killer shot does go down. Coops now
स्टिंग भाई आजा यार
suppressing the angle. Goat playing with turn right on the cliff. Lord is down. Coops now under pressure. And they are melting underneath it. Thundertalk, they do finally fall, but it's only one player. It's all up to Coops.
मर गई भाई
कौन मारा कुप्स मार देगा कुछ पे
1v2 है भाई
Just crumbled like a stale biscuit underneath Goat's hoof.
भाई इतना अच्छा पोजीशनिंग के बाद इन्होंने जो चोक करा है ना भाई डिनाई कर दिया कल से डिनाई कर दिया अरे भाई वो बच्चे लग रहे हैं वे लोग तो यार सब
Moxie hits them with the Riz here in Paris. They are able to find the chicken dinner on what seemed to be an impossible scenario. I feel like Nigma Galaxy just got in their own head. Yeah, I feel like pushing Ulf wasn't a necessity though. I feel like the biggest threat came from GOAT that game. That's where you should have been looking. That's where you should have been watching.
अबे लोग ओजी वाले को एक बार भी नहीं दिखा रहे भाई ये लोग लाइव कैम में
हिंदी वाले में दिखाएंगे ओजी को ज्यादा
ऐसा भी कुछ सिस्टम है क्या इन लोग का
ऐसा होता है
हिंदी वाले में तो है एक अलग से गेम बना हुआ है
We don't need these two eliminations, but we do not want to lose the chicken dinner. That's what matters more. Really unfortunate, really unfortunate.
वो कर आईडी पासवर्ड आ गया बोला तू जोन कर दे भाई हमारा
हां तू जोन कर दे मैं भी
pushback towards those players.
No. I mean, I'm also slightly intrigued as to the reasoning for Lord's drop down there and towards the end as well, because I mean, unless he just lost his footing, right? This is after that had all happened and he climbed back up, but it felt like he needed to be on that cliffside in order to help with those off angles, to stop GOAT running through, because they were moving tree to tree, completely out in the open. Coops had complete broadside, and they were only able to find one.
Again, we can't take away from the fact that it was a pretty incredible rotation from Nigma Galaxy early on the game.
अब लेकिन निगमा वाले जो का रिस्क लेके भागे थे भाई उधर शोर पे आधा पहले सबके बीच में से निकल गया था
ये गोट वालों के बीच
हाँ गोट वालों के बीच से निकल गए थे ब्रेक हो गया लग रहा है
building top, lovely stuff, really, really good stuff. Anyway, Nigma Galaxy get themselves
second
place,
place,
but it's GOAT who takes it all. Let's head back.
मैं ट्रॉफी देख रहा है भाई
भाई
इससे अच्छी तो AIC के लैंड की तो ट्रॉफी थी
अबे स्काउट है
अबे स्काउट
काड़ा ही कहाँ था
लाइव किया था उसने
कह रहा गोट ऑफ PUBG मोबाइल स्पोर्ट
देखो भाई
ओ चुप जा एक्शन सुनने दे स्काउट का अरे बंद करना आवाज
कर दो एक सेकंड
Does this make you want to come back? Because I know you're currently wanting to, right?
Yeah, 100%. Would love to be back on the stage competing.
Hey, maybe next year we'll see you playing here. That'll be amazing to see. How are you enjoying so far what you're seeing at PUBG Mobile Esports? How it has progressed through the years as well?
I think the new players are pretty skilled and they have pushed the skill ceiling so high that we being the veterans, we need to catch up with them. Honestly. But yeah, we did it back in the days. We can do it again.
How about any
अरे अंग्रेजी ओए
I think it's a long cut off from the international circuit from a long period of time. So I guess they will get back. I think OG is the only team that has come second time in the international circuit. So it's a good experience for them. And I think looking at the team right now, they're taking fights, looking pretty confident. So yeah, hope for a positive result out there.
I'm gonna put you on the spot real quick. Who is the GOAT of PUBG Mobile Esports?
Come on, I think everyone would agree with me. There's no second thought.
क्या बोला इसने
#EWC and #PUBG Mobile.
पुराना हो गया यार अभी तो उसका रिवो का नाम भी दस्ता था अभी बहुत है
अभी तो दोनों थे ना भाई बस
Any words that you got for your friends?
गोट ऑफ PUBG
I'm glad you guys supported me through my journey and
हाँ तो गोट ऑफ PUBG भी जॉनी है भाई वो
and will be back on the international circuit for sure.
जॉनी का इंटरनेशनल कप
शुक्रिया भाई शुक्रिया back to y'all
शुक्रिया भाई
वोट अभी के हिसाब से तो मेरा भाई नहीं भाई तो उसको 2-3 साल हो गया इंटरनेशनल में टिक रहा हूं अभी तू देख
मैं कहीं तो देखा था अभी नहीं इंटरनेशनल नहीं देखा PL में देखा था
अरे वो उसमें वो भी उसी में आया था 100 मैच में आया था वो वैसे टीम बनाई थी 100 मैच में
वो तो टाइम हो गया भाई ये
नहीं ना भाई अभी वोट नहीं है अभी तुम गोट बोल सकते हो रिवो को तुम दो ट्रॉफी जीती है दोनों साल में एक EWC की PMWC
रुको मैं 5 मिनट गाइस 2 मिनट में आया बस
Thrives arrived at the PUBG Mobile World Cup with an entire country behind them. As the first Pakistani team to qualify for PMWC, reaching the world stage was already history. But once the matches began, they proved they had not traveled there just to participate.
But he's found Mafioso, he's got the flush. Carry him as well. Nucky, no! How can you do it to him? They want that first place where you're gonna have to prize it from his cold, dead hands. Squashed with a chance now, and he's able to close it down.
4 Thrives finished second in the group stage, going directly into the grand finals, and eventually securing 7th place in the world.
Last year, PMWC taught us to be more aggressive and more consistent to win this championship.
Their journey began at the PMGO Season 1 South Asia Finals, where they handled the pressure of playing at home and claimed the regional championship.
Now sending shots around the corner, so much damage done, and it's ended. 4 Thrives get themselves a chicken dinner and secure an unbelievably good position.
That victory sent them to Jakarta for the PMGO Season 1 main event, where they would face teams from across the world. And on the opening day of the grand finals, 4 Thrives took complete control.
Possible, but IQ's down, and T24, we're in 1 versus 1. Weapon swap with the shotgun around his teammate. He finds it! He gets it done, and 4 Thrives!
After 6 matches, they had collected 3 wins and 82 points, building a commanding lead at the top of the leaderboard.
After the 3 chickens on PMGO finals day 1, our confidence boosted a lot. Like, we didn't felt any pressure and we knew we are going to win because we had a big lead.
The second day brought a different challenge. Every team in the lobby was chasing them, and every mistake could reopen the championship race. They finished with 122 points, 77 eliminations, and 3 wins to become the PMGO Season 1 champions, securing their return to PMWC. Last year, they arrived as history makers. This year, they arrive as global champions.
Nothing has changed for us. Our hunger is still the same. Even you can say we are more hungry for this PMWC trophy. We are even more confident than before. We have more experience. We believe that we can be the team who can win this back-to-back global trophy.
4 Thrives have already shown that a Pakistani team can reach the world stage. Now, 4 Thrives head to the PMWC at EWC 26. Ready to prove that PMGO was not the end of their rise. It was only the beginning.
Hello, what's up?
Тапай, нормально все.
Окей, тапаю.
Я пойду убивать его. Нет, не надо сейчас. Мы ресимся и пойдем. Право ног добей, маскалат добей.
Дочок, класс.
Все, он под вами. Не дайте, пусть он не умрет от зоны. Да, я закилюсь и упадем.
Все,
да нет, надо было страх.
Все, норм.
Тапай.
Go team coming out with the win on that one. Even earlier on, Foopsman was able to stop Aurora from making a push towards them.
It was so nice to see.
Observer
going through that doorway, just seeing that double knock coming
इनका नाम मैंने मेकअप वाली मैडम रखा है रे 1 सेकंड रुको भाई दूसरा फोन लेकर आया अपना बेगम
coming in from them, they did the right thing. They stayed in that compound. It was a really tough circle to be in that side of zone on, and they just came in, waited their time, and then were able to surround Enigma Galaxy and get the job done.
Yeah, I mean, it was just a really good execution overall from GOAT. They were getting pincered at some point between Aurora and also the side of Enigma Galaxy. They're like, you know what? We don't want to take the fight. We're just going to regroup in a center, just wait the hell out of this game, and eventually we're going to come out with the numbers to just overwhelm the competition. And eventually, Enigma Galaxy couldn't do anything, right? They get pushed over the cliff, down in the waters, like you can't do anything about it. I thought genuinely that was going to be an Enigma Galaxy win, but it was stolen away by GOAT team in an absolute flashy fashion.
As much as we're giving props there to GOAT, we got to give props to Enigma Galaxy. Once again, a great bounce back from what we saw in Rondo, and the synergy that we have seen out of this squad, Max. That's what we're going to be talking about, because when they were going up against Ulf, it was none other than Coops and Lord just working wonderful together.
Beautiful. I mean, especially, of course, as you say, the highlight is Coops and Lord pushing up on those 2 players of Ulf, getting those nades, while 1 player's trying to get in CQC range. They do beat out Ulf in that fight. Execution-wise, 10 out of 10. But also keeping 2 players in the backside, Niptura, making sure that GOAT team can't third-party you as you're getting involved in that discussion was literally the play that kept them relevant until the very end of that game. If they don't do that 2-2 split and fully come out to Ulf, I think they instantly lose that fight.
No, I agree. I think it was very well played on those those cliff sides. I think Nigma are a team that do that a lot. If the zone goes over there, they're right on those cliffs. So they definitely have a lot of practice with that, but you are really...
Shout out to Barney. He actually told me that dad jokes. But for some of the squad that has been kind of quiet, but they have been consistent today, is none other than Ulf. Ulf has been able.
क्या हो रहा है रे बेगन ये? EWC वाली मैडम क्या कर रही हो रे मेकअप वाली मैडम? बफरिंग हो रही है इतनी रे?
Oh, because they ended up with the third place, 7 eliminations. Pop-off performance out of this squad, but they are putting up the numbers and they are being consistent.
Exactly what we want to see from the group stage. You know, you don't want to see a team go all out in day one. Then you're going to have nothing left for the finals. A lot of teams do this. Aurora do this. For Thrives do this. We need to see teams get that strategy. You know, bit by bit, day by day, add a little bit more as the competition gets more fierce. But for group stage, this is exactly what we want to see. Just a few consistent.
एकदम स्टोरी पे स्टोरी लगाए जा रहे हैं सब.
At the start of tournaments, especially during PMWC season 1, they
qualify over that. अरे भाई साहब उसको टैप देखो रे. अच्छा आरू भाई हैं तो अपने.
Gaming stars behind them coming in outside of Lipovka.
चल ओजी चल let's go.
Win here, but they are a slow starting team, so the fact that they still get decent points here, actually 7 at this early on in the tournament.
हेलो यार ओजी हेलो एक मैच एक चिकन निकाल लो और.
And I feel like they're still going to keep improving day after day going into this event.
That's the scary part with the team of Ulf, because we know that they can usually end up showing up when we go to the final day of group stages, and especially if they make it through, whether it's survival or whether they're straight to the finals, depending on where they end up here in group. Another team that has been able to be consistent and is currently in second place is none other than Aurora. Aurora has been able to put up those numbers, Max. It's a team that it's usually a bit of hidden. Right? For that squad, we can either see a pop-up performance and just absolutely destroying the lobby, or just at the bottom. Right now, we're seeing a different Aurora that we actually haven't seen before.
It's working out. It's not the confident Aurora that's got like 4 players just steamrolling the entire lobby. So you know what? People are going to say I keep hating on Aurora, and I like the players, right? But
fairly so sometimes.
She's just posing on me.
Side here, SMH.
Yeah, I think that they can do a lot more going into these games. I feel like they are able to capitalize on positions because teams do slight mistakes, or maybe not as aggressive as they should be. I have yet to see the Aurora that I know can win championships, but it's still day one, so there's still a lot of room to make it happen. But Aurora have so much more to offer.
They're currently putting up good numbers in regards to eliminations too, even though it's not a pop-off performance. 5 elims, nothing to be mad about.
I mean, exactly. This is what I was saying earlier as well. This is the kind of thing you want to see. Personally, I want to see from a day one group A, something like that, right? That's what I want to see, is a team going, we just want to put 5, 6, 7 consistent points per game. That's all you need for group stage. You've got a very small threshold to get going in, so that's exactly what I want to see from them.
That's what I want to see out of them as well. One team that I want to see them step it up here on the second half is going to be none other than 4 Thrives. They have slowed down since the first match. Big for that squad. They do have the best loyal gamers, or as I like to call them, the PLG squad, so we would like to see them being able to step it up. But I know Kalaris has been running around and getting some interviews with the coaches.
Hi, Kalaris here on day number 1 for half-time. And with Feitan here from PK, who got themselves that win on game number 1. So, first and foremost, let's talk about game number 1 and how you guys looked at the game, what your threats were. I thought you were looking fantastic on that high ground in the north. What's it from your perspective?
Yeah, so for the first game, literally like we changed the way how we play Rondo since like the last 2 tournaments, and we wanted like to try something new rather like than go and take some kills, then recall and play like the other team. So we wanted like to play more for the positioner and control like a good position, and this is what we did, and at the end we got the result that we want.
Were you concerned about 4 Thrives at all from the west side? Because they could have maybe tried to go north, but they decided not to in the end. Were you concerned?
Yes, but I was listening to the communication of the team, and I understand that the team was calculating the risk and the priority every time, so they keep switching like the split, depend the risk. So whenever like we see that 40 are trying like to be aggressive on us, we change to 1-3, and whenever we see that they are going back, we go to our north side.
I love it. Awesome insight, awesome insight. So 3 games down so far here today. What's your overall outlook for how it's gone here for GK?
For us, as I told you before, like we have like different play styles. So in the second game, if you notice, the first game in Rondo, because in Rondo we tried more to control in the edge on something, and in the second game we did some mistakes that we need like to improve for the first for the next like 3 games. And I think like now we understand how we need like to play the last 3 games, because the idea of the meta of the lobby is more like clear for us right now.
Thank you very much for your time for joining me here. Good luck in the next 3 games.
And here we go. The first 3 matches of the group of death are now in the books. Now to reach that second half. I'm Jukes, and next to me I got my man Jackie. Big shout out to the charge there in the first 3 matches. But you know what? It's our turn to take over the bike.
Yeah, they've let us in. We've got upstairs. We've got in position. We got the overlook of the stage, the exciting arena, the plays that have been made already to get us hyped up, Jukes. And honestly, I think the best is yet to come for day 1.
Let's get it going. We are here in Paris, France. I love to say that
नहीं भाई आ तो गया अरे
मैच भी
चालू हो गया आ जा रे फट से
How are we going to correct it? They got to start making those corrections right here, right now, as we get into the final air gale of the day.
Yeah, man, it's going to be intense out there, Jukes, and you're absolutely spot on. It feels like you could cut the tension with a knife as we navigated over to the casting overlook, kind of the perch that we're set up on, and it's a good spot to be. We'll give you the lay of the land of the competition as things go down here, and we'll be switching it up on you with our remaining games. But like we said, Game 4 is starting to kick off.
Here we go. We can see a beautiful southern plane path here. And these teams are going to be going to a lot of their normal
OG 10 पे 17 पॉइंट 3 6 9 पॉइंट 9 पॉइंट स्टक है ज़्यादा नहीं है भाई एक चिकन ऊपर है स्टक सीधा कहाँ जा रही है OG रुक जा रही है क्या वापस से
You guys can see them on the left. You got Aurora in second place with 30 points.
KRX leading it with
32. But it was
गोट आगे पे यार सबका बराबर पॉइंट चल रहे हैं यार कोई भी एक से डोमिनेट नहीं कर रहा
I always get that feeling, that tingle in the air, and I could smell it. Goat team, yeah, it might be a slightly different roster. They've made adaptations. They're trying to see how they can improve, what they can do differently to dominate out there. And like I said, you got to ramp a little bit, but they're starting to get that speed now, Jukes.
Here we go. And yeah, that last match was so interesting, right? We saw Nick McGall. Oh, I actually forget that. Let's talk about this, because it looks like we got a little bit of a hot drop situation. And X-Force rejects.
हॉट ड्रॉप फाइट हो गई रे पहली रे
Oh, he misses it. Can he do something with that knife though? He's gonna have to make a huge play. Swat. Oh, he tried it, but not able to make it happen.
Oh, swinging with the blades, coming in swiftly.
क्या कर रहा है रे शिवर तू
Nice couple quick shots, get it dealt with, and already we're into a bit of action then on the drops.
Couple players going down early here. Really interesting.
और कौन मरा 2 बंदे मरे क्या
X-Force rejects are going to lose a
गोटा गिक्की फाइट और नोवा में फाइट हो गया
good solid trade here, but guys, make sure you join that Naruto event. Get some of those insane skins if you haven't already. I'm telling you, the best collab PUBG Mobile has done yet. I am not kidding. You guys got to go check it out immediately.
EWC strategic partner
kind of reminiscent of what we saw there with the Naruto run with the blade.
Yeah.
They've been playing the event. Yeah, they're fired up.
अबे पहले मैच तो क्यों फाइट नहीं हुई थी यार लोग अब सुन अच्छा ये लोग उनका नीचे लोग है ना तो नोवा होंगे ये लोग got it bro
of the day. We had that beautiful interview from Kalaris there speaking to
भाई इनका बढ़िया रे ट्रक पर फोड़ के भाई लूट पूरी एकदम
fresh off the back of their prior
मस्त एकदम लूट जाती है
in the last game. So if they get into a bit of a scrap early on, could be some heat on that one.
Yes, that is true. You can see Go Team starting.
अच्छा आइडिया है ट्रक वाला पता है ऐसा
Joe trying to find some sidelines. DK playing this very quietly. You got Ragnarok in the front line. He doesn't want to give away his position just yet, because if he does, Go Team could definitely realize this player's isolated. Let's full send and get that.
अबे गोट के ऊपर ही बंदा बैठा हुआ है
Ragnarok gonna have to
इसके ऊपर बंदा बैठा हुआ है बंदा
very carefully.
पता है इनको फोटो हल्का सा हिला हुआ आगे होगा फोटो
Tommy gun in the hands.
खड़ा भी
Gonna
हुआ.
get a little bit of loot in
मर
on
जाएगा
the
मर
go
जाएगा. गोडला
as
बंदा मर
well.
जाएगा.
Do they know what lies above on the upstairs floor? Moxie joining the crew. The Molly's on point. Ragnarok burning as the flames start to emit. Quick drop out the window, Jukes. Can he get a drop on them to reposition? Tucks in, hits the prone.
He's got to run for his life at this point. Yeah, I mean, they heard that footstep. They threw that Molotov, and Ragnarok was on fire. Instant smoke there. Hopefully his teammates are going to be able to get some sight lines on this and give him some support fire. But it's the Boops man with that off angle, making it so difficult to try and help Ragnarok here.
Good early pre-fire as well from Killer Joe, at least getting the fear into it.
लेग गोड को नॉक कर दिया फर्स्ट भाई. इनको गोडला घुसे क्यों नहीं इस पे?
Deflated early.
Yeah, I think that with Boops going out here, you got to
बहुत बड़ी गलती करी भाई घुसे नहीं गोडला. फॉल ले रहे हैं क्या?
Now you're at a big disadvantage. EK are going to look to punish this though. They are on the move.
Bad boy coming in swift. That's another knock as Force falls. Moxie just looking to get away and be the sole survivor. Like you said, though, Jukes, this is worst case scenario. It's not only one player gone, it's effectively the whole squad bar the solo of Moxie if he's given the benefit of survival here.
But yeah, I mean, survival, but for how long? I mean, his whole team done and dusted just like that. It's the worst thing, right? When you see a team like GOAT get a nice chicken dinner and then go into a rough game immediately after. You hate to see it, but that just goes to show, right? Just one mistake can instantly just be a domino effect to you going back to the lobby.
Yeah, we're in constant flux today as well. Things are going to be changing, right? Day one, start to get the jitters out of the way for some of the squads, and especially for a team like GOAT, historically, it's felt like they've played much slower on those early games. They don't like to force fights if they can avoid it to late mid-game circles. So obviously running into an uncomfortable team to start there. Could they have got that pick on Ragnarok and Bill? Maybe, but that's not the timeline we're living in.
Yeah. Hey, great disengage from Ragnarok though, right? I mean, he got volleyed, he immediately put himself in a good position to get supported, and it was really the anchor. Right?
Zone का
Zone. If he was able to get a knock there, it would have went the entire other direction. But hey, hindsight is 20/20. Right now we got Aurora on the move with 30 points in second place, trying to get into that northern side. This is a tough circle considering that it could
अच्छा 30 points हैं इनके.
on over to military.
देख लिया शायद गोडले को.
Aurora, you definitely want to put yourself in a good position just in case.
ये गोड के पीछे जा रहा है क्या शायद? हाँ देख लेता हूँ अब नहीं आ रहा.
Moxie POV behind the wheel, just trying to keep his individual life going. Meanwhile, you can see some of the establishment of our other squads, like you say, Aurora on the move, getting themselves back down into a position to build on this one. There's your Ulf cameo as well, monster truck in the back.
There they go, yeah, Ulf on the move here. Everybody trying to center up. You got 4 Thrives already taking that beautiful bridge position, so they're going to be the anchor beings here for this one. If that zone goes south, they'll have a great position for it. I like this. I like what I saw from Aurora there. They went to that edge of that circle, just trying to catch maybe a sneaky player on rotation, try to soak up some points. But when they didn't find anything, all right, let's go ahead and prioritize circle here.
Smart plays, a talented squads that I think a lot of us want to see really get into that stride that we know they have. High skill ceiling, Jukes, and maybe they can build on this one.
Yeah, things definitely slowing down here for sure.
इसका मैसेज आ रहा है.
And it definitely should. I mean, it was kind of tough to see a couple players go out so early, but with the southern plane path, sometimes you got some players just trying to do some split loot, and one little bad drop could definitely punish you. Still 58 remaining here, so still plenty of time. A lot of action to be had. Unfortunate for the side of GOAT. Yeah, we got X-Force rejects losing a couple players as well. But we're still getting things going here. And you can see Alula Club right in the coastline with a super safe rotation.
Alula.
Yeah, playing it close to their chest. It's going to bide their time on this one, stay in a very safe area. Matthew holding well for their timeline that's yet to come. Bit of a cut over as well. We can see what the setup is here. KRX caught a whiff of the back line. Few shots, the info goes both ways.
Yeah, RRQ just, hey, just put some shots down range, just saying, hey, stay away. You know, we'll fight a little bit later as we get into those later stages. But this position has been taken. Next zone does pop. and it goes dead center. All right, so yeah, military definitely out of play at this point. We are going to go to that northern island. You can see Aurora down south. Going to have to make that bridge cross.
IND compound, bhai. IND compound isko le liya na.
GAL and EK going to have to make that late rotation.
14 le la IND compound.
Water in play here as well. So like you say, for 4-5s to potentially be able to build off the back of this one on that slightly delayed rotation over the bridge could get a bit messy as this develops.
40 ka chicken aa raha hai.
Now teams just trying to put themselves into a solid position. Wolf are going to be looking one here.
Chicken aa raha hai bhai.
A lot of open
Isne bol diya bhai.
in this northern spot. Maybe they're going to be hoping that for a northern shift.
Chal aaja.
But for right now, fourth drives are going to be holding this hillside, and that is the dominant position in this zone.
तेरी कौन सी टीम है?
Just forced to take the warehouse. Still
मैं को देख नहीं सही से पोजीशनिंग सबकी उसके बाद बताऊंगा. स्टेज 2 है ना, स्टेज 3 कटेगा उसके बाद बताऊंगा.
तो मैं भी तभी बताऊंगा.
अरे क्यों भाई, गेम तो स्टेज 3 के बाद ही बदलता है.
तो तू नहीं बोला, मैं तो विसल चालू.
तू अपने बात पे रह, मैं अपने बात पे रहूंगा.
अरे स्टिंग भाई क्या कर रहे हो? एक बार 3 बंदे मत रहो भाई उधर एक जगह. स्टिंग भाई स्मोक करके बंदा निकाल जाओ.
Yeah, here they go. Just everybody just playing some pop shots over, playing a little game and keep away. And fourth drives are going to have, I'd say, the best position in this circle so far.
TTG का तो नहीं याद इतना तो confirm हूँ.
And yeah, Valak just putting some
4
shots
पे
on
सबसे
those
बढ़ता हुई
vehicles.
जगह
It's going to make it very difficult.
अबे तू बोल नहीं सकता ना, दिक्कत जगह है.
To rotate away from this. And I'm surprised we're seeing Thundertalk take that. Actually, just an open air.
Position पे ही भाई.
Busted out on rotate. That's tough.
अबे गोटल इधर क्यों गए? लेकिन समझ नहीं आया मेरे को
Delayed
तो.
rotation there for GK as well with a setup. Hovercraft in the distance, jet ski up. Hey, that's a summer camp play.
There you go. He's going to be headed straight to that hovercraft. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, I guess EK just abandoned that bridge play. They're like, hey, you know what?
Sorry.
Let's just try to cross the water.
अबे गोटल है ना.
ओए एक किल.
इकोनॉक मार दी खत्म.
फिनिश कर दिया.
Little by little. Did see a little bit of action though in that elimination view. That was Orangutan getting some shots downrange.
Even with the hovercraft in play here, it's the back
geek वाले मरे.
towards the bridge side.
Geek वाले रुक जा.
Instantly visually confirmed by Aurora. They won't play their card yet though, trying to catch you if you do go for the wrap over. Bit of a stagger there, Duke. Start to dump the magazines off the back of it.
अब इन्हें जल्दी कर दिया यार. Aurora ने.
To show you the level these guys are playing at.
ट्रिगर कंट्रोल रखते हैं ना थोड़ा सा.
Just punish. Ragnarok, you know, still has that hovercraft there, but a lot of damage went into it. That's pretty much the meta at this point. Like, you see a hovercraft, shoot hovercraft.
Yeah.
Just try to take it out as soon as possible. Uh-oh.
AGL और 40.
Playing it very
40 compound आगे वापस आएंगे.
Are going to go ahead and give up the hillside.
Nice one.
And take the buildings just up that hill.
सही करा 40 ने फोल्ड लेकर.
But now, yeah, AGAL going to hold this spot for now, and Aurora are pushing up on that bridge little by little.
Look at that awkward setup on the bridge as well with Hovercraft. GK pull the plug on it, back off towards main Sivnovka there and get a bit of looting on by the base. That is where Moxie was last spotted as well. It could be a free pick onto him there and then convert off the back of that if they're a bit unfortunate in terms of their placing. And like you say, Aurora do complete their rotate over, find a little bit of hard cover to get set up with a relatively acceptable split from them thus far. Furia still hunkered down, just listening out. With 4-5s, just commanding a bit of respect from their setup. It's been good damage done. Escape plays far harder, Jukes. So strategic if
quiet.
Fourth place right now, 25 points on the board. Just get a good central.
जाना तो मैं भी नहीं चाहता लेकिन जाना पड़ेगा ना.
That end game. So they're hunkered down in.
आगे शेक्स भी खा लें, शेक्स ले सकते हैं OG वाला अच्छी सारी.
But those buildings are a little bit weak to that hillside.
OG भी तो खेल सकती है ना.
OG versus ULF.
Because if you do, that's instant.
चल OG चल.
ये भी कितना अच्छा जोन है भाई. गार्ड ऊपर इजीली है. ऊपर से किल उठा लेंगे तो बंदे सैक करते हैं इनको. बैक डिफेंड करना है इनको बस.
Party as much as the next person, Jukes, but a third party just don't hit the same, does it?
ULF वाले आ रहे हैं जनरेट करने पीछे से.
Nice knock.
And right now you're gonna see Aaron.
Crazy knock there.
दो knock nice. अब वो आतंकी knock finish हुआ अबे आतंकी पाजी.
Catch in big trouble and Orangutan with the drive-bys.
दो तीन तो confirm है. और ये तार दिया दो. अरे भाई.
Gangster as he lights them up. Scarface in the back. No, let's
see.
And that's the first knock back over. Looking to reset from this as well. 2 knocks on the side of Wolf. They got space and limited cover with the vehicles. Scarface is nailed on point for the reply though, and it is getting a bit uncomfortable.
And Gaming Stars with the third party punishing it. Yeah, I think Orangutan had to really commit to that quicker. But then you got Nick McGalaxy on the other side. That's what I'm talking about. You try to take that fight a little too early, and you're gonna get punished as Ragnarok gets naded. And Aurora Gaming are pushing into the zone.
In this one, let's see if the shrapnel will be able to blow him away. Wow. How on earth has he been able to prevent damage from that divine intervention? Still slain for now.
Did see a little bit
at last representative as Moxie is out.
Next zone just pop and it does head on over.
मैं इनको पता है दोनों अगर निकाले तो फॉल दे या फिर चढ़ जाना चाहिए उन्होंने फॉल नहीं तो चढ़े बीच में को मारते रह गए
especially for a team like RRQ that was sitting over the ferry pier. They're going to have a tough
कमिटमेंट नहीं दे पा रहे सही से ये लोग ये चाह रहे हैं
see how things
ऊपर फाइट ले रहे हैं मतलब बंदे सामने से ले रहे हैं तो ये नॉक करने ले रहे हैं उसके बाद भाग जा रहे हैं मतलब नॉक निकालने के बाद भी कमिट नहीं करना चाह रहे हैं पता नहीं क्यों
as Maniac gets knocked to Alula.
Yeah, Maniac not dancing on this one. No smooth moves on the dance floor as Alula start to build off the back of it and see if there's anyone else they need to remove from the equation as they do flush through onto him.
40 का चिकन है भाई
नहीं भाई तू 200 रुपए पेटीएम करने के लिए रेडी है 40 का तो नहीं है
to start things off the most in this lobby so far. So they're cranking up the heat. Getting some points on the board, definitely needed. Claws has eyes on the top.
Knock and knock. अरे बच गया भाई.
Real quick. Handbrake on that
one. Oh भाई.
भाई को घुस के मार देता ना. ये पागल हो जाता भाई.
Uy. Reason to remember the name. Headshot into the back. That's another one down.
Uy क्या उतारा बे उसने देखा तूने?
That's how you do it there. Yusuf in the blue zone. He knows he's probably going to go out here.
ये गेमिंग शॉट ने देखो उतारा बे. सेक्सी भाई यार.
यूसुफ की बात कर रहा है ना
हाँ
and they need all the points they can get. Nice shot from that Scar. Red dot unfortunately getting taken out there by Quick.
It was Swift as well. Lives up to the name on the response from the Org as he hits there. Claws off the back of being down.
अरे 40 वाले कहाँ गए एनडी से?
40 वाला वो पता है वोल्ट वो नहीं करती ना मेरे को पता है वो फाइट्स के लिए जाती है उनकी एक बहुत अच्छी बात है ये देखा जाए ना तो फूरिया के पास भी अच्छा जोन है मतलब अगर जोन इधर आता है तो
yeah his jet boss barely made it to that shack there. Marauder was on fire. Zol is going to go ahead and get that res onto Doc. So pushing up from military, working their way little by little. They got 5 eliminations here. This is honestly where they work their best. With the blue zone to their back, gun skill, the only solution to push into this next circle. Oh, they just have that one vehicle. Good for them. Okay, great. So they at least saved one. And they're going to have to use it because this zone is starting to close. 20 seconds left on the clock.
अरे यार इसमें फोकस हटा रहे बंदे टेक्स्ट करके यार
उलुलु भाई ये कौन सी टीम है उलुलु
पता नहीं भाई 40 AGL देख भाई AGL वीक है 40 पे जोन नहीं है NGX पे बहुत
मेरा स्टिक पड़ गई क्या से कॉल आ गया D&D पे यार। मेरी स्ट्रीम चल रही है। ठीक है नहीं कर नहीं रखा यार, हटा रखा लो तो पूरा, अब नहीं कटेगा। कहाँ गए तुम लोग? जा भाई, तू स्टेज 5 पे बता रहा कि एनजे कितने आएगा? वाह हैं? हेलो अब तो नहीं कर रहे लोग, स्टीम पे सुन के आया ना। हेलो, अबे नहीं, मेरा शायद दिक्कत है। नहीं नहीं मेरा दिक्कत है। हेलो, कुछ और देख क्या, यूट्यूब को चला के देख क्या पता मेरा वो करा।
Something special here. Bit of a scout with the 2-2 split, keeping their eyes open for info. Flash taking pot shots onto Furia as well, huddling together for any kind of cover.
Man, Fourth Rise really are happy with this one because Team Flash just completely stopped Furia from being able to push on him. Flash making that big push. Furia trying to make a play from the shack here. Bose trying to get the heal off, and now Tops with the shotgun should be able to get it done here. He runs on in, and Team Flash punish Furia.
Just like that, the flash in the pan is put out as they clean up. See you later, Furia, but the response back on. Shots coming towards them. 4 Thrives advancing up as well, so we've broken off into this 2-2 fight effectively, Jukes.
This is the perfect scenario for Fourth Thrives. Literally, this is the only way they move up is if those two teams fought each other. They did, and now Fourth Thrives have a beautiful open angle to this side of the map. They got a good couple of hay bales to work with. You gotta watch out, though, because I see Raouf there with that MG3. That's the weapon to have here in this situation.
Oh, yeah. He's going to be Raoufless. Absolutely giving it with the heavy artillery if they get in front of him, Jukes. So 4 Thrives want to play this smart. They need to be decisive with the attacks. Right now, tucked in, looking for that window of opportunity. Scouting jump spot from Lord, just trying to get a read.
You got Team Flash just holding in the open. Look at that, Tops with the welding gun there, repairing those vehicles just in case. So that way they can possibly set up a little car wall, makeshift coverage here. No terraforming here in Erangel. You got to use what you got. And right now, I think Enigma Galaxy definitely learned their lesson after that last game. Look at them, just single tapping, making sure they conserve onto all that ammunition because they could have definitely won that last one, but just did not have it in the bags.
Every bullet worth its weight in gold right now. Little bit of a tag in the back as well from the pot shots they've taken on the vehicle. Disarm, a quick rotate for 4-5s, make it a bit more uncomfortable. It's a good split to at least have hard cover if they go for this rotation through the open. And Furia starting to get some of the same medicine sent their way. You can't hold the wide peak anymore.
Slow things down. That is going to be the name of the game here. Oh, San getting picked off from Chief. Nice shots there, catches him underneath the buggy. And yeah, he's 100% getting thirsted here.
That's filthy. It was the angle he was playing for so long, forced off, it goes back out. That Elim will be stolen over by Flash. Guarantee that one. And rip an extra point away from Furia. The play itself was nice, but amounts to naught. Paris getting excited tonight as well. Day one, Jukes, and already it's starting to get a bit of energy in the building. Let's hear it!
Let's get it going, baby! Here we go! Oh, look at that. These guys are looking good here as Enigma Galaxy is gonna try and do their best to stop 4-Thrives in this situation. 4-Thrives looking very, very set up. Team Flash are gonna have that edge side for now, but with Tops getting knocked here, that's gonna make things very difficult for them. Look at this, Enigma Galaxy inching up little by little, using their utility, using that vehicle. Here come the nades now, trying to throw a red zone on the 4-Thrives. 4-Thrives in big trouble. Here come all the nades. Lore gets a knock on the Haizava. You got Falak now having to dodge those nades little by little. IQ in the back line. Now jumping in the buggy, trying to move out into safety here, but Enigma Galaxy keep applying the pressure.
That's over 11 nades thrown, one after another, bombarding down, like you say, the mini red zone forming, keeping it uncomfortable for 4-Thrives, and Coops assists with a big pick to leave them in a risky position. Response back over. Ralph getting hit from the side as well as Flash see their opportunity to try and steal points. The 4-Thrives cannot survive, they go down.
Enigma Galaxy continue to rocket launch themselves up these leaderboards. 12 eliminations for them. Now you got Team Flash and Furia to deal with. Chief, wow. Okay, no ammunition. Stuck shooting the DBS sniper from long range. I don't know what he's gonna do with that.
It's ambitious, but I respect it.
What else are you gonna do?
Doing whatever they can, Jukes. As the action rages on, UMP from the back hits Flash. Another one goes down. Hey, Bowles, the only cover you've got to play with here.
This is Enigma Galaxy's game to win. They have the circle here. Nobody is in this zone except for Furia. And you can see Chief trying to get to that rock, maybe even possibly that crate. But this is going to be a tough rotation because Team Flash are staring exactly at them. But Team Flash, what are you going to do in this spot? You've got no coverage. And Igor with that UMP is just applying so much pressure to them.
Even with the utility they had, though, like you say, the angle just completely cut off. If you want to go for an ambitious push out, so Chief, effectively, he can't do anything unless they get in his face. Push towards him, it's not going to happen that way. They're chaining the smokes together, taking a bit of space. If you can somehow prone up, maybe get lucky with what's inside, could be a response here, Jukes.
Let's see, Tops trying to hit those jump nades. Chief gets knocked, and that's going to cut off that angle completely. Down goes Igor. Here we go, Team Flash versus Enigma Galaxy. Team Flash for 7. Enigma Galaxy trying to make some plays. Tops hits the lay down real quick, barely dodging those bullets.
I can't believe he survived that. The stand up, sit down, keeping him guessing with the moves. He's able to top himself back up as well. The heels coming in. Rauf paranoid on the peak, looking for the angle. Extends to the left, Jukes barely survives the contact zone, coming in quick.
Oh, and now they're forced to run out in the wide open. They got to make some shots, got to have to make some plays. They hit the lay down, but down goes Lord. Tops running in the wide open, but where's Coops? When is he going to hit that shot? It's all up to him.
Coops down on the deck. Rauf moments away from death. Coops getting lit up. And that's Flash hitting it heavy as they come in with a chicken dinner live from Paris.
Here we go, the last Eric Gale here of day one. And it's Team Flash getting that victory at the last second. That's one they definitely needed. They were pretty down on the leaderboard. Ooh, you can see the crowd going nuts. Saying, shh, it's our time to shine, baby.
Hey, we're loving the energy, Paris. Let's keep that up.
Hello. Hello.
We're loving the energy, Paris. Let's keep that up.
चलो सुनो.
We want to see it.
It is going to be Group A tomorrow, right? So we still got 8 matches left to go for this group. Top 5 moving straight into the finals. And honestly, with all these squads, how well they're playing, I don't even want to be thinking about the survival stage.
No, man, that's something for Max Man to worry about.
Yeah.
We don't have next on the line with that one, Jukes. It's too hard to call. The competition's been spicy. And it's crazy as well, having that human element, right? The body language. You can see some of the squads we expected big things from. Some of those egg on your face moments where you got to reset. Big crowd, big stage, gigantic arena. So much noise. It's going to get to you, bud.
Yes, it is. As we can see, we got James down in the field. Looks like we might get a little interview here soon. That'd be nice to see on the side of KRX. But all these guys, man, just having to prep because, yeah, things have been pretty hot so far. But they're going to heat up even more as we're going to be heading into Miramar now.
Yeah, we're going to be changing that scenery, giving you more intense action. Those final 2 games of the day should be absolute bangers, but I'm glad we're here for it, Jukes. Already, it's been an exciting event, and you can only imagine it's going to get better from here.
That is a fact here. So now we're going to see how these teams are going to be able to adapt, and they're going to have to adapt pretty quickly, but I think it's time. We do hear from James and KRX.
Thank you very much. Yes, Kalaris here, as I am with Hoxie from KRX, and of course I've got Maddox as well here to do the translations. So my first question is for Hoxie. You guys at the beginning of the year had a very heavy roster shakeup in Korea. How do you think KRX came out of that, considering Nongshin Red Force looks very strong at the moment as well? So what do you think?
일단 헉시 선수 첫 번째 질문으로는 사실 올해 초에 로스터 변경이 좀 크게 있었잖아요. 그래서 그런 로스터 변화를 통해서 좀 어떤 점이 좀 개선이 됐는지, 특히나 농심 레드포스 같은 또 강력한 팀들이 한국에 있다 보니까 좀 어떤 식으로 좀 개선이 됐는지 좀 여쭤보고 싶네요.
일단 저희가 뭘 해야 되고 게임 내에서 어떤 게 중요한지를 잘 파악한 것 같고, 로스터 변화에는 오히려 제가 생각하기로는 좀 더 좋다고 생각해서 로스터 변화에는 문제가 없는 것 같고, 저희가 이번에 뭘 해야 될지를 잘 정한 것 같습니다, 이번에.
Yeah, coming this year, they had roster change, but I think the roster change actually went in our favor. I think we had a really good teammates. But that being said, I think we mostly focused on what we should do in game, what we should focus in the team play. So I think all the way we could make it a cohesive team play overall. So I think that went pretty well so far.
Okay, fantastic. And talk to me about today's performance so far. You got second place to Aurora in that Erangel game as well. A good compound to be able to play that from. Talk to me about the team's perspective and if you guys thought you were going to be able to win out that game against Aurora at the end.
이제 또 마지막에 치킨을 좀 아쉽게 놓친 판이 있었는데, 그 오로라 상대로 사실 좀 더 잘했을 수 있을지, 사실 그 집을 먼저 먹으면서 사실 좀 더 잘 출발했었는데 좀 아쉽게 치킨을 좀 놓쳐서 그 부분에 대해서는 좀 어떻게 생각하시는지 궁금합니다.
그 판에 대해서는 제가 마지막에 투척이 우리가 없는 걸 알았는데, 투척이 없을 때 좀 더 좋은 능선을 잡고 과감하게 했어야 되는데 그러지 못한 게 패배 요인이었던 것 같습니다.
Yeah, so in the last moment, I think we made a mistake. Obviously, we didn't have any grenades stuff. So when we didn't have grenades, I think we should have been more aggressive with taking more on the high ground.
Yeah.
So I think that way, I think we made a mistake by not doing so. So I think that was a takeaway from our that game as well.
All right, well, thank you very much, Hoxie. Thank you very much, Maddox here, as we have KRX fighting. I think.
Hoops is all I've been hearing backstage because the man from Enigma Galaxy is causing this team to fly up the leaderboard. You can thank Seven for that. He's been shouting it non-stop. And for good reason. Hoops, talk us through game number 3. You guys do an incredible 2-2 split to push out Ulf Esports, obviously before that final fight against GOAT Team. What was going on in the comms? What was the decision to make that 2-2 split and get aggressive?
In the beginning, it was to send me as a solo to hold him. But we knew that they were like the main threat to us in that game, so we decided to send 2 to push them and 2 to hold the other team. And yeah, the call was just to push them, kill them, and then focus on GOAT Team. But we lost the game, but it happens.
Did GOAT Team just get on top of you too quickly, or was it like you didn't have time to reset quick enough, or was it just one of those things where you just, like, guys just got pushed off cliff?
Yeah, we didn't have time to reset. Like we had 2 knocks, so it was hard to reset, and they took like. They had a good game, good game, good team.
Yeah, that's fair, that's fair. Now, game 4, you're in a huge open position. There's so much space, but also there's not much cover. You guys see 4 thrives over to your right, incredible nades. You just absolutely bombarded them with nades, closed them out to give yourselves loads of space. How was that kind of opening that kind of space up to create such an incredible position for yourselves going into the final stages of that map? Talk us through kind of like how Rauf was kind of leading the charge, as it were.
Rauf, he told us to save our nades because later in the zone they'll be all stuck in one spot, and so as soon as they went to that one spot, we all just threw nades on them, and we killed them like in 2 seconds, maybe, with the nades.
And that was it. Fair enough. Finally, before I let everybody, you didn't have an opportunity to compete at PMGO this year. However, obviously you've rejoined this team for this event, this LAN. How have you got yourself prepared, both mentally and obviously amongst the team, to come into the event like this and perform so well straight off the bat?
Of course, we had a tournament before this one in Macau, and we didn't do great. So that kind of like woke us up to do better for this World Cup, because obviously everyone wants to win the World Cup, and so do we.
बस कर जा कितने इंटरव्यू लेगा?
Short and sweet, love it. Coops, thank you very much for joining me in this interview. Best of luck to the rest of your games today for Enigma Galaxy. But for now, we're gonna go somewhere, and we're gonna be back with more PUBG Mobile for you guys. See you later.
नियो भाई का तो हो गया कनेक्ट। अबे का सबके सब सूर्य लगा रहा है क्या भाई? स्टोरी पे स्टोरी लपेटे जा रहे हैं भाई। क्वालिफाई पैसा
Flash was able to perform so well, but hang on, where are we going, Barney? Oh, it's coming back to us.
Oh, hi.
Okay, there you go.
आ गई रे मेकअप वाली मैडम आ गई रे।
We ended up going somewhere, and it's none other than here at the studio with Lace, Maxman, Natura, in the 7WG. Team Flash was able to perform so well as that last game, but honestly, KRX has been performing really good so far today.
I mean, all of SEA, SA, all those regions are really good right now. But yeah, KRX were looking absolutely fantastic today, and it's really good to see during the interview how they were able to build back some confidence and strong team play after all of these shuffles they had at the start of the year in Korea's like the big Korean shuffle. But this fight in particular, this was game 2, the first Durango of today. Al Ula crashing into God compound onto KRX, a lot of smokes coming out, and then you see Hoxie instantly getting the knock onto Quick. They push up. The reaction time of this push is absolutely incredible. But then the nades, 1 grenade, 2 grenades, 3 grenades coming out. Boom! Squad wipe. One of the quickest fights I have ever seen in this esports. What a play from KRX. So damn impressive.
That's very nice. Very nice nades.
I'm happy you enjoyed that segment.
Wow, very nice nades.
It's great.
I'm okay.
Great nades there from KRX.
Yeah.
But Team Flash, I'm going to have to send it back to you, Max, because with this squad, I mean, we
Guys, the pass in
what I feel like you've been wanting to see out of Team Flash. That they can frag out, and not only that, they can also win games, because it has been a bit of a
pass in
as well at the start.
Say about Team Flash, right? Wow, no, okay, moving on a more serious note. No, they get 20 points here, and as you said, right, a little bit of a slower start, especially that first Durango off today. I feel like a lot of indecision being made. But the way they control the eastern side of that field, which I was a bit skeptic, if their circle doesn't favor them, how are they going to make use of that field? And you know what? I was actually slightly wrong of that play, because they put Win on top of that shed in particular, Niptura. And one very crucial point of this game for Team Flash, he was not spraying Niptura. He was one-tapping to make sure he saves as much ammo as possible for that final push onto Enigma Galaxy to get the win. The small, minute details are what makes these winning moments possible for teams such as Flash.
No, it's so good. It's a great point you bring up. This team loves to do these massive splits across one side of zone exactly for this reason. You know, if a zone is going to go their way or go in a direction that favors them, they will always be in zone no matter where it goes. So it's a really good setup play from them in the mid game, and then they're able to just play off of that. That Shack play was really good for them, and they're just able to use, you know, this momentum pushing forward with these hay bales, just trying to get anywhere at all times. And, you know, Nigma, they know exactly where Nigma is at this point, because they just had that massive fight with 4 Thrives, and so they're able to use the terrain to their advantage. A very good game from Flash, I think.
Yeah, and I mean, touching on 4 Thrives, I mean, from the beginning, they had that, you know, the defense in the building. They weren't sort of putting on the eliminations that they had from those previous games, but that's okay. They could have worked on their placement there, obviously getting into that final zone. And the nade spam. Look, it was not probably in their playbook, but that was sort of a great sort of hold. They had line of sight on those certain teams, but were caught off guard. But I mean, a better performance from them, but not kind of the eliminations and the kills that we're expecting to see from 4 Thrives. But I mean, they're still at the top of the leaderboard there. So it's, you know, it's not their best game that they have put out today, but it's still a great contention.
Yeah. Indeed. And for everybody currently watching, don't forget that you can actually experience the PUBG Mobile Fan Zone. It will be open through August 11th through the 16th. Experience the PUBG Mobile firsthand. Join the exciting activities. And not only that, it's including the Naruto and PUBG Mobile collaboration. Maybe you get a chance to win some awesome rewards, a t-shirt, a tote bag, and the Spider-Man activity set, collectible plush toys as well. Watch the matches live, cheer in the fan zone, and you might get a chance to win some awesome stuff. Special weekend appearances. There'll be some mystery guests, so keep an eye out on all that awesome stuff with the fan zone. You were trying to say something about 4 Thrives there, Max? I saw you getting no?
It was really just a meme of like, I want to put the William Dafoe gif of like he's going, oh,
yeah,
oh, with all the grenades going there. That was all I had to add. Great analysis from your boy.
Wait, before we go to overall, come back to us real quick. Thank you so much, because right now I want to do something before we see the overall. Furia, before this match, they were in the bottom 3. And I want to start a segment called Maxman Likes to Curse a Team.
Help me.
Because he was able to pick, who was it, Silence?
So Silence is my MVP of the entire tournament.
Oh, no.
But they did good this game. He just threw the chicken at me. They did
Deserved.
good. So it's not
Deserved.
just yet. Okay? Don't
watch yourself.
like me on Instagram.
Let's do this. You can actually reverse it. Grab the chicken real quick. Say something bad about Furia.
Furia? Alpha 7's better.
Damn, okay, you really went deep cut on that one. Let's take a look at the overall so we can see the standings so far after 4 matches. That was actually
I don't believe it, but you said first thing that came to mind, there was nothing worse than that.
Right there, Max.
Enigma Galaxy, a huge surprise for everybody as they have been showing up today. putting up 40 points total, currently in first place and actually overtaking KRX, Neptura.
It's so nice to see from Nigma Galaxy. I was really hoping that we'd see something from them, and 40 points, I think, qualifies as something. One little point I do want to make very clear, though, is like, yes, Nigma was having all of these big splits onto the west side of zone, basically doing something very similar to Team Flash, right, Max?
Yeah.
You know, doing all of this. But one thing I want to make a point on is we did see them take out the vehicle of 4 Thrives. In response, or not in response, but on the opposite side of that, they were using the welding gun to actually repair their vehicles. And in a field finish, that's so instrumental to have that extra cover.
Yeah, if they had a hovercraft, it would have been really a good use of that welding gun. But you know what? They did have the regular vehicles. But here on the second page of the rankings, we need to highlight X-Force Rejects, Thunder Talk Gaming, Al Ula Club Esports. And you know what?
Wow.
I don't think I'm too disappointed in like the 2 other teams, but the most disappointing one for me in particular is Al Ula. They kind of gave me a bit of hope. I was like, oh my God, Mina, let's go. Al Ula doing so good in the spring season in some of those events. Even globally, we've seen some real sparks from this squad. Claw in particular and Quick with just 2 individual fragging powerhouses. And they kind of slowed down. And right now, 16th position, I feel like they are way better than the bottom 3. We can see a comeback from this team, hopefully, by the end of today on Miramar.
I'm actually a bit disappointed by X-Force Rejects. I expected a lot more. Now this is their 3rd global as well. I was talking with the players. They were saying they're having some communication issues. Hopefully that's going to end up changing. It's been 4 matches. One team that I know you're currently disappointed with, Neptura, is none other than Orangutan. And why is that?
What? Okay, how do I say this? How do I say this? It's not very nice. No, honestly, why? Why in a global are we taking a fight, getting a knock, and then going, hey, the guy that's already knocked and can't do anything, let's just focus on him. And then just leaving it all open for the rest of the team to go, actually, while you were focused on a knocked player, we're actually going to be able to come in, backstab you, get rid of you. You have 1 point. Congratulations. It's going to get you real far.
Yeah, by the way, she's talking about none other than OG versus Ulf in the last match.
That is true.
I mean, look, I'm happy with the aggression that they've shown. So from match number 1, whereas prioritizing placement, they took the risk. They took the drive-by risk to be able to capitalize on their eliminations. I wish that they would have done that against Flash on the northern side, and I think they would have won that contention and been able to take their way plus eliminations into the later game. But OG showing that aggression is exactly what I was hoping to see from them. So I was excited to see that. Are getting some points on the board and being able to like at least get something for them, because I know they've got the placement. They can do that, but it was really cool to see them be able to have that aggression as well.
Like one thing that is very different when you're playing in your home region and then going into a global event is like those slight timing mistakes or even like slight overcommits, etc. really are going to get punished so quickly and like heavily going into a global event such as PMWC, and we're not even talking about PMGC at the end of this year. That's going to get crazy based on who qualifies. But yeah, I feel like just more confidence and just fixing those slight timing issues could really help them get so many more point averages across the board.
For OG, a lot of people don't have them currently in top 5, and it's showing why. But we do have them going to survival, and right now they're hitting those metrics, but hopefully they'll end up improving a lot more. But before we actually go into Game 5, let's send it over to our amazing Blank and Claris.
That's right, thank you very much, guys. Of course, we want to reminisce and go back to game number 3.
We do.
And talk about a theoretical notion. Could Nigma Galaxy have won that game? Talk to me, Black. What do you think?
Oh, it's some real philosophical notes going on right now. Yeah, I feel like there was a moment where if they didn't push Ulf, potentially there was a big win there. We got to hear from Coops actually in terms of his knowledge about it, how they wanted to go down. He said it all just fell a little bit apart. I mean, as soon as that smoke train came through, there was a big issue, right, for when Goat started to push. But I feel like Nigma Galaxy could have absolutely won that game. But so far, they've come very close, twice now, in second place, which is huge.
And the last game as well, I just briefly kind of had a small chat with Ralph there, and he was saying that he thought on the left side it was only a solo. So actually getting that little bit of an insight as to how they kind of looked at that field position and that field play is quite insightful. But 2 second place, nothing to sniff at. I think that they're kind of on the track here to do very well in this group.
They are, sorry. I mean, the bounce back from essentially what is an unheard of position in Rondo, where you go out as a full 4-man in the first 2 minutes of the game, to now being up there on the top 5. This is a fantastic result. They've been gambling, they've been taking risks, and now is the time to be greedy, to take those risks, Claris.
You were casting. Do you think that Coops are being here now properly with the roster? He's been kind of a bit of a game changer. Obviously, it's always nice to see Coops here alongside the roster. He did miss out on 1 or 2 of the internationals.
knocks it out of the park.
He's a good lad. He's a good lad. I think Coops is genuinely a very, very good player.
Yeah.
I think he brings the team together. I think Lord bounces off him very well. Satan and Ralph play very well as a two-man, but you do sort of need a player for Lord to bounce off of as well. And I think Coops is that guy. In the past, he used to be the lad as well. For Enigma Galaxy, they were always received as quite a passive team, but I think that Coops applies a bit that more aggression that they need to follow up on, which has got them to these really, really high heights today.
All right, well, thank you very much, Blank. I need you to do the bat again as we knock that ball straight on over to the commentator team.
Oh, and it's a home run from Blank. A beautiful connection there with a microphone back, caught perfectly by Jukes as we set ourselves back up for another spectacular game of PUBG Mobile. Back in the building, the lights are changing. You know what that means, Jukes? It's PUBG time.
That is right, and not just any kind. It's Miramar, baby. Let's get it going. We are headed to the desert. 2 more matches left to go, and at the end of this one, we are halfway done with the group of death, Group A. And just a reminder for anybody that could be just tuning in, I don't know why you weren't here on time because this has been a wild show so far. But remember, it is top 5. Top 5 move straight to the finals. Bottom 3 are done. Their keys will be crushed tomorrow. And the rest of those teams are going to have to make it happen in the survival stage. But it ain't over yet. Let's get into match number 5.
Oh yeah, baby. Another plane path on the go. We start to change the scenery, like you said, moving into Miramar. Hopefully should be another exciting game as well. We've seen an exchange of blows from various different squads today, Jukes. It's been kind of hard to predict if it will be a consistent run from a lot of our teams, but known quantities building up their points, and the top 3 right now looking a little bit more defined. It's good to see some of the big squads getting the flex going.
Yeah, now we got Enigma Galaxy pushing their way all up the way to first place, so they are sitting pretty here as we take a look at the most eliminations. Balak still owns that top spot, 13 eliminations. He's busted out a baker's dozen here, but Coops not far behind him there with 10. And now you look as far as when it comes to that damage, top, he's gonna be on top there with 2,300 with Coops right behind him.
Good to see, man. You got to give that shout out to Balak as well, right? Instantly came in like an inferno, but I think he just hit his stride immediately from game 1 where the shots were on point. It's the way he's going into these fights as well. He's just handling himself with this almost arrogant like confidence where it doesn't matter what's around him. He just hits his shots, plays his game, doesn't seem to buckle under the pressure that you know is there. It's a big stage, a lot of excitement. Paris has been getting loud as well. And we've got our zone for this one, Jukes. That's a lot of water, buddy. That's H2O for you.
That is way too much water. We got a crazy shift on the Puerto Payaso. Let's see who's going to be able to make them moves. Could you imagine if we get that island finish here?
Oh, don't even.
In Paris? Oh,
don't even.
I should have even said it. I shouldn't have even said it.
Like, drop the Eiffel Tower in, mate. That's all we need. Let's get it on brand, Jukes.
That's what I'm talking about. That's that synergy right there. But hey, you know what, teams? Drop it safely here. That's what I like to see, you know, because every time we go into a different map, especially on day 1, never know if we're going to reach one of those hot drops here. But hey, take there a look at the bottom left. Go ahead and join that Uzumaki event. That Naruto. Get those skins quick and fast and in a hurry.
Don't get much hotter than that. Maxman's been ranting and raving about them all day. I've not heard him say anything else other than Naruto. So fair play, Max. We know you love it, and you're rightfully so in that opinion. But hey, you're right on the money. That last game, obviously pretty aggressive on the hot drop, right? GK versus GOAT. Didn't really work out too well for GOAT, did it? Moxie barely limped away, tail tucked between his legs, resulted in him falling relatively middle of the game, but gets nothing from it, just the solo. So goodbye to any points being earned on that one. Learn from your mistakes, drop in further up. They're going to keep themselves safe. Nose is clean, at least for the opening drops.
Yeah, very safe here. I like to see that here, because right now it's honestly crunch time, especially for, honestly, these teams at the bottom, right? We've been talking about the squads up top, but I mean, what is going on with a team like Undertalk? Undertalk Gaming, 15th place, only 12 points on the board. X-Force Rejects right next to him. Aula in really big trouble with only 10. Honestly, if they really want to extend their tournament life here, now's the time, right? Get a good Miramar game here and now, and that could be just enough to at least extend that tournament just a little bit longer.
You need to give yourself some sort of confidence as well. Like you say, right, getting towards the end of day one here, it starts to sink in the reality of the situation. If you're down those bottom 2 spots, by the time you get back to the hotel, bud, it's the fear that creeps in. You never want to leave your fate in the hands of another team.
Definitely do not. Huge prize pool here for the group stage by itself. Over $1 million on the line just for this stage. Survival stage is going to have 152,000, but as we get to the finals, that's 1.7 million, man. That's some serious cheddar, and that's what everybody's going to be hunting down right here. Aurora going to be one of those squads for sure. They're sitting pretty in 3rd place. This could be a good game for these top squads, though, to make that gap, right? Just in case tomorrow doesn't go their way fully, at least it'll lock them in position to hopefully make it straight into those finals.
It's where you want to be, the best of the competition. The tournament here only going to get more and more enticing. It's like you say, life-changing money in reality that's on the line there, but it's not only the cheddar, you got the bread on either side. That's a sandwich prize pool.
Oof. And we are in Paris. They got phenomenal bread here.
Hey, but get that up right now, boy.
Let's go. Let's go. Turn up. As we're going to look at Ulf on the move here. They're getting into zone very, very quickly, so they're already in the circle. We're starting to see a lot of teams head on over to Los Leones. We got quite a few teams still far out from the zone. One of them I'm going to be looking at is those teams in my hot seat right now. Aula, you're going to be one of them. They're all the way up in La Correria. That's going to be on the complete opposite side of this circle. They got to get moving here pretty quick.
Put the pedal to the metal. Start to get a bit of movement on the go. The fan favorite right now here in Paris as well, and a team that's so dominant, it's easy to understand why. 4 Thrives looking absolutely delicious out there today, Jukes. It's been big plays from the roster, and of course, the one man in Falak that's been really flying the organization's banner high.
Yeah, he's making it happen here, man. Hey, big shout outs to 4 Thrives. I mean, they end up winning PMGO Season 1, something that honestly, a lot of people didn't predict. Their fans went wild, brought home a global trophy on the side of Pakistan, but now we're going to see X-Force Rejects getting into a battle with Geek, and this is a loss they just can't afford.
Well, our opening elim of the game then go in the way of Ragnarok as he slams down early and gets that first pick hammered through. It's a reject, probably feeling a bit rejected on that one, but got to give up any space they got. Fragment out.
It's tough, especially considering that they were already in the circle, so losing a player that early is not good. Unfortunate on the side of X-Force Rejects, just everything going wrong. But still 3 players up. They could bounce back. We'll see if they're going to be able to do that, as a lot of the teams that were outside of the circle are finally starting to make that great rotation and find their little place in this zone. But where do you think this next zone is going to go, Jackie? Huh? You think we're going to be heading to that water after all?
I wouldn't mind.
Let's do it.
You know what? Play
Why
devil's
not?
advocate, bro. Let's do it. Let's make this as awkward as humanly possible, Jukes.
Let's go. I want to see some swimming action here.
We've already had a bit of treading water today. We'll see if it happens once again. On your point as well, though, man, it's uncomfortable. A squad like Reject, right? We're talking about squads at the bottom of our overall standing right now. They're down there. They're literally trying to keep their heads above water in a sea of points that are being accumulated by the other squads above them. And losing one player, sure, as much as sometimes you can manage the situation early doors like this when you've had a rough run today, that's the difference of you just bottoming out again, having that extra layer, the upset, the sadness mounting on you, Dukes. It gets a bit uncomfortable, bro.
That's for sure. And it's pretty crazy because, yeah, the level of competition here is ridiculous. I'm telling you guys, right before we came up here to start casting these matches, I walked by a lot of these players and I saw their coaches, and pretty heavy conversations. Let's put it that way. You know, I didn't see very much of like, oh, you know, good job, it's okay. No, it was pretty much just like, what are you doing, right? How are we gonna? We cannot afford these mistakes. So the pressure is definitely on here. But we're seeing some great adjustments from some squads, right? Enigma Galaxy lost that game 3 by just so dang close, but ended up having a good bounce back couple of matches, and now they're on top of the leaderboards. But you can't let off the gas pedal just yet. Let's see where that next zone's gonna go, baby. Are we gonna go to the water? No! It goes right back to the mainland. It's gonna be a La Bendita finish. So all these teams on the south side, that's going to be 4 Thrives, going to have to start making their way on up.
Yeah, ignore the coast, get back to the mainland, and set your focus on what's yet to come. And like you touched on there, bro, so many small margins that have defined some of our games today. Ammunition economy being a big one there. Big change up from them, though. We heard from the man himself about the setup with the call with the late nades. It was like 12 nades back to back. Crazy. That was horrific to be under. You go from thinking, yeah, we can kind of slow this one down, snake it out a little bit.
I am.
Boom, 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 boom. That pressure applying. Honestly, if you're going to take out 4 Thrives, that's the way to do it, right? Use them, utilize that util as much as you possibly can. Enigma Galaxy, we're not wasting any of it right there. And, you know, speaking of, like, resources, that's the one thing that you really got to make sure I'm pointing out when it comes to Miramar. This is the resource management map. You want to make sure you got plenty of that 5.5, plenty of health kits here, and a nice, fresh vehicle. Because that is going to be the way to win this one. And this is a very typical game now. It's still stage number 2, only 1 player down so far. So this end zone is gonna get hectic.
Everyone lining up to climb over each other. Oh, we say it's quiet, but finally there's a bit of noise. Flash once again playing their card. That's attack onto Reefus. Instantly get him dropped down on his legs there. Win looking for more, over top angle, good spam, slight tag, but not enough to convert it into a frag on the getaway.
Yeah, I don't think they're gonna push this at all. Yeah, you just gotta let Aurora find their way in. Nice little pick off there. Aurora gonna have to do something with 3 players up now. Reefus getting taken out. And that zone, now we're starting to see teams really start flexing and take up as much real estate as they possibly can. But one of the teams that hasn't found a spot just yet is going to be Aurora Gaming. You saw that sign on that building. A beautiful day. Starting to feel a little bit less beautiful, though, as this blue zone is starting to creep on it.
Yeah, normally blue skies are a nice sight.
Not
here.
Yeah, not that one. No.
That's going to be painful. Nip away at your heels and leave it feeling a bit uncomfortable, like some of the squads that have had a bit of a rough day today. But we'll focus on the better signs of life and see if anyone can build off of this.
Yeah, I'm waiting to see what. I have a feeling Furia are going to do something here. I mean, they're on that western side of the map, right there underneath that La Vendita sign. And the zone ends up going in their direction, so another good sign for them. Let's see how they're going to approach this next circle.
Let's go.
We still got a lot of squads. Aurora being one of them. AGAL, even 4 Thrives are going to have to creep their way into this next zone. Gonna have to do it pretty carefully. When you get a northern shift like that northern side is usually wide open, so I'm expecting to see some teams kind of hug that circle and trying to find their way up to the top.
Bit of info spotted here as well. Coops getting the read. That's Flash just up on the higher ridge there. Lord repositioning in the buggy. Needs to get into cover. Not quick enough. Shot straight on target, Jukes, and they're going to follow up with this, it seems. Instant engage off the opening pick. They've got an advantage for the fight. 2-2 split either side. Coop's got a bail. Should be a free flush on Lord. Aurora on the road as well. This could get pretty spicy.
Woo. Flash being true to their name. They're not wasting no time. They're moving quick here. And now Win is knocked. Bo's going to be able to try to find an angle to get him rezzed. Aurora Gaming, oh, look at that. Top and Doc are now down. As Gaming Stars are putting in that work. Both these teams just kind of driving around, trying to find safety anywhere they can get it.
They far back as well. That's Scarface from Ulf getting the line up with the bolt action. Quick with the car. Hits that. Snipes one down. Aurora absolutely wiped off the battleground. Mopped up like a spilled drink, but that was quick.
Oh, it was way too quick. Got to pick that up here as Falak now with the shotgun. Trying to get the knock here. Tops is in big trouble. He's down to 1 HP, but Bo's able to get that support. IQ, though, gets his revenge as well, and the instant thirst. Falak is in a safe position for now. T24 going to throw out those smokes and try to pick up their main fragger, quick, fast, and in a hurry.
It's good to see from IQ. Big brains, but bigger brawn being played with on that one with the quick shots back over to buy time for them to reset off the engagement. Similar scenario for Win here on Flash. See if they can get him recovered and live to fight on from it. All kicked off of an awkward engagement, really, right?
Yeah, just like that. I mean, that's what I'm telling you. It's just like any little slight mistake, it's going to get punished. And now Aurora's gone. Flash are down to just one. Actually, nope, that is it. Gone in a flash. And that's two of our top squads. That's it. Second, fourth place are out. Huge opportunity, especially for a team like Four Thrives, to put themselves back at the top of the leaderboards and see if they can do it, though. As X-Force rejects, that's a team that definitely needs some points. Shiva's got that mini. Trying to use it to steal away some eliminations. As we head into our next circle, it's going to go on up to the north.
Shifting on through, GOAT team potentially going to be showing us something to work with as well as this action's been building. And that mini 14 might make a play a little bit later as well, bro. Make that look like a major 14 from the lineup and start to snipe down onto him. Had a read from the angle, but doesn't play his card. You can see everyone starting to usher their way forward as well. OG trying to catch whiff of the drive-by reverb from Reject on the move. They're already set up with some safety to play with, so just scanning the periphery right now.
Take your time, take your time. Try to catch Devil's wide out in the open here. That vehicle is smoking. It's on fire now. One more shot's gonna do it. Devil surviving. Barely there as that vehicle just exploded. But he should be able to run and get to safety inside that shack with his teammate. Good old reverb.
Suppose it makes sense, man. Devil playing with fire there. Able to withstand the heat. Get himself tucked back in with his teammate. Counting his blessings on that one.
Yeah, barely able to make it out there. Extend that game just a little bit longer here. Moving on over, we're going to see Enigma Galaxy here. All right, there we go. They're going to be holding this ridge line for now. Trying to catch AGL on top of this hillside. Nice nades, applying some more shots there. Ooh, nice turn from Easy, but not able to get the flush. Shots ringing out back and forth. Players from all over the place getting knocked here. Ragnarok going to have to make a play here on Flower Age, though.
It's got to be huge from him. Looked like Bad Boy had the read with the quick flick, but wasn't fast enough to make him sit down. Ragnarok, two squads to deal with. Knows his teammates' days are numbered. Got to cut his losses on saving them, but look to at least build and survive himself. Tucks further back. Limited cover to play with. Flower Age flushing out back onto Bad Boy as well. The DRX opt to just cut their losses. They're not going to overcommit to it. They had a look in, but they play for a better setup rather than forcing the issue. Ragnarok might be able to get one save in here, at least a duo Jukes.
Man, he definitely took his time here. I would have liked to see him kind of just make that push and just try to make a play, but instead he waited, sacrificed one of his teammates, gets the res, and now they're on the move. But for how long, right? This next zone, oh, that's how long. That was pretty quick.
Yeah, that was like a few seconds.
I couldn't even count. It was done. Oh, Sapji though, and he's gone. Nice. That happened again.
It's unlucky. It's unlucky.
It is what it is.
Way he goes as GK crumble on that one. Look to reply. Fair play, man. You know, he had a mindset to it. Cut your losses, run off as a solo. Conversion rate probably not great, right? So he at least attempts to reset. Like you say, blink and you miss it, though. Forget about it.
Oh, out of there. Okay, Four Thrives are up, though. They're still in the mix here. Got themselves a nice little valley. They're big chilling right now, just playing it nice and quiet. That's what it's all about. You know, when you get a position like this, the best of the best, this is how they do it. You got to have that aggression and passiveness, like a light switch, right? The second you know when it's time to get going, boom, the whole four on the move immediately. And let's see if they're going to do that now as this next zone is about to pop. Where are we going? We're going dead center. We're going down south. Hey, dead center right here. So, yeah, Four Thrives are going to have a great strategy here. You know what that is? Do nothing, dude. Just stay right there.
Just sitting pretty.
Yep.
And they've been making it look good. It's been pretty beautiful the way it's gone so far. TT in the background as well, not looking great there. Oh, no,
super unfortunate. Yeah, they're down a player, but they're in 15th place, 13 points. That ain't going to cut it. And honestly, your tournament life only 2 more days. You know what I'm saying? Like, and that survival stage is going to be rough. So with so many games left, hey, start making something happen. Try to sneak one of those top 5 positions, because that's going to guarantee you to the big show.
You got to build that pathway there. Like the tagline says, nothing is granted for Falak, though. That's an instant connection over. Moxie revealing his card as well from Goat Team there. Finally, a little bit of excitement from Goat. Been a very quiet game from them. They might be tested as the compound crash comes in swiftly. Thundertalk's getting silent, hitting him with a shush as Foopsman delivers again. Swift moves with a rifle up close. Switches to the secondary and makes it look simple. Looking for the pickup play as well, Jukes, as Thundertalk are out again.
Yeah, kind of a crazy push there, just getting punished instantly. But Goat said, hey, we'll take those all day long. We need all the eliminations that we can get. Now we're going to see Force just trying to apply a little bit of pressure there onto AGAL. RRQ near the broken plane are now outside of this circle. Yeah, they're getting picked off little by Furia.
Gaming Star with the overlook in the rear as well. So many free bits of information being provided between these teams that are scrapping right now. They're looking for the lineup with the nades down onto Raouf. It's good sideline angle. Stereo chucks from those nades. Angle exposed. Good connection. That's Raouf knocked.
Here we go. Things starting to heat up here as you got Coops now on the move. Looking to get in the action. But Furia, they need all these eliminations. Silence, he's got that DBS. He's waiting for that push-up. Trying to avoid some of these nades, so he might catch his player off guard. He does. Nice little pre-shot, but gets turned on. And RRQ now getting shot on the other side of Nigma Galaxy. Nigma Galaxy said, we'll take these points all day long. As now, they're going to be on the third party here. Ayala trying to slow him down. Not going to happen. As Ayala switching to the mini. Getting it done. Now it's up to Satan here, throwing out the mollies. They don't connect. Oh, what a stiff arm on the side of Furia.
Oh, try as he might to withstand and keep on fighting. Finally buckles on that one. We came into this saying it looks like it's more defined now with some of our top squads, but one by one, they've been removed from the equation. Furia getting lit up as well with the push from Aulula as they take space off the Jukes.
There we go. Aulula need to start making something happen here, and they do. But it is going to be K-Star stealing away some of those eliminations. Aulula really needed every single one of them. They only get one so far, and they are all the way at the bottom of the leaderboard. So Aulula, you cannot hesitate. We talk about that light switch, right? Flip that aggression on. You gotta do it just a little bit faster.
40 आ रही है जी पे स्लैम कर रही है.
Now, as much as it's been quiet from their POV with Ulf, you've seen them starting to show up in the healing feed with those shots from distance. They've been pretty good with some of the connections they've had off the DMRs to steal away points in amongst the commotion from other squads. We get their full POV there as they start to advance, get a bit of a read on things. KRX, they've been playing more of a quiet, passive rotate. They've had a lot of opportunities where they could have fought Jukes, but they've been thinking about the end game.
Yeah, and they're thinking about those leaderboards right now, right? You got Nigma Galaxy out, you got Flash out. Putting some points on the board here is critical, especially when you got 4 Thrives still in the mix here with all 4 up. But yeah, look at that. 4 Thrives, nice getting a knock onto Aaron with that nade. Definitely want to go take a look at that one there, as the zone is starting to close. Ooh, bounce nade just a little bit too short. So it looks like we'll be able to get that reset. So very fortunate for them. But 4 Thrives now know exactly where they're at.
Keeping them guessing at least with the moves. Decent amount of awkward cover to play with, so it's hard to get those clean connections off. If the fight breaks out from the squads in front with OG and 4 Thrives, you could attempt to move up on it. Limited utility, though, it seems, between the players right now. One nade in the hands of Scarface. Smoke going to go up so they can close the gap somewhat. Rifles in play, shots on Scarface. Taking a decent amount of damage off it. And to get that one on target. It's Acock up top. Smooth shots over. Low on health here, Jukes. Meanwhile, T24 and 4 Thrives as a roster actually shutting down gaming stars. Crouching in. It's all starting to bubble up, Jukes.
Hey, 4 Thrives say, hey, you know what? It's time to pop up and get in the mix here. They're going to get to the action.
as Orangutan, you're gonna need to hit these nades, and they do get one. Let's see what WizGod could do. Gonna have to make some shots outside these windows. Oh, never mind, jumps out the door. Oh, but just a little bit too late, gets turned around. And now Ulfer on the push, trying to soak up as many eliminations as they can. Meanwhile, 4 Thrives, just looking like a lion in the jungle, ready to strike.
Clawing through the competition with ease. Once again, Falak comes out swinging. Heavy is the hand of Falak as he starts to slap his way through the competition here. Rotate back over, set their attention on Orangutan and Ulf and see if they can third party onto this awkward encounter. Nades being primed. Top floor control there with the DBS watching the runner, but it's the nade they didn't expect. Blows them away from the back.
4 Thrives, sealing away those points. A cop, though, does get that knock on the Falak. That's going to buy them a little bit of time here. Huzaifa is right up and goes first with that nade. He gets Scarface looking for a little bit more. The blue zone starting to close in just a minute here. And 4 Thrives are dominating. OG are completely stuck.
Trapped in position and panicking as Huzaifa goes absolutely ballistic on the cleanup. Shuts down Ulf, rips them away from any potential plays and looks to do more single-handedly. This is scary now, Jukes. Orangutan trapped still. Finally on the peek out. That's a knockback. Alula with the third party from the top.
Ah, that angle that was so dominant. Quick finally pressed that hill and makes 4 Thrives just slow down just a little bit. They still have 2 players up, 8 eliminations, so that's going to put them into second place. Only a few points away from that top spot. Alula, this is their chance, right, to get out the bottom of the leaderboards and extend their tournament life. They got 4 points. They had a rough day so far. Now's the time to make it happen. Do not play this passively, Alula. You got to get as many eliminations and win this game here and now.
Got to trust in the source, Jigs. They're bringing it. It's been good so far. But how long does it last? OG suffering heavy casualties as well. The shots are on point. Goodbye, good night. ACOP the only one left in the rear. And that's the Foops man and Goat team starting to build on this one as well. You've got to be scared of the Goats, Jukes. They bite.
Making it happen. Force getting another shot on the leaderboards there. And that is Orangutan out. Eliminated. We got 4 teams remaining here. 4 Thrives, KRX, Goat, and Alula. Let's see what 4 Thrives could do with their duo. IQ, man, that buggy is in big trouble. So right now, just hugging the circle, driving around, trying to get a little bit more intel, figure out what is going to be the plan here. Oh, running into that tree definitely wasn't a part of the plan, I'll tell you that right now. But he does get away with it. Nades are starting to ring on out. He knows exactly where Goat is. Yeah, he's got to have to move to safety here because they're going to start shooting that buggy if he ain't careful.
This is vintage Goat with how they're playing it. The 2-2 setup early with Moxie and Force advancing, but they switch it up. Call for the rotate. Killer Joe takes the fight straight to T24 and punishes with 4 Thrives falling to the might of the Goat once again. Sight dialed in back over to where KRX are set up. 11 elims already, Jukes.
Ooh, they're looking good. You know, Goat wants this win. They want to put themselves in the top 5 right here and now. They might just do it here. Meanwhile, they got KRX. They were sitting, what, in 4th place a little earlier, so they're looking pretty, but not for long. They got no more vehicles. There's nothing but open field right in front of them. Alula, I would like to see them get a little bit more aggressive here. You have the numbers, right? Start spreading your wings a little bit. Don't allow Goat to catch you on the back foot.
A brief moment, a respite falling across the battleground. Trusting Foops for the push-up. Trying to get a read on it. No easy angle for Alula to peek back over onto him as well. Fear of the backline tag. Force good for the lineup. 3 bullets on target, Jukes, just damage.
Hey, you guys know all about Coops. What do you know about Foops, man? I'll tell you what. That's a man right there. Let's see what he can do. 477. Trying to catch some hit markers all the way from downtown, and this is what I'm talking about. Alula have been playing it very passively here. That's letting Goat spread their wings little by little here. Maybe press down as KRX, yeah, just stuck wide in the open. All eyes are on them. Super tough. Goat just punishing him.
Alula trying to steal the points from the downs that are coming over from GOAT Team onto KRX and at least get something extra from this one.
Nice shot.
Decent shot. It's clean. Forced with a push-up as well. Quick. I don't think he's going to be fast enough to win out on a duel like this. Good reset from Killer Joe as well. If Hooksy peaks, his days should be numbered. Dominant from Killer Joe as the elims are being racked up. And GOAT looking to blow their way to another chicken dinner on this one.
It's looking good here. First Miramar looked like it might just go on over to GOAT. Quick goes down. That's that front line eliminated. And now Killer Joe's going to have to make a play here. Claws goes down. It's all up to Rev. Killer Joe gets it done. And that is GOAT Team with another chicken dinner. And this one was a big one.
GOAT Team delivering again on the big stage. A ton of talent, a powerful roster. And it seems like even with the changes, it's starting to fall into place the way they play off each other. This added element of aggression from Killer Joe, who lives up to his name time and time again. Sick to see, Jukes. It's sick to see.
Yes, it is. You can take a look at their jerseys. You can see what it says right on the front of it. The great of all time. That's what they want to be. That's what they're trying to etch their name in PUBG Mobile history. This is how you do it right here, folks. When you see that opportunity to get that win, you got to do it, and you got to do it with some serious points, and that's how you get it done.
They didn't believe me, Jukes. It's a GOAT Team going to be coming out swinging. James looked at me, he smirked.
He smirked.
I said, I tell you what, mate, GOAT Team going to be giving it. And they're bleating right now.
Oh, let's go, GOAT. You can see the crowd all hyped up for them here. And a great game for them. We'll see what CalArts is going to look like after that one. I'm pretty sure he's going to be pretty excited here. It's good to see.
I think he'll be enjoying it.
Yeah, it's so good to see a team like GOAT clutch it up there towards the end. And right, getting some points on the board. Good for them. It was nice.
It was good.
It was.
Man, it's fun to see. You know, I was saying earlier, from some of what I've seen from these boys before, and the way they've adapted, it feels like, you know what, Jukes for the strategic side. The exact opposite, Jukes. But it's crazy how fast they can rely on that information. But it's good. That's championship mentality, bro. The fundamentals have to be good.
I mean, we heard the synergy, right? They all said nice at the same time.
That's what I'm talking about.
They were thinking, right? They got this victory in the bag, and they got it. That's what I love about how, you know, PUBG Mobile has developed here over the years. So there was a time back in the day where there was a few dominant squads. Everybody else was just not even close up. That's changed, right? Any team here could win the whole thing, and GOAT just showed, hey, if you open that door, we're gonna walk right through it. But we got some more action coming up in just a little bit.
उन्होंने अपने पास आने दिए यार उन्हें कितने बड़े चीजें कैसे हो सकते हैं कितनी चीजें कैसे हो सकती है बंदों को आने दिया तो भाई बंदे आरू को मार के निकल गए तो आरू दर्जन में खेल रहा है तो भाई कोडिंग करना आपको तो एक मेरे को पूछा है कि कोई नहीं करता वो करता है ये करता है उसको डाला नॉट फिनिश किया पेटी लूटा और वापस भी निकल गया भाई उसको खूब लेन चला गया कुछ बंदे अपने नहीं कुछ बैठ गए चुपचाप पकड़े हुए आ जाओ हम पे मार लो जीते भाई तुम किल बिल्ड भी करो मेरे यार ये के नीचे क्या चल रहा है हमारे घर के नीचे भाई ना मतलब ये तो यानी कि नेट मारे के बाहर से पूरा नीचे वो बोलती है एक ही बंदा लड़ रहा है तुम्हारे नीचे किल बिल्ड में नहीं बढ़ रहा यार
ये तो तुम्हारे घर के नीचे क्या चल रहा है? दूर से तुमने एक ने नॉक किया है, उसको बोटी का भी नॉक किया, दो बोटी
वो साले 18 किल मार के चिकन निकाल के ले गए।
Goat showing up with the second chicken dinner of the day. In Neptura, this squad was able to put up 16 eliminations.
18 किल मारे कितने किल? 16 18 किल मारे हैं?
नहीं 16 कैसे खींचती है यार? इसको डर के क्यों यार? क्यों यार? अब जोड़ लग गई ऐसा क्या डर के दिलना? मैं साला अभी जाऊंगा।
Meanwhile, Alula was trying to just fend off right there, Max, but Goat was just too much on the high ground with those 16 elims. Honestly, this team has been showing up now.
Without the hovercraft, which is super hyped to see, but no, what was very fun in particular is that Alula is a slight, I wouldn't call it a mistake, it's just a strategic play from Alula to just go slightly on the ground to maybe put more of an emphasis onto KRX. And instantly, Goat team spot that, like, wait, you give that high ground position away. If we take it for ourselves, we have absolute oversight on the entire flat terrain of that field finish. Boom, let's send it, get the high ground position, leverage it to its full potential to claim that chicken dinner. Goat team, a team that I was expecting no middle of the pack, maybe not #1 team, but man, they impressed me, and I'm so happy to be proven wrong here at PMWC.
They might just be #1 after that performance in Neptura.
Really enjoying what we're seeing here, being a leverage team. I think that's really a good word for it. They use everything to their advantage. They wait until they have a great opportunity. They wait until they have an opening on the south side. Are willing to make that south rotation all the way around. And just to have that leverage on all the other teams.
It's just like the last game was on a wrangle they won earlier, right? When you think about it, they see, oh wait, they're fighting both. Nigma a little bit busy, they're their weakest. Boom, that's when we send it, try and put them in a really bad position and leverage it to actually get that chicken dinner. So very opportunistic stuff. And here they get 26 points.
Wow.
This was not a Rondo. This is a Miramar. What's going on?
Disgusting numbers out of that squad. And also we see 4 Thrives showing up as well. I was raising some concerns for that squad. Now we're starting to see a little bit more consistent here as we ended up jumping into Miramar. And if we keep going down the list, something I want you to keep an eye on is KRX. That squad was able to get all their points out of just placement, which usually tends to be the opposite, Max. We see teams being able to get all the points from eliminations and then nothing placement. They were like, no, we're going for placements this time.
It's forgivable, really. In a game like that, they just had like a very small shed and a few cars to work with. And unfortunately, smokes don't stop bullets. I know it's quite unfortunate. I wish they had cover flares in that finish. It would have been great to see, but no, only smokes to survive when you have 2 teams in Angula and also at the side of Goat walking your way. No way Jose are going to survive that one, but I'm still happy that despite no chicken dinners coming out, they're so at the very tippy top of these leaderboards. So KRX going hard here for that first place.
Consistency's the name of the game, and right now, I mean, KRX maintaining a 4th place right there, but look at Goat. Goat is currently in 1st place as they have jumped up with those 47 points. It goes to what an amazing performance, what an amazing match can do for your squad.
It's really, really nice to see that. And the leaderboard is still so close. I mean, it's only 5 matches in, but still, I think we've seen other tournaments where there's a much bigger discrepancy here amongst the top 5. So to have this so even across the board is really, really nice to see. And interestingly, right, we got 2 wins from Goat, but the next team that actually has a win is Team Flash in 5th place. 4th Thrives, Nigma Galaxy, and KRX all have been super consistent today so far with no wins under their belt.
Yeah, it's very interesting that out of the top 5 so far, 3 teams don't have a chicken dinner, right? Outside, of course, Team Flash and also the side of Go at the very top. But here we go into the second page. Alula stepping up, which is what I was hoping to see. Just be in bottom 3. Okay, Natura, you don't want to be in the bottom 3. As we know, if you are in the bottom 3 at the end of your Group A or Group B group stage, you're instantly eliminated. No survival stage for you. So Gaming Stars, X-Force Rejects, and Gaming, they need to bring it back if they want to continue their PMWC adventure.
Kind of scary for those squads too, because between 9 and 14, the only separation is just 6 points, and that's just not where you want to be for those squads. But yeah, they need to make sure they finish off the day strong here. And it's that Rebel? I think it is. You know what? Let you guys take over. I'll be right back.
Go get him. Oh, that'll be interesting. We can talk a little bit to Alpha 7. Al-Ula were very impressive this game, right, Niptura? Looking back at how they were playing that third party on Furia in particular, that's what you want to see from this roster. But we're also seeing Rebo was here. What?
Hello, guys.
The reigning PMWC champion, none other than Alpha 7 Rebel. Rebel, I'm so glad you decided to join. How are you enjoying Paris, bro?
Well, it's an amazing city, amazing place. I love to be here.
and let's see what gonna happen.
Now, I'm sorry for what I'm about to say next, all right? And you know this, I say it with with nice intent. What's been going on since PMGC, bro? You guys have kind of been sucking this year.
Yeah, we did a bad things, we did a bad tournaments, we did a bad preparation, but now we come with different things, with different game style. So let's see what's gonna happen. I think we are good to this championship, and we're gonna do our best. And if God let us win, we're gonna do it.
Okay, I have a question for you specifically, Revo, about you're saying you're trying to work on a few things since your of course with PMMI, you had PMGO Season 1. What specifically would you say was the thing you wanted to work on the most and improve upon heading at PMWC?
I think like in PMGO, PMMI, we did like we was not too much aggressive. We are like just staying in the same place and don't looking for fights or something like that. And now we are doing that. We want to fight, we want to kill everyone. So we're gonna do it.
Yeah. Do it. Actually, wait. I'm gonna hot drop.
किसकी? मतलब मैं पे नहीं पड़ी
Agula, they eliminated you at PMGO. Are you gonna take? Ask them to turn.
Vlog में पड़ी होगी देख ले vlog में.
Right, you do have a hot drop on Miramar. There's a couple of different teams who do want to hot drop you there. What's your response to that? Is there going to be any change in your strategy, or are you saying bring it on?
I think if they want to drop on our squads, they can do it. We don't like too much like weird fights. We prefer to loot first and then go find some kills. So if they drop, they can stay there. We're gonna stay a bit away and then catch them in the middle of the game.
You can say it. You can say it, bro. Look at the camera and tell them, bring it.
Come to me.
There you go. Now, from what we have seen so far today here on Group A, Day 1 of PMWC at EWC 26, any team that has surprised you so far?
To be honest, Goats, I don't expect them on top 1. I know it's a good team, but they are doing really well. So, yeah, I think them, and I'm cheering for Furia also because they are Brazilian, so I hope they win this last match.
I mean, there has been a lot of talk that Furia is better than Alpha 7 now. I'm pretty sure you're gonna be wanting to put a stop onto that. And how about another team? Let's talk about 4 Thrives real quick, right? A team that was able to win PMGO Season 1. Yeah. What do you think about them so far?
Well, they are doing amazing. Palak is a great player, one of the best. So I just cheering for them, hope they qualify. And let's see what's going to happen in the finals, right?
Oh, that's right. You want to see them in finals? You want to see them go directly from finals because you don't want to see them in survival? From your Group B, is there any team, besides the hot drops that everybody was talking about, right? Is there any team that might cost you more conflicts, maybe within rotations or the way that they play?
I think we need to be careful with all the teams because everyone like deserves to be here. So I think we need to take care of all of them. So yeah, all of them.
Ah, you're giving me the PR answer. Okay. I see how it is. That's him saying, you know what, 7, I want to get out of here. Thank you so much, bro.
Thank you, guys. Thank you. Bye,
bye,
bye, bye. See you guys.
For you guys, it's time to go into the final match, baby.
Oh, yes, that's right, 7. This is what we've been waiting for. Last game of Day 1. And already we're starting to see a bit of excitement about GOAT Team. Even Alpha 7 getting hype for them.
Yeah, you gotta take a notice when a team is making it happen. And with a game like that, the whole lobby's got eyes on GOAT. I'll tell you what, guys, before this day started, I saw Jackie in the back with a crystal ball, okay? You know what I'm saying? And he looked inside and he said all he saw was GOAT. And what an accurate prediction, bro. I mean, even Cars was like, all right, yeah, whatever, calm down. But boom, there's no denying him now. You got to put him on notice.
Hey, let's see what they can do. If they do it again, Jukes, then yeah, I might glow.
It's locked in, yeah, for sure.
Until we know for sure, I'll just say they're looking good.
I like it. I like it. You know, there's a lot of teams looking good right here so far. We've seen Enigma Galaxy, right, making some things happen, especially after a rough couple of tournaments. Yeah, we got to see Coops. I remember I talked to Raouf after PMGO Season 1 when Coops wasn't there, and I was like, hey, whose fault is it? He's like, Coops, 100%, you know what? But hey, maybe it's his time to shine here in the rest of these squads as we get into the final match of day number 1.
The biggest and brightest, we saved the best till last, and it is going to be an absolute blast here for everyone live in the arena in Paris, France. For the viewers at home, strap in, get a seatbelt attached to your chair, or else you may be blown straight out of it.
Let's get it going here. We got a nice southern play path headed right up to the north. Unfortunately, El Pozo is not going to be within range, so these teams are going to be having to head out early onto the eastern side of the map here. But yeah, once this match is over, we got 6 more games left to go. 3 keys are getting crushed tomorrow, and not just keys, dreams as well, right? Of trying to be the Esports World Cup champions.
Hopes, dreams, everything you've been working for throughout the season, really, this year as well, Dukes, right? And then imagine, you put all those blood, sweat and tears on the line. You get here to Paris, it goes wrong off the back of 2 days. And you got to stare at Barney crushing your keys. Oh, bud, what a nightmare.
He's good at that. He's good at that, too.
He always sort of, he G's you up and makes you feel good about it, but you've lost.
But you lost.
You've lost, Dukes. It's the worst case scenario.
Yeah, I mean, you definitely don't want to go home here and now because there's still so much prize pool left to be had and history left to be made here. So we got the plane path, we got the circle, and it looks like we're going to be heading in a similar position as we saw in the last game, right? Los Leones, Simple, La Bendita in play as well. But no hot drops once again. Tomorrow, as we get into the day after tomorrow, it's going to be interesting. There from Rebels, that there is a possibility he is going to see some hot drops. But hey, even one of the best is like, let's avoid them, right? I think you guys can drop, take your side of the loot, but let us get out of here. We'll fight you later on.
Yeah, I think the sheer size and scope of the competition here, right, it's one of those where if we were going for like a max man insight, it'd be a matter of it's just pointless. The risk versus reward is so low, just play your own game, right? Then you've got someone like me where I'm saying, yeah, but it is kind of fun though.
Yeah, it's fun to watch, that's for sure.
But yeah, you're right. Strategy-wise, you probably avoid that.
Yeah, pretty much at all costs. I mean, your chances of getting all 4 eliminations without losing a single player are just so low. And 99% of the time it happens, it's putting you so far behind rotationally. So even if you do get those eliminations, you're late to circle, and you end up with 5 points instead of a possible, like, 20-point game.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it's just, it's really, really difficult to deal with.
And that's factoring in everyone actually survives as well, right?
Yeah.
You lose one player, it's just such a cutthroat response now. It makes it so much easier for the conversions. This level of play as well, right? The drills are so much cleaner. You see a 3-man team, you just think, oh, this is a field day. One less player, yeah, let's just clean it up. Push together, outnumber them, get the trade, easy pickings.
That's what it's all about here. Let's take a look here at the leaderboards, all right? We got GOAT in first place now with 47 points, looking really good. 4 Thrives right behind him here. Man, this top 5 is pretty dang close. Only 10-point difference so far. So for these top 3 squads, make a top 4, this is their opportunity to make a little bit of a point gap for tomorrow. And for the rest of the lobby, they need to clutch this one up here and now. But it's already starting to feel like it's going to be a pretty close group here.
I think so, man, especially with some of the results we got out of that prior game, right, where we hit sort of around sort of the 9-minute mark. We had that awkward encounter on the road with the Aurora drive-by. That resulted in like 3 teams being absolutely crippled for a good late-game finish from the amount of eliminations they suffered. Then everyone else just starts to lick their wounds and really play slow. Just didn't work. You come into a lobby like this now with what we've seen, right? That strategic, slower approach that's been working from GOAT. Honestly, I think their defaults have been really clean. Like the mechanical approach from it, it's good rotations. The comms have been clean to allow them to set up. And once again, they want a later wrap in where they will just happily sit in the blue, loot up, look for an end game. It's where they're at their best. I won't lie. Early game, it does look a bit shaky. But they get to a late game circle, they know what they're doing.
Yeah, they can just play it just a little bit conservatively and make sure they can reach to that late game. I mean, we can definitely see some great things from GOAT. Absolutely. Right now, everybody just playing a little bit of game and keep away, just trying to get looted up and set it up for the end game here. Aurora, a little bit of a dry spell here in the past couple of games. They still have some great points on the board. One good game here could definitely set them up. But some other teams I think I would really like to see a good performance here. Going to be all those squads in that 9th, pretty much on down position. This is a good opportunity for them to go into tomorrow with a lot more confidence. Out of all those names on the list, I'm looking at Furia, right? I mean, this is a Brazilian squad, tons of potential. They got a phenomenal coach in Coach Knight, and we know what they can do. It's just been taking them a little long here to get started. So with this kind of lobby and only so many games left, you can't really let off the pedal this quickly. You got to start putting that pedal to the metal.
Yeah, this is the sort of match where you need a big finish for the end of the day. Leave yourself in a better mindset when they get back to the sort of prac room or the hotel as well, right? They can unpack the bag, but obviously much easier if there is some good benefit to speak about. Some moments they can look on fondly and say, look, we were already adapting and fixing things as the day went on. Let's refine that going into day 2. If once again it kind of blows up in their face, then yeah, those conversations a lot more awkward and probably not as productive. Like you say, it's kind of similar, at least, as this has gone on for Aurora. A very talented squad, individuals that can absolutely lamp other players out of the battleground if given a fair fight. But some awkward moments. I'm also kind of impressed by the fact that although it's not been the best day overall in terms of the point game for Gaming Star, the way they've been able to just ruin some good squads' lives, they're just stealing the odd player here and there. And those eliminations have been really bad for our top teams.
It's like they have just been pestering these teams, right? Like you see a squad that just looks so good, like, oh, look, and then just, boom, all of a sudden you see random knock from Gaming Star. Like you see their name always in these critical fights. You know, they're down in 14th place, so they need to get that big win. You know, I just want to see them, instead of just kind of going for those steal plays all the time, try to find that end game. That's where you're going to put up those serious points. And a team that is definitely serious here in this one is 4 Thrives, man. Great start for our PMGO Season 1 champs here. Looking to get another title underneath their belt. And man, I'll tell you what, if 4 Thrives win this one, ooh, that's gonna put them in the history books at this point.
It'd be unbelievable, dudes. The result would seem so much just for the players, the organization, but the nation as well, with the amount of excitement.
Oh yeah.
It's the fact even here, live in France, right, we've heard some of that energy building up. Falak's popping off, it starts to get loud in here.
Oof, man, I'll tell you what, even my DMs are blowing up. Like, hey, have you met 4 Thrives yet? Have you seen them yet? You know, and I'm like, yeah, I've seen them, man.
I got the jersey, yeah, don't worry.
I talk to them. These guys are always such kind folks, and a great set of people, great team overall. And I got a lot of high hopes for that squad, as well as so many others, man. I mean, it's great to see, like I mentioned earlier, just how well this whole lobby has developed here over time. But now I think it's time to maybe even add GOAT to that list, because GOAT could be that new rising star team that is looking to etch their name in the history books. Next zone, about to go on up. Very, very quiet start here. You could definitely see that these teams are not going to be dealing with any kind of fatigue here, as they know that they got to play hard up until the last second. And with a southern shift like this, that's going to make this brutal.
We've gone from what will be a very quiet start to, you imagine, quite an explosive back-to-back connection of engagements on the rotation here now then. Looking far worse for wear with some of our teams. 4 Thrives already in a good position from where they were pre-zone shift, and they can try and get set up with a good compound to play with. You're going to have Furia and Aurora coming in to link up as well. The mass migration of squads that are all condensing in. And honestly, mate, this works out in a weird way for GOAT, because they love those late wraps into the zone. They're happy to sit in the blue outside a circle for as long as they can.
Yeah, I mean, other teams were set up pretty, but now they're having, everybody's going to have to move with this zone. Yeah, Fury, silence! The tire has been popped, and there's nothing you could do. That's 4 Thrives. You can hear the crowd start to pop off the second they saw that elimination. But guys, again, that is what you got to do. If you see a buggy, aim for the tires. You hit the right one of those front ones. Boom, that vehicle spinning out.
Hello. आवाज आ रही है strong.
Not the kind of donut you want at an event like this. Big play there to open it up. Goes the way of IQ as 4 Thrives to open it up. With a nice dive out through the window, the mantle giving free time to damage here from 4 Thrives again, jukes. Peaks clean as well.
मैं बता रहा हूँ, कल मैं प्रॉपर पूरे दिन परसों सामने नहीं रहूँगा.
Bursts outside the window.
कल है ना?
कल तो प्रॉपर हूँ परसों अपना टाइम के मैचेस कब से हैं
insane there for Lock getting in some good damage on the Chief but Chief
आज 6 7 8 चल हाँ ठीक है कोई नहीं पर मतलब ऐसा कुछ नहीं है कि कुछ इम्पोर्टेंट है मतलब इधर हम लोग इधर फेस्टिवल होता है
but this is honestly a good place for them where they can just share it out for a little while, you know, like you got a good central position, take your time, don't put yourself in a compromising spot to lose a player early.
Next stream to देख रहा हूँ यार
Now, looking at the circle, Jackie, quick question. What do you see?
अबे OG वाले सैन मार्टिन कूदे सैन मार्टिन में अभी
You're looking at these late rotations, mate, from the boys at the back there, coming in playing a very slow game from what has otherwise been a bit uncomfortable.
बहुत पैसिव खेल रहे हैं पता नहीं अच्छा इनका डे 2 होगा ना या फिर आज ही ड्रॉप इन फाइनल
कल भी है ना शायद
Wow, so they are coming in super late here. A little bit of a different strategy than we saw before. Let's see how they're going to be able to handle that one because this zone is already jam-packed. It is Los Leones. There's a lot of places you can hide, but we might get that nice urban finish. At least that's what it's looking like so far.
Kind of mirrored on either side here as well. You got the coastline rapid, right? Killer Joe and Foops that have been pretty good as an aggressive duo. Before some
कल की स्ट्रीम पे देखा मैं प्रॉपर रहूँगा आज तो ओपन इशू हुआ
RQ could be an opportunity to take the fight
तो स्ट्रीम वो स्टोरी पर नहीं लगा था क्या मेंशन करता क्या पता है वाचिंग बार से
they're just going to have clashes ushered towards them but Jukes that's the shift
that's the perfect shift for a team like Gold because they were already on the rotation and now they have an open path into this next zone. It's not going to be like that for when it comes to the side of Enigma Galaxy. They're a little bit late to the party here. So they're going to have to fight their way in, that's for sure, because there's not a lot of spots left at this zone. It is jam-packed. Meanwhile, Flash trying to get on the rotation. They get knocked out there. That's blows and CS out of the game. EK, they'll take those points all day long.
DK been good for the occasional duel here in close combat. Tops just looking to try and cut his losses. Heads out the way of TTG though, that's going to be fun to talk. So looking to see if they can light him up. Takes a bit of damage it seems from what we caught there on the map side. AJ looking lucky to even be alive here. Very low on HP from that.
खेल क्यों नहीं खेल रहा कोई टीम बताओ भाई इतने सारे रैक्स मिल सकते हैं उसको
कोई बंदा ही नहीं लॉस होता तो
they should have been in some building so
भाई ना
दो टीम मारते दिल खुश हो
let's see what happens though
8 किल मारते
teams
तो पेन तेरी आवाज है क्या मैंने कहा गेम में आवाज कर रही है
so much on the line there are no little slight peaceful contracts sometimes you have some teams that are dead center that just say hey you guys look that way we'll look this way and fight each other later on but no these guys do not like sharing any real estate nearby Enigma Galaxy, again, late in this zone, they're going to have to eat a little bit of blue damage here, scout things out, move up just little by little.
बता रहा हूँ अगर इधर भाई 7-8 किल करते मेरा दिल खुश हो जाएगा थोड़ा सा अग्रेशन दिखाए भाई
looking to make sure they never reveal themselves until they're in a position to actually build off the
plan दिखाएगी आज तो शायद हो सकता है लॉबी देख रही हो कल गेम चेंज करे अपना
placements and elims on it
भाई
not wanting to risk faltering early. Killer Joe with a bit of a scouting play, slightly further advanced. You got that close group from AGAL.
थोड़ा सा बेटर करना चाहिए भाई उनको इस टाइम.
On that from the elevation. Meanwhile here, Gaming Star and Furia both up on the ridge side. Let's see if they can do it again, but Gaming Star do seem to just throw spanners in the works. Yeah, some of our top teams.
They're getting fights here. Just haven't been able to last as a full squad and get like a really true engagement, but they're finding these little cheeky angles and just making it so difficult on the rest of these teams here. They are sitting in that cutoff position right there in 14th place. You can see that down on the bottom right. Top 3 at the end of tomorrow are eliminated. Their keys, their dreams are going to get crushed. So we'll have to see team like Gaming are making it happen here now. Enigma Galaxy, yeah, still pushing in this blue zone. Wondering where this next zone's going to pop.
Central shift लिया था मुझे तो.
So nothing crazy. We're going to have to see teams scramble to this next circle. And after that pop, Coops is like, all right, time to go. Let's get into this next zone and find our spot.
In the meantime, KRX as well, getting their sights honed in. One shot back over, getting the initial knock onto TTG. Zing so far. Awake looking on the periphery to see where this is coming from. Gets onto it, gets the flush, and another Elim point going their way. They're first on the board for this last game here on day 1 of the competition.
जोन है इन पे अगर क्लियर भी है
मैं ही बता रहा हूँ जो टीम 5 इनिशिएट करेगी ना वो टीम मरेगी भाई
Rolex 20.
ये अपडेट कर रहा गेमिंग स्टार वाला फटेगा ही
Yeah, you saw that one coming.
मेरी स्ट्रीम देख लेना
Back it up. That's exactly what they're going to do. I like to see Gaming Stars maybe group up a little bit more here.
वही चल रहा है
They are very, very split, especially
पेन वाइज तुम्हारा नेट चल
place. Meanwhile, though,
अब अच्छे पता चल रहा है
just holding this warehouse all by himself for now.
यार इस जोन में मैं चित्त रहता हूँ वाले पे क्या मजा आता भाई
Already dead center, so it's literally just Ayala against the world there.
क्या
Meanwhile, this is what's been setting up over on the ridge side. It's RRQ up close towards Go. Forced to set up for it. He's got support from Killer Joe in the back line. And a vehicle, he takes the fight straight to them. DBS doing bits with a headshot. RRQ gonna rage quit from that one as he claps back instantaneously.
नहीं भाई उन्हें मूर्खता की भाई ऊपर से कौन गाड़ी लेके भागता है भाई तुमको डॉट स्किल तो
SMG play gets paid off that one. Go gonna
चल
lose
बचा
a
सकता
man.
है
He did not expect the push that quickly. The rest of Go, unfortunately, time. Now they're here in this engagement, though. That is a nice nade. That one definitely stung.
इसने अगर फोड़ दिया ना इसको
नहीं फोड़ पाएगा
I got one more for force, and now Boops man is
एक फिनिश है नेट का फटेगा
to punish RRQ for taking out their teammate. But you're gonna have to do it the hard way here because RRQ they got the support and the same was shut down from a nade of Killer Joe.
Low on HP though, Fuchs can't afford to make another mistake. Needs backup from the boys to save their bacon.
अच्छा खेल रहा है भाई
Looking for the close quarters engagement. That's the spam on the first.
मार देगा लेकिन गेम आता हूँ मम्मी 10 मिनट में
Deal with it, Jukes.
And that is GOAT on the move once again. 4 eliminations here. That's going to put a little bit more points on that leaderboard. Puts them up to 51. They did lose one player in the process. But when you're on top of the leaderboards, man, that gives you a lot more breathing room to do what you gotta do. But man, we got pretty much a true Los Leones finish here. This is gonna be interesting. We're going into the last second.
RGC X4C.
It's going to be a very different encounter from what we've seen on some of our final fights throughout today. Ruler as well. Losing another man there as Gaming Star once again takes shots.
Gold को ना momentum मिल गया भाई मुझे थ्रो चाहिए था
Bit of a knock back onto him as well. Looks like Maniac should be able to reset that one with Rolex deep in the back line towards the very split setup from Furia.
ये कौन सी टीम थी अभी?
He goes down.
Oh yeah.
Goat थी और RRQ थी.
Gaming Star are going to lose one. They're going to have 3 on the edge of the circle.
ये तो left में नीचे.
Are going to have to start pushing on in. Everybody else is already in this zone, so don't expect a crazy amount of movement here. I think we're going to see a lot of teams just kind of turtle up for a little bit longer. But yeah, every time you have a Los Leones finish here, there's so much cover that I am not going to be shocked if we see this literally go until the final seconds of that zone 9.
नॉक किया है मारा खाएंगे
तो वो तो करो मारा यार खत्म नहीं किया ना मारा
POV there as well for Geekake.
He's watching. He's looking at the camera.
Those eyes dialed in.
भाई 40 गोल ना मारे यार
deliver once again here. 2 elims racked up so far, Duke. Still alive.
करना तो ये टीम को डोमिनेट कर ले या फिर मत करो यार
A great start to the day. What's their finish going to be like?
Yeah, that's the question. That's the question. You can see right now looking at the leaderboards. We got a few squads.
अबे एफ वाले को देखो कैसे भाग रहे हैं भाई कुत्तों की तरह.
And the mid pack is still
other option नहीं है इन पे
कुछ याद आया तेरे को तू वो डेनवर था यहाँ पीछे
after this game we'll have 6
अच्छा अरे याद आ गया
मैं मेरे आगे घुस गए थे
there yet we still got this game left to go so I am not surprised that we're seeing a lot of teams play this very calculated very deliberate nothing fancy here in the game, right? Don't make any kind of crazy pushes where you're going to get yourself third partied just get some good coverage. You know, look out.
और दिक्कत दे सकती हो जी वो जोन में इंटर करने पे पता है.
Finish, go for it. Other than that, just play it safe.
और वो सबको दिक्कत दे सकती है.
No reason to run.
मतलब ये इम्पैक्ट अरे नॉक हो गया.
He might not have a choice in that match.
अबे गोडले क्या कर रहे हैं?
Flash finding the weakened knee. Back up.
फंबल कर जा रहे हैं भाई ये तो.
Late on a rotate, so Moxie's done for. Killer Joe peeks up top side. Good shots onto a
सब गाड़ियों में
changing
घूम
his
घूम के
name
मर
to
रहे हैं यार.
defeat off the back of that one with the headshot delivering. And tops all that's left. 1v2 versus the GOAT crew.
And he is on the run now. Yeah, he said, you know what, I don't know if I want any of this. He hops in that buggy. And he's going to be looking for some random spot in this next zone to hopefully extend his tournament life just a little bit longer for his team.
जी खेलेगा वो. लेवल तो होता है उधर.
जिंदे नहीं रह पाएगा.
That's Aurora again playing their card.
मर गया.
Quick from Alula.
NGX वाले ने दे दिया.
And Top's actually caught to give away a 3-point over the Enigma there as they will hit that one on the drive-by. So getting themselves a cheeky elim on the board.
के अंदर टीम देख भाई एक बार मैं.
Seeing if they can start to build off the back of that. They've been given a lot of space since they got into the zone. It was a slow rotate, but they've been sitting pretty.
पीक करना खतरनाक होगा भी लॉस में. फिर लॉस के बाहर वही पता जहाँ पे ये अरोरा है वही है जो सेफ है थोड़ा मतलब नॉक लोग होता तो कुछ उस नहीं आएगा उन पे भी.
Here we
go.
Seconds left on the clock. And we're going to find out where this next zone goes. And when that happens,
मुस्कुरा रहा है ये लेगा कोई देख रहा है कितना खुश हो रहा है.
so let's just see.
नाम ही उल्ला
Have so much coverage. It goes dead center.
उल्ला क्लब है वे.
I can feel a shift in the air of this room as now we got quite a few teams are going to have to make the move. You got X-Force, Rejects, KRX.
बोला ना OG को टिकट दे सकती है तो रोना दे सकती है बाकी लेफ्ट राइट टीम उधर जाएंगी.
Great spot. Oop with the golden Murado. Trying to find a place of safety and Aaron gets popped off by T24.
That's 4 frags coming alive again from the back. Leaning in through the window, wants Aurora take the full frontal assault. The Chief claps straight back.
Overpeak दे रहे हैं बहुत ज़्यादा ये. Over commit करते हैं.
IQ, eyes lighting up as him and Valak are able to take shots over towards Gaming Stars.
यार OG किल नहीं उठा पाएगी यार कोई भी.
Starting to get into the groove of things now. 4 elims to their name, but the difference
लेकिन ऐसी जगह पे यहाँ पे कोई पुश बना भी नहीं सकता भाई.
बनाएगा भी नहीं.
That is right. 4 points on the board.
कोई जोन के बाहर निकल के पीछे.
OG ही है. OG बना सकती है अगर जोन टच हुआ और वो सारे जो लेफ्ट पे बंदे हैं और लेफ्ट से निकल जाए तो.
NGX लेफ्ट में तो.
Now 2-minute warning. My prediction.
But ये ना OG पे डिसएडवांटेज है कैसे मारेंगे इनको.
और ये रोल प्रेस कर सकती है बस.
बस और कुछ नहीं. वो भी मार ही जाएंगे पता है. Suppress करने में.
It's that planning phase right now. Right now's the time to tell your team. All right, zone goes.
OG का नाम उसका हो रहा है.
And oh man, Ahula running out the building there. That you can't do that.
Yes, कहीं यहाँ से OG चिकन निकालती है तो भाई.
भाई ये डॉप के जगह पर हो रहा है.
You can see them getting excited, and they did deliver from the peak they took.
एक बार इनका बैक क्लियर हो गया ना और जो उनका एज रहा ना माँ कसम क्या किल्स उठाएगा भाई. तू देख ना कितने किल्स है भाई इसके.
Maintaining overlook on this encounter.
कहाँ गए?
Between OG some position jukes. You
ये उल्ला वाला जो कोई कहे GSTR वाला.
Yeah, you know what? Sometimes right? If you're able to shoot at them first, you're gonna be just okay. It looks like Valak is looking to do just that. Oh my! He almost 1, 2, 3. You can just see that they're like 1, 2, 3. And top is gonna be the one to get that elimination. 2 for the side of Aurora. They have a whole squad up. And this is where they really play their best with some good high ground. They are gonna make something happen, and they know they're gonna play in that warehouse.
I've had a read on Quick for quite some time. He's just trying to stay alive. Keep out of trouble for as long as possible.
His car पे survive कर सकता है अच्छी जगह पे है.
Try and rat a bit of a later game finish on it.
Team है तो करता है
Taking the shots back over to TTG. Reject Shiva finding an angle onto him though. To KRX. At least suffering casualties.
भाई OG तो बैठ ही है भाई कुछ kill feed में नाम ही नहीं आ रहा भाई.
Both those high ground angles in play and they're starting to engage upon one another.
Yeah, they know this next zone is going to make things interesting. So if they can get a couple of knocks to kind of buy them some time here in case that zone hardships away, that is going to be huge. So yeah, you can see
4 सेकंड बाद पता चलेगा क्या OG क्या है इस गेम में आगे कितना रोल.
Onto either Quick or Fourth Drive.
मिल जाएगा OG को जोन मिल जाएगा.
Now 4 Thrives and Aurora are no longer in this circle. They got to get moving.
14 जो बंदे लाइव स्टेज 7 के 14 टीम भाई ये देखना स्टेज 7 का जो 14 टीम है लाइव है भाई शिट
kick them out. They're the new landlords of the compound. But can Baby make the payment in time? Looking for the push out with a nade here. Wants to cook it to perfection. Juke's timing not going to work for him.
Fortunately, didn't calculate that interest just right.
Wow,
Benny, how about some of that? Ooh, that one definitely was a warning sign.
मार देगी यार इसको मार देगी.
Let's see what KRX could do though. Sitting in 4th place right now, in a good position, looking to definitely add to that. X-Force reject. It's Baby all by himself, trying to make something happen.
ओजी को अभी कंफर्म नहीं हुआ एक ही बंदा है ओजी बोल रहा हूँ एलेक्स अरे ये क्या है भाई
They are turning things
no, Aurora पे एज है ना
so strong they're looking to end it in the same exact fashion.
ये देखना उल्फ वाले दिक्कत देंगे हाँ बोला ना हाँ उल्फ वाला भी मारेगा और अरोरा भी मारेगी इनको उल्फ वाले पे जाना था पता है इनको पता कैसे होगा भाई इनका अलग ही गलती नहीं है
But it's 4 Thrives that are still going, still
NGX भी मारेगी
confident to attempt to push up, possibly collapse round onto reject and KRX here as this one develops.
Oh, block getting shot in the back though by Baby. That's gonna hurt. Gonna have to make a play, but Baby gets eliminated. That's now 8 on the side of 4 Thrives. They'll take that all day long.
Falak down and out. The 3 fingers and 1 hand remaining here for 4 Thrives. KRX
ये दो बंदों से पिटेंगे क्या अरे उस इनको मार देते हैं तो फिर एनजीएस का ध्यान उधर नहीं जाएगा अगर एनजीएस 4 मैन के साथ अगर इधर आके इनको मार के बच गए तो फिर वो ओजी को बहुत दिक्कत देगी भाई अच्छा है टाइम जितना लगेगा फाइट को उतना बेनिफिट है ओजी के लिए क्या ओजी अरे नाइस
ओजी का खाली जा सकते हैं लेकिन ओजी को पता नहीं रोल
It's going to be all about the utility here.
अरे ओजी इनसे फाइट ले रही है
ओजी देखो आ गई अब
ओए बच ओए क्यों पिक एचपी देख
This time is the worst case scenario for NGX.
पता नहीं भाई इनको उतना आइडिया नहीं होगा
It's a quick flash from OG. Lord looking
और भाई फोड़ दो यार उसको फोड़ दो नॉक होगा ओए ओए नाइस क्या बात है क्या
making it happen here. Now they're starting to make some noise. Meanwhile,
अरे अरोरा भी आ गई इनको मारने सैंडविच होगी ये तो नहीं मार पाएगी वो सैंडविच हो रही है
And Doc, what's he gonna do about that? Rungaton's starting to get on fire. Thunder Talk, get a knock on the KRX. Shots ring everywhere.
They ain't stopping Jukes. They single-handedly run straight through everything that's put up by DRX.
अब डॉग की पोजीशन देख भाई ये विजगॉड और एकेओपी को ले सकता है
Keep on building. 10 elims in the back.
नाइस नाइस भाई आगा उसने नहीं भाई अरोरा का एक प्लेयर बनना चाहिए समझ भाई अरोरा वीक होती है तो बेटर है ना अपने लिए अरोरा 3 मैन भी अभी
भाई ये पक्का इसको हार्ट अटैक देगा ये लो
ये तो फील आ रहा है
अरोरा को हो गया भाई कुछ जो ओजी बेस्ट है मैं यार बस 2 बंदों से
नहीं ओजी घुसेगी तो वॉल साइड से घुसेगी ना ये 40 पे थे कितना अच्छा एंगल है नहीं पैर वेट नहीं दिखेगी
नहीं मर पाएगा वो
ये
देख T24 पे देख रहा है ना वो देख सकता है भाई
Everyone is feeling the reverbs that are coming off of the pot shots right now from the Thrives roster. And they got their eyes looking for more peaks from GK, hoping they'll take the fight.
AGL side जा रही है वो
अरोरा को मार दे
T24 hits the deck.
AGL बहुत वीक थी भाई
AGAL. No, only 1 elimination here so far. They still have their whole squad up, but now they're starting to push. This is stage 9, folks. This zone is about to go into nothing. We got a whole bunch of teams still remaining. Who's going to win this one? It's all about who can hit those shots. Who's got that clutch factor? We're about to find out.
in the ground floor. GK set up for the
बहुत दूर है
aggression.
पिक देने के लिए समझना
T24 low.
और उसका पोजीशन रिवील नहीं है वरना अगर एजीएल वाला का ध्यान आ जाएगा
IQ with an aid in his
अबे
hand,
एजीएल
but
एक्स
Maple's
फाइट
got
नहीं
one
कोई
of
फाइट
his
नहीं है
own.
सब
Good
लोगों
shot
फाइट
on
नहीं
it,
रहा
could be
ये उनको नहीं पता ना क्या नेल कर भाई
HGL absolutely giving it right now. And
पूजे
the squad
पूजे
that's been
मार दे
on
फुटिंग
top
को मार
might come crumbling down.
They're hurt. Four Thrives is in trouble. It's all up to
दे अबे भाई अरे
ये मर गया कीक वाले ने मार दिया एजीएल भी अबे भाई
and that is it. Four Thrives go down.
आतंकी
Now
पास
it's up
नॉक
to Aurora to make something happen. It's Yol all by his lonesome, but Orangutan are looking too strong at this point.
They got the
अबे आतंक भाई ओजी बहुत अच्छा है आराम से ओजी भाई मस्त मारेगी भाई अरे नहीं कितना
लेट्स
नाइस भाई
An easy pickings for them in the final moments. And G bringing on home with a last
फाइनली भाई मेरा ओजी भाई जिसको भाई पोजीशन देख भाई
भाई फाइनली मजा
भाई डैम
कितना किल निकाला
पता नहीं बहुत ज्यादा मतलब 8-9 तो 10 तो है ही मतलब शायद से होने चाहिए
भाई 20 पॉइंट आएगा ना भाई क्या जंप लेगी भाई ऊपर भाई
8 किल तो कंफर्म है शायद से
क्या बात है भाई यार मजा आ गया
मैं
क्रेजी शिट ब्रो
Let's get it going.
लेट्स गो भाई आतंकी आवाज बंद कर लियो
क्या
आवाज बंद कर दियो
एक सेकंड कर रहा हूं
I'll tell you what, tomorrow is gonna be absolutely insane. Guys, mark your calendars here because we're seeing 3 teams go home after that. 5 teams heading straight to the finals, and the rest gonna be sweating bullets, baby, because this lobby is stacked.
40 वाले यार क्या भाई वो जोन के बाहर से कैसे क्लियर कर
इसको देख तकलू को साला कैसे देख रहा हमारे ओजी को अंदर को
Straight out just thinking, I wonder what the finals is gonna be like. These guys are looking good.
Man, it's insane. So damn good as well. Just hearing everyone's energy getting fired up.
Yes, I love
पागल
this
टॉप 8
setup.
का
We
टॉप
got
5
the
में आ
crowd
जाएगी
right behind us right here. Everybody's bringing the hype. That's what I love to see.
You got the OG cheers as well. Just in the crowd, Jukes. They're getting nice and hyped. At the end there, man.
Not an easy game at all, guys. I mean, that was not gifted in the slightest. It was a brutal last match. Los Leones finish. 16 remaining at Zone 9. Are you kidding me? But, I mean, hey, they had that on the south side. They used it to their advantage. But you still gotta hit those shots and make those plays. And OG said, hey, you know what?
बहुत लेट नहीं पिछली बार बहुत लेट चिकन आया था इनका बहुत डे 1 पे तो आया ही नहीं था डे 2 पे भी लास्ट में आया था
The ebb and flow of storylines we've had today. Let's have a little bit of a look back
फाइनली भाई
from that one as well, Jukes.
Yeah, you can see right now that drop down. Unfortunately, Four Thrives not able to make that crazy play. It was all up to Zol right there at the last second. He does get one knock, but OG just said, nah, we are not hesitating. We ain't letting this one slip through our fingers. They pull out that win.
देख 8 किल तो मैंने कंफर्म देखे 8-7 तो कंफर्म थे लास्ट में 2 मारा तो 9-8-9 तो हैं
They should be feeling a lot more comfortable going into tomorrow.
Yeah, dude. I mean, look, there was
हाँ किल फिर देखा था शायद से 8
a big game. They need something to give them points, give them energy.
चैट में भी तो 8 था चैट में भी 8
Yep.
अरे कोई तो मारा भी खिला अबे यार इतना तो है तो फाइट देखते हैं
more matches left to go. There's a lot of work to be had, but
मैं ये फाइनल्स के लिए क्वालीफाई होने वाला मां कसम बहुत मजा आया
they're going to have to go home tonight, talk to their coaches, figure out what adaptations they're going to need to make here because this is the pinnacle.
Peace Mondaga.
I mean, if you are even near this location, you have got to check it out. Videos do not do it justice. It literally is like if I was a kid and dreamed of like the ultimate gaming experience. I don't even think I could have dreamed this big.
No, man, it's unfathomable. It's been so damn
Johnny की watching भी कमी है भाई आज तो
beautiful. But we got something even more insightful coming your way. Let's get down on the stage with Kalaris.
I think I'm gonna go low.
Okay.
YouTube पे
Отлично, прекрасно.
Watch party.
नहीं अपना गेम खेल रहा हूँ वो वॉच पार्टी क्यों करे
After they get 2 wins on the day, looking fantastic here at PMWC. My first question for them is about their first win on Aaron.
आधे घंटे अब उधर बैठा हुआ तो 17 है ना बढ़ेगी भाई
going up against them because it was a good spot. How quickly did they know that they'd run out of ammo on the other side?
20 पॉइंट की जंप मार ली भाई क्रेजी भाई
поводу таблицы в топе
ज़्यादा फर्क कहाँ है
очкам не гнул
3 पॉइंट का तो फर्क है
the table in terms of the
मच नीडेड था भाई मच नीडेड है ये लास्ट मैच इसके बाद और मैच है ना
नहीं खत्म
अच्छा नहीं खत्म आज के कल है
भाई इनका स्ट्रेस रिलीफ हो गया होगा इस मैच के बाद अब
हाँ कल आराम से खेलेंगे भाई
भाई रोंडो अच्छा निकालने भाई 20
भाई स्ट्रॉन्ग ये देख के अपना मिरामार का मैच याद आ गया भाई
भाई मैं संग तो हमेशा मिरामार में होता है जो होता है
यार मिरामार भाई डैम
forward and we did the best we
So let's move on to the Miramar win that they got.
अरे होना रहा थोड़ी देर के लिए
Compound for quite a while. TT crashed on them and they were able to deal with them. After that, going into
खेलूंगा कल तो
कल तो वॉच पार्टी है तो 4 दिन तो открытая, но с нашей позиции довольно легко разыгрывается это поле и мы без всяких проблем просто выехали с кемпа и
कौन सी भाषा बोल रहा है पर पाई
चल जा रहा हूँ खाना वाना खाने भाई मैचेस करेगा मैच खेलेगा स्ट्रॉन्ग
हाँ ग्रुप में आ
मैं इन दोनों मैसेज ना कर रिप्लाई में तो फिर मैं इन दोनों खाना खाने जा रहा
Thank you very much Moxie for joining me here. As we are done for this one, let's head over to Barney to check out what he's got going.
Thank you so much, Kalaris. I've got Ketch here from Ulf Esports. Not a great day, not a bad day. Pretty kind of standard across the board, but I want to know from your perspective, Ketch, you know, coming into this tournament, you guys typically have a pretty slow start into tournaments. You build, you gain some momentum, and then you end with a bang. As the IGL, obviously you're trying to gain momentum quicker. You're trying to kind of get points on the board quickly. How are you trying to tackle that as the leader of this team?
Bugün ilk gün çok iyi de geçmedi, çok kötü de geçmedi. Birazcık ortalardasınız. Böyle büyük turnuvalarda yavaş başlamak her zaman zor olabiliyor. Bir IGL olarak bu momentumu nasıl yakalıyorsunuz veya nasıl takımı daha ileri itebiliyorsun?
Yani şöyle kötü başlangıçların geri dönüşü biraz zor oluyor. Ama yaptığımız işten vazgeçersek hiçbir zaman yakalayamıyoruz. O yüzden neyi doğru biliyorsak onu yapmaya devam ediyoruz. Yani bildiğimiz bir olay varsa ondan vazgeçmiyoruz. Ölürsek de öyle ölüyoruz. O kadar yani. Ekstra bir şeyimiz yok yani.
It's always difficult to come back from mistakes or slow starts. But we know the game that we are playing and we usually just stick with that. Even if we lose or die on that, we still continue doing the same strategy all over.
I like that, sticking to your game plan. Before I let you go, I want to talk to you a little bit about your team. Erin's your latest addition to the squad, joining just before PMGC last year. How integral or instrumental is he to your guys' success? Because as soon as he joined, he came second at PMGC. You guys are putting up, you know, amazing performances on LAN. So how important is he to the team?
Eren'le ilgili soru sormak istiyorum. Takımınıza sonradan dahil oldu. PMGC'den kısa bir süre önce ve hemen PMGC'de ikinci sırada bitirdiniz. Yani takımınıza büyük bir etkisi var ve bu etkisi senin gözünde nasıl, o nasıl bir, yani takıma nasıl bir katkı sağlıyor?
Yani Eren bizim eksik parçalarımızdan bir tanesiymiş. Hani Lego parçası gibi böyle boş olan yeri direkt doldurdu. Takımda gerekirse agresiflik, gerekirse biz pusma diyoruz yani. Gerekirse pusabiliyoruz. Yani her şeyden azar azar ve yeterli derecede var. O yüzden bir takımın bir eksik kısmını herhangi bir pozisyonda Eren tamamlayabiliyor. O yüzden bizim için çok değerli yani.
Yeah, Eren is really precious for our team because he was kind of like the missing puzzle piece for our team because he is like both aggressive but also can play in a more like slow style. So we definitely noticed that he was that missing piece for our team and we can utilize him in many different ways. So we're really happy for this addition.
I love that. Shout out to the young guns on the team, bringing forward this esport legend. Thank you so much, Ketch, for joining me in this interview. What a brilliant day it has been so far, but we've got so much PUBG Mobile action coming your way over the next few days. So let's round out day one by going back over to the studio.
Yes, we do. Thank you, Barney and Kalaris, for the amazing interviews today. But I got one thing to say, especially after that last match. And it's none other than OG. Because this team, I mean, what a turnaround. I gotta give them props. I was giving them a lot of not nice stuff earlier on, saying that this team was not being aggressive. But in that last one, Lace, they were definitely aggressive, and they got the chicken dinner.
Yes, this is exactly what I was saying.
Yeah,
finally, they admit the damage that they are creating, and then they capitalize on it with not only a not a terrible, but a difficult push up the hill as well. But they were able to get themselves into that spot, eliminate Aurora, who was sitting on the fence line, and obviously take the chicken dinner. What I hoped from them is that they can look at this game and realize that they can make the rest of the lobby play on their terms, because it's not like that they were doing anything wrong in the original games. It's just that capitalization to push forward. It was kind of like, oh, should we do it? But this is exactly what we know that OG can do.
Yeah, a big feedback from us was those eliminations. And right now, they ended up getting 10, but it's the way that they ended up doing, Max, because we ended up seeing them just not only get a knock on Raul from Nick Galaxy, we saw them finally being aggressive.
Yeah, and you know what? I'm not just going to say that's the best fight we've seen from them so far in PMWC.
Yep.
That's also the case with PMGC included. This is the best so far we've ever seen of a fight from Orangutan globally ever. And I love to see the commitment to the play. You get a knock, you have the man advantage, leverage it, like send it, bloody hell, and they did. I love seeing that from this squad. Hopefully it's not just a flash in the pan, right? I want to see a continuation. I want to see chapter 2 of these kind of fights in Iptura. If they do so, hey, maybe first time we can see an Indian team in a global finals.
Wouldn't that be something? I would love to see that. And going back to that play is like, I love that they made that push and committed to that push, because that fight in particular was really scary, because they had a whole wall that was not going to be it was not easy for them, because they knew there was going to be somebody hiding behind it. So the commitment is really, really good there.
You get the honors for this one, Natura.
Yes.
Give it to them. There you go, OG. Congratulations. It's one other thing for this squad too, as we're hyping them up here and well deserved, is how they were able to adjust throughout the day. Usually a squad is not able to do that, but the fact that they were able to do it is what we want to see. At the end of the day, we saw 4 Thrives as well being able to put up some points there. Let's see what that overall is going to be looking like for Group A Day 1, because 6 matches are done with, and it's no surprise.
Whoa!
That the Pride of Pakistan, baby! 4 Thrives Esports with 59 points, sitting at the top.
Oh, they thought it was going to be a flash in the pan. People said, no way, they do it again. But they're doing it again. And one thing that's really important, right? Goat team, despite getting 2 chicken dinners in Iptura, they've only got 20 placement points. Without a single chicken dinner, they are only 5 placement points away from the results of Goat Team, highlighting they keep getting into these late game scenarios, getting a few points, but especially the eliminations. You remove all their placement points, they would still be on the first page.
They would. And you know what? I love seeing this from them so much. We're starting to see a really consistent global team emerging out of this squad, right? They're really coming into their own. They're looking very good. This is exactly what I want to see from them. Yes, it's not, you know, the 3 wins that we saw in PMGO Season 1, but it is top of the leaderboard, not by much, but it's still there. It puts them in a really good position for Day 2.
And I mean, even at the end of today's matches, there's not a crazy lead in and amongst these teams, and obviously we still have an entire day, and especially the turnaround. I want to talk about the turnaround from Go, because it was not looking like they were in this to play, but this turnaround is something to be watching out for. And then also the downfall of Furia is also something we
Max
might need to look out for too.
No, don't talk about this one. Yeah, to be honest, big L taken by Furia today. We need to see a massive step up. 5 placement points over the course of 6 matches. You're below a 1 average placement point per game. The thing is, their eliminations are not far off, like a lot of teams around them, right? It's not that bad, but the placement points are really lackluster, so I need to see a step up. Same for Team RRQ though. During PMI, I saw many great things for them, that team right in the Macau Invitational. Bit of a slow start for them, but you know what? It's day 1. There's going to be a few hurdles along the way for these squads. So day 2, of course, you need to make a step up. And if you don't make it a top 5-7, at least don't be in the bottom 3.
Yeah, you don't want to be in the bottom 3 right now. We were able to see Alula, Thunder Talk, and X-Force Rejects, which honestly, I was expecting a much better performance out of that squad. I said it halfway through the day. I'm going to say it again. Highly disappointed by the way that X-Force Rejects has been playing today.
Yeah, I thought we would see a lot more from them. But you know what? I am hopeful for tomorrow. This is one of those teams that I think will just grow over time and get more confident, get a little bit more of that risk-taking mentality on board. So tomorrow, I'm really looking for high hopes for them. The other thing is RRQ, for me, I was looking to them as one of my favorites of being a really interesting team in that they split a lot, and a lot of teams do not take the type of splits that they do. So I was really looking forward to them being able to take advantage of other teams by doing that, but we haven't seen that at all today, and I think we know why.
Yeah, I mean, actually looking at some of the replays, I still cannot believe they said Huzaifa is like, yo, Huzaifa, go get him, and he went for it. Kind of worked out. He got, I think, some players of OG and the entirety of Ulf. I was genuinely surprised that worked out, but it goes to show that for 4 Thrives, I know we talked about them a lot today, but every player has that clutch potential, and that is why they are in #1 position.
4 Thrives. They have the best loyal gamers, BLG, and it goes to show here, and we're going to continue to see it throughout. Don't forget that tomorrow is going to be the second day of PMWC at EWC 26 for Group A. Day 3, Day 4, we'll get a chance to see Group B, but until then, we'll get a chance to find out which top 5 teams are going to be going directly to the finals. And something to notate that we'll be talking about tomorrow too is that OG ended up being in 6th place after that amazing win. We'll see if they can keep it out tomorrow. Make sure you tune in. It has been Lace, Maxman, Neptura, the 7WG, the amazing casters, and the rest of the stuff. We'll see you tomorrow.
Yeah. चलो गाइस मिलते हैं कल, तब तक के लिए सी या बाय बाय।